We're live. We're here. I can't hear you, D.
You can't hear me.
I didn't hear you.
Oh,
Now I can.
okay.
We're live. I see we
Yeah.
got people that already joined. Shout out in morning and afternoon to Journey to Jasmine. Oh, surprised she awake. She may fall asleep on us though. She may fall asleep. Done. What it do? We hear what's going on. Octavius Williams. How are you? Let me say it correctly. Octavius Williams. How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon. Good day, dear sir. What's going on? Okay, I hope you good. I hope you got it. And I hope you found everything you needed. We're live for our 100th episode. How you feeling about that, D? We've been prolonging it. I was gonna push it out another week.
Okay, we read about it. I can't believe it.
Oh,
I really can't.
you get air. You got the heat on.
No, it's my laptop is running hot. I need a new one.
Oh, okay.
It is running hot. I'm closing some stuff down. You know, the command station has simply letting
You better close them
screens up.
windows. You better close them windows.
I'm
Yeah,
closing them, closing them, honey. Closing them.
machine will be like, I can't do it no more.
It's just
What's going on, Kevin? Glad to see you. All here, love. Good, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Drop your city and state. We do have an ask this week from our audience. We do have an ask, and the ask this week, we need to get some testimonials together. We are giving away gift cards for those testimonials. If you're part of the Slack group, D can take it from there for you. Uh, Bring my desk down some. But what we do want to do is we do want to be able to get your testimonials and start putting everything together. We're going up to the next step. We're going to the next phases of women in Linux, and you'll see some changes, especially if you've been coming to the meetups and so forth, right? Well, I got that one little hair sticking out in the back, like Prince or Michael Jackson, like the curl they have, or better yet, they said Luther had that one curl that will fall in the front. He had that one little curl. I got the one in the back, like Luther. Shout out to Atlanta. They say, as they say, Smyrna is not Atlanta, so shout out to Smyrna.
stand up, Smyrna. Smyrna's a hell of a town.
Yeah, shout out to Smyrna. Shout out to Cobb County. I don't know
My favorite place.
Cobb
County.
County. You know, shout out to Kennesaw, Canton,
That's not Atlanta.
Cartersville,
That's not Atlanta. That's not,
East Point, Decatur.
that's not Atlanta.
Look, you keep saying Decatur and Atlanta. That's what you
Not
keep
Atlanta.
saying. That's what your mouth
You
say.
know, okay, no, we always have this conversation. Do
Yeah,
you guys,
we
what
do
part
have
is
this
the city
conversation.
of Decatur? It is what part of Decatur? Y'all, it's Decatur. Decatur is Decatur.
Yeah, well, we're gonna need for you to tone it down. That's
No,
what we're gonna need.
Decatur is Decatur.
We're gonna need
It's
for you to
very
tone it down.
obvious on
We
map. She like,
we
where you
understand
from?
you
She like,
are a transplant. We
Decatur,
don't listen to
Georgia. That's what
transplants.
the lady said.
We don't listen to
Decatur,
transplants.
Georgia. We had that. They don't say Decatur, Atlanta. We from Decatur, Georgia.
We
Totally different
don't
city.
we don't listen to you transplants. Anything within 15 minutes to downtown is what we call it.
Right,
It is
okay.
two
It's two
sides to the
sides of
case.
Decatur. We have this, and then there's DeKalb County.
It's the Decatur is in DeKalb County.
We know, but I'm just saying that's not Atlanta.
Then, like I said before, anything
It's
15 minutes.
Decatur where it's greater. Stand up, Decatur.
Listen, see, this is
Free
the argument that we
Brooklyn,
always have with you. I always had this argument with you. It's only one street that separates
Woo!
Atlanta from Decatur.
Free
If you go down
Brooklyn.
Moreland Avenue and you go to the left where Moreland and Memorial meet, you go to the left, you go into Decatur. If you go to the right, you go into Atlanta.
I'm gonna
See,
put it
that's
down.
why we call it
She
East
get riled up
Atlanta.
for
That's why
nothing.
we call it East Atlanta. See, that's the problem.
East Atlanta, something totally different.
That's
That's
a
what I be trying to
but
tell you. You
what
from
but
East
what but
Atlanta.
what I'm telling you is East Atlanta, we consider it still the dead. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Kirkwood stand up, East Atlanta. You in Fulton County and you East, that's East Atlanta.
Gresham Road,
Decatur.
depending on where you at off of Gresham. Because if you take the back street and go back behind over there, over in the back, leading
I'm
up the
not arguing
Moreland.
with her, Octavius. That's
That's
the
why that's why you don't
doing
have
for
these
me.
conversations because you're not a native. You're not a native. You're a
Real.
transplant.
But I know the property line.
You're a transplant.
I've been all around that town.
You're a transplant. It's okay. I'm trying to tell her.
It
I'm
said
trying
it's
to tell her.
closer to the city of Atlanta.
Right. Northern and Northwest Decatur. That's what we're trying to tell you. If you go over there to Agnes Scott,
Hello and
listen.
welcome to the 100th episode
You
of
go
Tips,
look. Don't try
Stocks,
to
and
don't try to
Jobs. Well,
deter this
who's the guest
conversation.
today?
This is the
Me.
100 episode. Listen,
Me. I'm the guest today.
you're not the guest.
I'm the guest.
You're part of the
I
team.
don't be on Tech Stocks and Jobs. I'm here for
Put your
you.
purple lipstick on for you because I couldn't get that out of D. She couldn't put the purple on
I
today.
got purple lipstick on. What are you talking about? What lipstick is purple? What are you talking? Purple.
Maybe you need a liner or something.
I have a liner on. That's I don't look purple because it's dark. What are you talking
Oh yeah,
about?
you have an orange one on.
I told you something's going on with my light, and I'm just not zhuzhing today. Woohoo! Thank you, Miss Phoenix.
Thank you, Miss Phoenix, for your tithes and offerings. That's what the CDC is. Downtown, Agnes Scott. I know. I'm trying to tell her to get
downtown Decatur.
Yeah, but you act like it's full.
I didn't say it wasn't for. I didn't mention
It's 10, like I said. I said what I said. 10 to 15 minutes.
Why are you putting yourself through this morning? Your pressure, I see it rising.
Sometimes you have to mute your guests because you know your guests be on that hot fraggle foolishness. What's going on, Peter Investor? You have to mute your guests because your guests be on the fraggle foolishness. I agree with that. That's why I say if you go down Moreland and where Moreland and Memorial meet, if you go to the left, that's going.
Is she still talking about this?
Because I'm talking to
We need a word from our sponsors while you cool down.
No, we don't.
We need a word from our sponsors.
No, we don't. We don't get no word from our sponsors. We don't get. Hey everybody, welcome to Women in Linux. I am Tam and Dee is in the background. And we just want to share with you some of the perks of being here on our channel. All right, so first things first, if you want to connect with us on social media, connect with us anywhere on social media at Women in Linux. If that's just too much for you, you can always come and find us on womeninlinux.org. And if that's not enough, we have even more perks where you can hit the connect button. Once you hit connect button, you put your email address in here. And once you put your email address in here, it'll connect with us in our Slack group. We have tons of resources in our Slack group. People looking for jobs, people just looking for advice, people looking for information and so forth, right? So again, this is Slack. It's not Discord. So on with using Slack, I warn you, it is resource heavy. So you may need to use either the web browser or if you're on your phone, you should be fine. But if you're on your desktop, and we know most of you connect on your computer, it's easier to open it up in your web browser so it doesn't take up so much memory or so many processes and so forth. That's just an FYI. That's how I use it. Okay. And if you would like to shop with us, we still have our stuff from our 5 year stuff. Want to shop and you want to get some merch, feel free to come here and get some merch. Again, if you come over here and click on all products, you'll see on all the products that we have from hoodies to masks and so forth and so on, right? And if that isn't good enough for you, you can donate. You can always donate with your time. You can donate with your money. So, how do you donate with your time? You donate with your time by saying, hey, I would like to do a presentation, or I like to volunteer on helping us grow the channel. You retweet, you share this with other members. In fact, for those of you that come here every single week, we know you come here every single week and you don't subscribe, subscribe. That helps us grow the channel. That helps us get more content to you. Hey, research isn't easy. I'm not getting paid to do research. I wish it was at a university, but hey, I'm bringing this to you, right? I'm bringing this to you and us and for others, right? So if that doesn't work, you can always donate on PayPal by clicking the donate button. Once you hit the donate button, you have your own denominations in which you can donate. And if that doesn't work to you, for you can always reach out to D and you can cut a check and send a check. That works for us as well. All right. So, what are some other things that we actually do have as well? Right. So, we have a discount with IT Pro TV. You get 30% off. I've used IT Pro TV myself. I've done interviews with them. I'll pull those up as well too. But as you can see, I'm logging into IT Pro TV. What are the benefits here? You need to learn how you learn. So, one of the things you can do in IT Pro TV, you can come over here, you can click on courses, and it gives you a list of courses that's separating them out by certification and also separate them out by learning paths. You're like, Tamika, what does that mean? My four basic principles or my four basic foundations of skill sets that you should have is Linux. You should also have an automation tool, whether it's Terraform or Ansible. You should know at least a cloud. I don't care. Pick either one. And finally, last but not least, security. And security comes in multiple forms: security of the operating system, security of the application, and also security of containers, right? And cloud security. So it's multiple facets when we're talking about security. Those are your four basics that you're going to need to to get you a job and then move you up. All right. And we're going to talk about our membership here in another video, but I just want to get this out to you. All right. So that's 30% off of IT Pro TV. And last but not least, our Calendly. We have set up for our Calendly. Let me pull that up. I think I have it saved in my browser here, so I can just go straight to it. If not, I'll get it from D here. Here we go, right here. All right. So with Calendly, we have one-on-one sessions. That's where you get to talk to either me or D one-on-one session, right? Interview prep. Some of you are getting ready for interviews or you've never interviewed before. We want to prep you for an interview. Resume review. Let's go over what you have, or let's pull all your skills together. Let's get things formatted properly. Let's get everything going. And last but not least, career assessment. What is your journey? What could it look like? What could you be going through? What are your next steps? Some of you are transitioning, some of you are not, some of you are looking to transition, and some of you are just trying to figure out what is your next step. So, by saying all of this, we want you to enjoy your time here at Women in Linux. And also, as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the share button, and last but not least, thank yourself that you actually did it. All right, that's all I have to say for you today, and goodbye. This FYI, you cannot sing straight from the deck song because you don't go past midtown. Okay, that's one. I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, sponsor, for that word.
You don't go past that. You can't. You don't go past. You don't go past midtown.
Stop it. Stop it.
You don't go past midtown.
I do. I do. I do. There's no space or time that I haven't been in. Put you together.
I will not let you sit up here and lie to these people today.
That is a bad word. I do not do that.
Okay, I won't let you tell stories to these people today. Don't do that today. Today is not the day.
100 episode. Welcome back. Your guest today is me.
Don't do it, D.
Tamika.
Dion.
I say this with love.
Don't say it at all because it's not with love. Don't say it at all.
Free from the
See? So disrespectful. So disrespectful.
Woo.
So disrespectful. Reign eternal. Don't encourage her, please. Mhm. Don't do it. All right. So today is our 100th episode. We got a lot going on today. I don't know, D. Did you want people to come up today? The reason why I asked is because it's gonna let me know what should I do with my content. You know, I got content.
This is the only show today, so it's the 100th episode. So
Is
what do
that a
you
yes or no?
want today? You
Hmm.
can come on. Yeah, I love the people. Sometimes, long as they camera ready, you know the rules.
What does that mean?
Camera ready, folks can come up. What are we talking about? What are you doing? What are you saying?
Oh, and
Getting into
also,
testimonials, I think we should do like just have a day where we do testimonials and just record them back to back to back to back. So we just have them. Camera.
reign eternal. I was trying to like you. I was trying. I was trying. Lord knows I was trying. I was trying to like you, Rain. Rain eternal. I was trying to like you.
That's how she do me. She treat me so bad. That's why I just be in the back, just pushing the buttons.
Let me let you tell it. You just back there pushing buttons and somebody standing back there with a whip. Let you
Be
tell
back there
it.
pushing buttons. That's
I'm
it.
just back there.
Pushing buttons.
I might get a break. I might not. I don't know.
You know, just back there pushing the buttons. That's it. That's all
do
I do.
do do I
Push
want to
buttons.
start off? This not petty.
Thank you, CKJ3, for the
Yep.
tech ties today.
Yes. For your sayings. Get your sayings, sir.
Get your favorite
Get your sayings, sir. What? How they be doing it on TikTok? What did
I don't know what they do. I
I?
don't know what they do. Oh, goodness.
Cause that ain't how we used to dance back in the day.
How y'all used to
Speaking
dance
of,
back in the
let me
day?
say this. Prayers up to plug 1, 2, 3. De La Soul. I went and watched the video yesterday with online with the dedication to De La Soul. Plug 2. Done for the 50
Take this
ball.
50 ball. That's $49.99. Thank you, Mr. Watts, for the
But he on his
25.
tablet, like on me, on your tablet, it won't let you do $50. On the desktop, it'll let you do $50. You just gotta go with what they got. On the
Really?
desktop, they let you do that. On the thing, they don't. It's
Really?
50. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
On your desk, on your tablet or your mobile devices, it won't let you put in the number. It's just a sliding scale. And then on the thing, on the desktop, it let you put in the number. But we appreciate every donation we get.
we do. Thank you for the tech ties and offering.
So on the De La Soul dedication yesterday that I was looking at. Now, I'm a De La Soul, Tribe Called Quest, Soul Aquarians fan, right? What I understand why certain people want on stage. And I'm not knocking them. Queen Latifah was on there and Moni Love. I understand Moni Love came out with Daylight. What I couldn't understand was why she was front and center. Like she was every song. I was like she was part of that. I needed for her to back up. I'm like, back up, little lady. We know you came up in the time. We know that's how you came out. We know you and Queen go back. I understand, but I needed her to back up on the video. I just needed her to back up. I just needed her to back up. She was all in the front.
Did you buy the? Why are you regulating that lady morning?
I'm not regulating her morning. I just needed for her to back up and let other folks come up. Common was there. Queen
She was
Latifah was
probably trying.
there.
I didn't see that stuff. She was probably trying to be the strength, the the heart.
This is why we put you in the back. What's going on, Dante? How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. All
From the
right, so
big book.
I mean, we got a lot of content today. A lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. Yada, yada, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, just fun. You got a lot. What's going on, Tony B? Yeah, she was having a puffy moment. D, I now got to bring it up so you can see what I'm talking about.
She was all up in the video.
He was all in the video. I'm like, yo, Moni, love, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling you. But if you back up, like she was all in the video, like she was all in it. I'm grieving with her. I got it. I understood. But let me pull it up so you can see it. And you know how New York is. You know how New York is. You know how they roll. Everybody on stage. Everybody on stage. They be having 50-11
Well,
folks on.
they spent their youth together. We don't know what Moni Love was doing back then.
I know I got it, Dion, but I'm just trying to tell you. All right, look.
Yeah, I'm not coming to
So
nobody's defense.
so here they go. They 50-11 folks on the stage. You know how how they do. You know how they do. Let me see where I can find Moni at. Cause she was right there in the front. She wouldn't leave. There she go right there. Here go Moni right there. She in the front.
She
We
wanted to be
go,
immortalized in pictures.
huh?
She wanted to be immortalized in
Look,
pictures.
she right there. I'm like, damn. I'm like, is she part of Daylight? She right there. She got a mic now.
Well, it's only two people, and they like three of
It's
them. So
three. It's three. I didn't see most deaf. Then she went and found somebody else, and then she brought them up. I'm like, yo, Moni. I need
are
like
those
Moni,
people on
Moni
the
is right here.
stage?
She is in it. I'm like, Moni, back up.
Moni was
Back
trying to
up.
see something because it is 1,000 people on stage. I would
That's
have
what
been up
I'm
in the front
saying.
too, just so I can see.
Moni in the front. Moni again. You would think Moni was Daylight. I'm not mad over the morning. I just want to see other people get they shine on the collabs that they did with De La Soul. That's it. She said it was a night. Yeah, like she is all in it. And Queen Latifah came up, looking like Jersey's finest. If you get a chance to go watch this clip, go watch the clip. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it just to see, to give them a shout out. Of course, they picked some, they did part of their catalog, and then they picked some songs, which is cool. Um, of course, you can get with this or you can get with that. You know, Black Sheep, they did their joint. And a
The
couple
giant.
other
That's
folks,
what they did to Giant.
they did their joint. Or Philly, that John, that John. Yeah. All right, let's get busy. All right, tech stocks and jobs. We're gonna kick it off with stock splits. Again, if you're not familiar with the stock splits, there are stock splits that are happening. I always come here and want you always to know what IPOs are happening, what stock splits are happening. Where's this at? This is on NASDAQ.com, where you go find out what are the upcoming IPOs that are coming out, and also who is filed and so forth. If you scroll up here to, I think it's news and insights. Oh, and maybe not, maybe market activity, and go to dividend calendar. You can see who's paying out the latest and greatest dividend. You can go over here, see what's today, the 4th. So let's go hit the 6th. So on Monday, these are the companies. BlackRock is paying out a dividend of $5. Cord Energy Group, Cord Energy Corporation, 4.8, right? And I think you can sort this year by greatest dividend, right? So check them out. Check out who's paying out dividends. Go and look up the ticker symbols. Go look and see what if they're on the aristocrats or the kings list. Everybody should know about BlackRock. You should know about them at this point, right? So with that being said, let's move over to and talk about some splits here. All right, so this one right here is Vanguard announces a 2-for-1 split on 6 of its equity ETFs. 2-for-1, meaning they're announcing a 2-for-1 split. So let's get into it. If you do not know what the ETFs are for Vanguard, they got it right here that they're doing this stock split on. They're doing it on VOO. People hear about VOO all the time. VIOO, IVOV, and VIGO. And you're like, what are these? They're ticker symbols. So here we go. The below, see below the 6 ETFs that will undergo a 2-for-1 split, effective March the 14th. So if you go back to that NASDAQ.com, it'll have what we call an EX date, meaning that you need to be in that stock. You need that's the date. I think the EX date is when you need to be in the stock. Let me double verify, which I'm telling you right. Uh, the ES date is set the first business day after the stock dividend is paid. So you need to be in before that. You need to be in before that. And if it falls on, if they go on Monday, you probably have to be in on Thursday or Friday. But they usually give you a date when you need to be in, so you can get that dividend as well, and also for that split. So let's go back over here. We got Vanguard Mid Cap 400, mid cap 400 value, their mid cap 400 growth, their small cap 600 value, and then small cap 600 growth. And we should pick some time to go over what it means to be in a growth stock, a value stock, so you understand those. I need to set some time. Probably need to do a private show so we can dive into it and do a little longer show. We probably need to do like a meetup on that, D, just to do a private show so we could talk about some stocks and what these things mean. Desi B, thank you for the shout out. Keep doing what we got to do. Let's see. All right, so I wanted to give you that. Let's go over here to the next one. Are you a tax efficient investor? Are you tax efficient? Right? Anybody familiar with like lost harvesting? Put a one in the chat if you're familiar with lost harvesting. Oh here. All right. And if you got you should also, for those of you, you should also be setting up accounts at bigger brokerage firms such as your Charles Schwab's or your Vanguard or Fidelity. And we're gonna get into Fidelity today too. There's some stuff going on with There's some stuff going on with Fidelity, and I was reading freeze coming. So if we jump on that Vanguard, our money will double basically. Yeah. Uh, you'll get more stocks. Let's say that. You get more shares. Always be looking for these splits. Y'all hear the splits about Tesla. You hear the splits about Amazon. You hear the splits about different companies. The ETFs do split as well, so be on the lookout for those. Right. So loss targeting generally works like this: you sell an investment that's underperforming and losing money, then you use that loss to reduce your taxable capital gains and potentially offset up to $3,000 of your ordinary income. Now, this is very important, especially when you're filing your taxes and stuff like that, and you get them capital gains or you lose on something. You want to zero out as much as possible. You don't want to owe. It's the thing. You don't want to owe, right? So let's go back over here. It says, "Are you a tax efficient investor? Here's how to read your brokerage tax forms and look for the red flags on gains, losses, and crypto." This came out on the 26th of February. We were supposed to do the show last week. I want to get this to you now because it is tax season. It is tax season, right? The taxes you pay on dividends, interest, and capital gains could be dragging down your overall investment performance. Now, this is not financial advice. Please seek a financial advisor or a tax strategist or an enrolled agent. I am just bringing to you articles, things to heighten your awareness, things to give you thoughts, and all you have, of course, and always go do your own due diligence. All right. You've seen all the articles. We've seen all the people that are scammers out there. We're not here to scam you. We're just here to inform you. All right. We should make that a shirt. I'm not here to scam you, but I am here to inform you. You need to make a shirt out of it. All right. So after last year's disruptive tax season, full of temporary C-19 rules changes and other complications, the 2022 filing season is almost sleeping in comparison to, especially for investors. Activity is minimal, just a small amount of dividends and very few trades. How many people lost a lot of money last year? I'm sure a lot of people lost some money last year. If you didn't lose any money, you were good. How many people play options? Have you played the option? Have you done an option before? A put? Nothing like that.
I'm not sure.
I think I had you in one, and I told you to sell, but it's been years, maybe 2 years.
I know I got to get in on some of these splits.
Yeah, you do. Yep. And that's why I like this Nasdaq one back over here. Because if you come back over here, they talk about the dividend, the IPO. They also talk about the earnings, and they also have like an economic calendar as well too. So I like that. On the fourth, you know, they just have like their what's coming up: dividends, earning calls, IPO, stock splits, right? And who's splitting. So here it is. All the different stock splits as well too, right? Somebody's got a 5 to 2. We got a 1 to 25. Bulk Metals Corporation. Let me see. Let's look at this. Oh, that'll give us the. Let me look at 1 year. It's been pretty up and down for a year. Let's look at 5 year. So they had a big growth right here. They had a big some announcement must have happened, and then they dropped. Something happened. They went from 45, 48 to 25. And then they on the back up. So this must be their normal right here. 35 must be their normal right there. Where this line is at, right? But you can come through here and check out. Also, it gives you a history of. You can go find the history of their dividends, like what have they normally paid out as, right? But again, for those of you that are like really skeptical about what to do and what to play in the industry, stick with the aristocrats and the kings. Those are your friends. All right. So here, last year, everyone decided they wanted to be traders, but this year people didn't engage in the market as much, and there's no tax law changes regarding investment as a whole. Well, people didn't engage in much because they were like, we know it's dipping, so they some people bought the dip, some people didn't. But then people turned to other strategies, right? Even the family offices turned to other strategies. People are still looking for that 7, 10, 15, 20% return, right? And right now some of the CDs are even returning to 5%. So, you know, even some of the bonds are returning 5% if you're just leaving your money in there, just let it roll, let it do its thing, right? It's a boring investment. Bonds and CDs are boring investments. They're just there. They're just there, right? All right, so here we go. Nevertheless, the IRS wants to know the details about the smallest amounts. If you earned any money from investing, you should get a 1099 from the financial institution holding it. That even goes for crypto and for the amounts that seem too small to merit a tax form, but it's very possible you don't get them, says Gaines. You should be seeking for any combination of 1099-B, which reports the capital gains and losses. And those who you filing taxes, this could help you on your taxes. A 1099 div for the dividend income and capital gain distributions, a 1099 int for interest income, and a 1099-R for retirement income distributions. So those that are getting those RMDs, those distributions. If you're missing anything, you'll have to go back to the issuer and ask for it to be resent. You should have an account. You should be able to go into the account that you have and download it. Yeah, Buffett is beating the market. I saw his investment. I was reading through about his $1 billion investment that he was doing with Berkshire Hathaway, but I it didn't give me exactly what he was investing in. I'm assuming it was Berkshire Hathaway that he was investing in. But if you sign up for electronic only communications, you might have to go to your portal and download the forms yourself. This can be easier at some places rather than others. If you had interest from the redemption of the Series I bonds, for those that invest in the I bonds, you have to delve into the wonky Treasury Direct Gov. So you those that got I bonds, make sure you go check out Treasury Direct .gov for your tax form, right? Especially if you invested last year. All right, it says look for red flags. Once you have these forms, you'll be able to fill out the Schedule D section of your tax return and the income into your 1040. For those of you that go to places like, your H&R Block or some tax preparer or something like that, make sure that tax preparer understands stocks as well too, and what you need to put there. Because sometimes you get with people and they don't know these things, and they have to get help, or they don't even know to add that to your filing. So you yourself need to do your own due diligence. If you know you bought some stocks last year, you excuse me, got some returns or you sold some, be mindful of those things. Again, the IRS is what, hiring 87,000 people to do audits. They coming. Like Dion, they coming. So just make sure you are not on the hit list for that, right? It says Schedule D, but the process can offer you a lot more insight than your current tax liability. What we want to look for is your overall tax efficiency of your investments. All right. A lot of interest income. You could be holding too much cash. If you see large interest payouts for cash because rates have come up, maybe that's a good thing. But they may have a lot of sitting around and could be invested in something else. Big dividends. High dividends means you invest in dividend paying stocks, right? And some people do that. Some people just go and just play use stocks for dividends and live off those stocks, off of those dividends, right? They're making money even if the market is down, but when you should be looking for some losses to offset the tax burden of those gains. The catch for your 2022 return is that you have you had to have captured them by December 31st. So many gains. If you have large gains, you might think you're good at investing, but it could be that you're selling too much and not taking enough losses. Sometimes people have the aha moment, says Gaines. It's funny because after COVID, we saw a lot of people jumping into investing. We saw a lot of transactions and a lot of net losses. It amounted to millions of dollars, and the net was negative. All this activity for nothing. If you have truly large amounts of gains, you might end up owing the money when you file your taxes. If you know this is coming, you can always have an additional withheld on your W-4, which is the best way to go because your income is smoothed out along the way with regular payments. You could also make estimated payments, like you get also take out more taxes on yourself and make estimated payments as well too, right? It's Tony, you said, yeah, haven't used those services in like 10 years. Okay, got you. Carryover losses. If you have more losses than you have gains, you can carry over the remaining amount and use up 3,000 of it per year on future tax returns, right? It could mean that you had a bad year, says Gains, or it could mean you took a preemptive action against the future economy. Either way, it's important for investors to realize that losses are a part of the process, and you have to incorporate that into your investing philosophy. Right? Again, seek professional help with if you especially those that are playing options and in the stock market. Make sure you get some help on these things. Right? Crypto issues. Did you check the box that said you had any sort of qualifying crypto transaction in 2022? Then you need to look closely at what you did. The record keeping part is not fun, says Gaines, who is also a tax manager at Token Tax, a crypto accounting firm. The biggest issue she's seeing is 2022 is that many people had funds tied up in failed crypto exchanges. People are trying to figure out if they can write off the lost tokens. The answer for now is no. They cannot write them off because the bankruptcy has not been resolved yet, says Gaines. It might be that you get some money of it might be that you get some of that money back eventually, but no, there's no write-off now unless you sold your holdings and then it's regular gains or losses, right? So I wanted y'all to have that information on it, especially for y'all filing taxes. D could drop this link. I'll give you this link, D. It's on the page, but you may not know exactly where it's at on the page. You should have it. All right. So we got the first three knocked out. We got some messy tea, petty tea today. All right. So let's talk about Apple. Apple stock has five under the radar drivers that could catapult it to a near $4 trillion evaluation. Anybody in Apple? Apple stock has a lot of upside that some investors may be underestimating, according to Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley said five under the radar catalysts could send the stock to its bull case scenario of 230. I remember when it was 129. I remember when it was 129. The bullish target represents 53% upside and would catapult Apple to a near $4 trillion evaluation. Right? We'll blow this up. Apple stock turned heads when it reached 3 trillion market evaluation last year. But ever since then the stock has trended lower, with iPhone maker nearly 20% off its all-time highs. But Morgan Stanley believes not only will Apple reclaim its 3 trillion a $3 trillion valuation milestone, but it could surge as much as 53% from the levels of near 4 trillion. And Friday, Morgan Stanley analyst Eric Woodring bumped its price up from to 180 from 175 and highlighted five under the radar catalysts that could send the stock to a bull case scenario of 230. Right. If we look beyond the near term, we see a catalyst rich event path over the next 12 months that is underappreciated by investors. All right, it says pent up iPhone demand. Since Apple sold 9% fewer iPhones in fiscal 2023, Morgan Stanley estimates the iPhone replacement cycles will extend 4.4 years by the end of 2023. That's an all-time record, and it means that the demand for 10 to 30 million iPhones has been deferred this year, right? A reacceleration in services growth, a rebound to the App Store growth, easing foreign currency headwinds, and price increases across Apple Music, Apple TV, Apple One, set up by Apple Services business for faster growth. Did anybody catch the Breakfast Club this week with Bozeman? Did y'all catch that? Um, I think we may get a copyright strike. Um, I think we may get a copyright strike. Anyway, she was on there 3 days ago, and she was talking about her being the head of Apple Music, her being the head of Apple Music, and what it was like to be the head of Apple Music and the different things that you got to go through. I may do a live tonight, talking about some things she's talked about with, especially when it comes to investing, like those that are like entrepreneurs, right? We already know that, because of your skin color and your hue, normally we don't get the money to build out our brand, to build out our company. That's just a known fact. That's not me playing the victim or being in the victim or living. That's just what it is. However, she also talked about the budget that she normally got when it came down to doing certain ads and so forth and so on. And in this one with the Breakfast Club, she talks about it was a campaign. It was during the Super Bowl, and they basically didn't give her any money for an ad, and it was with Taraji and somebody else that was in the video. I think Ava DuVernay actually produced it or whatnot. But anyway, long story short, they didn't give them no budget, and it was one of their number one hits for the Super Bowl. And then they asked her, could she do it again? And she was like, if they know that you could do it with a small budget like that, they're even trying to make it a smaller budget for you to replicate the process and do it all over again. And we see that often, when it comes down to investors investing in your dreams and what you have. So that's why it behooves you all to, you know, get the skills up, one skill away from 200K. And also, it also behooves you to also get, become that accredited investor so you can invest in your own, right? So you can go to your own black owned federal credit union and make the investments in that credit union, right? There was a lot of backlash. I saw this too. A lot of backlash that came out because the AKAs were building their own credit union. And people were like, "Oh, they're trying to they're trying to destroy the black family." And I'm like, "God dang. Lockheed Martin got a credit union. GTE, Achiever, all of them got credit unions. Boeing got a credit union. So the AKAs can't have a credit union. They're trying to destroy the black family." Like, I'm like, man, God dang. They already said that the women who come in, they family members can apply. So she could be married and the family member could come in. Like, God dang. like, well, why we always like, gosh, get on my nerves. Instagram Live. Where will you be doing the live? I don't know. I don't know. I'll let you know before the end of the show. I'll let you know before the end of the show. One skill away from 200K. It's actually a T-shirt and the saying, for that. And the reason why is because you have multiple skills that you already have, and you can get certifications as well too. But everybody is fixated on making 100,000 when 100,000 is mute to me. If you're sitting in city of Atlanta, if you're sitting in DC, if you're sitting in Texas, if you're sitting in anywhere, there is a average an average apartment rental is about $1,800 to $2,000. um that's just my thoughts. People like, well, you got to consider that the person may be married. I'm like, what if they are married, right, and got a kid? That's even worse. Right, if you only got one source of income. Yes, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, Don. That's what they're saying. All right, so back to Apple tangents. Upside to Apple's gross margins, technology insourcing, easing of logistic headwinds, and a positive shift to services relative to hardware are helping boost margins. What is most unappreciated by investors today is how strong Apple's underlying gross margins are when adjusting for FX headwinds. Woodring said, adding that there is about 150 basis points of average upside to that. New product launch. Historically, new products have driven Apple stock price higher. You know, I don't understand. I don't understand why Apple hasn't made improvements to Safari. Um, um, like, like they do with Bing and Google and the search engine. Like, I think like Safari is just there. It's just like a default thing that's just there, and then people just hop over and just install Chrome and Firefox and keep it pushing. Well, I would love to see some updates to Safari. I'm sure there's been some updates to Safari, but every time I go to Safari, I'm like, it's just Safari. It's just there. I'm sure there's some other stuff there, but that's just how I see it. They're also launching the iPhone 15 later this year, and along with a potential AR VR headset. History shows that you want to own Apple stock 6 to 9 months ahead of its key product launches. 6 to 9 months ahead, right? A hardware subscription launch is worth $1 trillion. Okay, so if they do a hardware subscription model, what does that mean? I could go. Is that going to be like? Is that going to be like what Porsche did, where you have a subscription model and you can go in and pick up? You can pick up. I could go in and pick up an iPad, play with it for 6 months. I'm done with it. Wipe it, turn it back in. Go pick up a laptop, play with it. Don't like it, turn it back in. Like, is that what they're doing? Oh, let's see. You know what? I haven't been keeping up with the new CMMC requirements are. They've been out there for a while. They had a problem with the requirements because they couldn't find anybody to actually go through the process to certify them. In other words, they didn't have the structures in place to make sure that people got CMMC certified, and then how to audit that. So I know last year they were struggling with that, and they had to revamp that. So I'm not sure where they're at with the CMMC process right now. All right. It says what gets us most about this subscription model we're talking about. What gets us most excited about as an Apple analyst today is the business model transformation Apple is undergoing, shifting from a model on install based monetization rather than unit growth, right? Which is our view. Increasingly argues for valuation more consumerate of a subscription like model. Apple's $1.2 billion, 2 billion user base spends on an average of $32 a month. I get tired of Apple nickel and diming me to death. I saw a post on there. Every time I turn around, I'm getting Apple's taking some money. I'm like, what you taking money for now? I ain't used nothing. Every time I turn around, right? Apple's blah 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 da, 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 da. Okay, which is more than 50% below average of the U.S. cable bill. The potential launch of hardware subscription service, rumored to launch as early as March of April of 2023, is the key catalyst that can uh, help drive spend per user materially higher, but also help shift the market's perspective, Woodring said. So I don't know what that's going to look like. So be on the lookout for a hardware subscription model launch from Apple. Somebody find out when it's Apple's big event day, Apple Day. When is that? Isn't that coming up pretty soon? Apple's big event day. All right, let's talk some local stuff. Tampa Bay, right? Tampa Bay home earners need to earn double their salary in order to afford a home. Now, I can only imagine if they're talking about Tampa Bay because they had the largest growth over the past few years by I think 20 to 30%. So I know if Tampa, if they're saying that you need to earn double your salary in Tampa, I can only imagine what it is in Dallas and um, Atlanta, DC, even in I think Philly is starting their growth now. Upgrade Plus. I never heard of Upgrade Plus. They probably have to be on binary hustlers for the CMCC for anything government contracting. I would probably want to talk about in detail like something like that over there. All right, so earn double the income, right? So it says the average home buyer needs to earn more than they would have last year to buy a home. In 2022, home buyers in Tampa Bay nearly $74,000 to afford a home. It says according to the luxury real estate company Ruby Home, but as the housing market fluctuates, the number is now 113,000. I'm gonna say if you're making 113, you ain't getting nothing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. What you think, D? Let's do some numbers. Let's do some numbers. All right. So we got 113,000. I think you need more times point 0.7 and divide that by 12. You take home, and let me do that. Divide that again. 3,200. Your what's the mortgage rates now? About mortgage rates. What's mortgage rates now? I don't even know. I'm spelling it all wrong. I'm spelling it all wrong. What are we looking at now? We're in the 5.6 to 6. Was 6.4 on a 30 year. Shh, I'm not seeing it. This is what I see. Your mortgage is gonna be about 3,200. So you saying that this person who coming home every paycheck with 3,200 at 113,000, one paycheck on average is probably gonna go to um it's probably gonna go to your mortgage. And if you live in a flood zone and you get hurt and you get sinkhole insurance and flood insurance, You got a HOA. I don't see the 113 for a household. Not for a household. Not even for an individual, right? Unless they gonna put and then they're gonna put some money down. I'm not seeing it. Sim, salute, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here. This is my thoughts, right? Because here we go. This is just here's my calculation. So 113. Because everybody always talking about, well, you can make it off of that, right? So 113, all right, times point 0.7, right? Divided by 12 is 659 a month. All right. Let's minus yours 1800 you got to put away for your 401k. You maxing it out. So you left with 4700 for the month. These numbers right here and this, let me change zip codes here. Let me do zip code. I don't know. We'll do that. Yeah, they still 3200. Yeah, we still 3200. So just a FYI, when y'all want to calculate these numbers, I hadn't even put in a car note yet. We just gonna go with, I'll be generous and go with $3,000 a month. You got 1791. You still got flood insurance, homeowners, HOAs. Yeah, 20% is 20% down is standard. 20% down is standard. However, you can go lower than 20% and do the 3.5. If you're doing an HAA, you can do 10%, you can do 15%. But then you're gonna get on top of that, PMI. So, you know, you gotta look at what that means as well too, and how long that's gonna stay on to your mortgage, right? Peter Investors, salute. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here. Right? So when you see articles like this, go run the numbers. Go run the numbers. They saying 113, but I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna need more than that. I think they're just saying that at a minimum to qualify. What you have not added into this is your credit card bills. If you got credit card bills, if you have children to pay for, if you have child support, if you got back taxes, if you got student loans, if you have medical bills that you got to pay, all those little things add up. You may have a disability, somebody may get sick, like there's so many things. The 113, I'm just saying, it's not gonna be what you think it is to cover that, right? All right, so D, I don't know if you saw this. Workforce development. Why did I bring this up? Because everybody has a workforce development inside of their city. What does that help you do? Helping you get more skills, especially if you've been unemployed, helping you to get more skills so you can earn more money. They're usually kind of general skills. They really sometimes don't really go in depth enough for me. They just trying to get people to work. And they usually are trying to get people to work at the 30 to 40, maybe 50 years of range. That's usually what I see. But let's talk about this because I found this article interesting. All right, the Workforce Development Agency in Hillsborough County and Pinellas County must merge back following a career source Florida vote. So now they're merging back into one, D. They was separate and now they're going back into one. Now there's some things going on in here of why this happened. All right, so Career Tampa Bay and Career Source Pinellas previously shared staff services until 2018. following a scandal involving inflated job placement numbers that promoted artificially high bonus for agency leaders. That's why I wanted to talk about this.
Scandalo.
So basically, they were saying, hey, we getting these grants, we putting people into these jobs, and we're doing it at this rate. But they was inflating numbers, which goes back to you and ID when we went to do that grant and we got denied and career. And this was 2018 when we did that.
I was just looking. I leaned in and look at the numbers. I was like 2018.
That's when we were working on trying to get grants for to help out in Pinellas County to get more people into tech from a Linux perspective. Now let's talk about this. Let's talk about this because this is the other side of getting helping you all out that y'all don't understand. Because we get this all the time. People say, why don't y'all do more locally in the community? Da 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 da. Woody woody woo. Let me tell you why. The gatekeepers. The gatekeepers that don't understand, and excuse my language, shit. They don't understand tech. They don't understand anything. Let me tell you, and it irks me to the fullest. And this is my mad rant today. Every time I go to talk about tech to somebody, and we're talking about Linux and we're talking about infrastructure, the first thing say you're gonna teach them how to code.
They're gonna
I
teach the
don't.
kids how to code. They're
I
teaching
don't
the
know
kids how
why.
to code. Women
I
in
don't
Linux.
know why. Everybody is always talking about you're gonna teach them how to code. It is not the only way to get in tech. If I say cybersecurity, they're like, oh yeah, they understand that now. Back then, when we started Women in Linux back then, nobody understand what we was talking about. Nobody understood Linux and security flowing together. No one understood Linux security and Kubernetes. They didn't understand none of that. Nobody understood none of that stuff. And it is still the same way. So you got a lot of these cities, especially like in St. Pete or even some of these other southern cities, and you go to their city councils and you're making an advocate for, you need to do this. We've been on the phone countless of times with countless of people. And the first thing they say, we say, hey, we're going to try to get people into tech. And we know that the people in tech, that if we go down this path, we can at least get them making $100,000. And the people be sitting on the phone like, oh, okay. They was like, if you can get them $100,000, why other people don't do it? If you can get them 100, we don't believe that. And it'd be us. It'd be people that look like us. They'll be sitting there, and then they don't understand tech. They don't understand what's going on. And you know why don't nothing ever happen in our community? Because the gatekeepers don't understand tech. They don't understand how money flows. They don't understand none of that stuff. They're not willing to learn. They're not willing to learn. So if you want to know why nothing ain't happening in your city, you go look and see who's signing off and who the gatekeepers are, and who you got to go sit down and talk to. Those are the people that'll be like, well, we don't know nothing about that. You know who else? You know what made me so mad? We were sitting on the phone and we're like, yeah, we're gonna do this Linux stuff. We're gonna do the RECE. We're gonna include Security Plus. We're gonna include AWS. We're gonna include GCP. We got everybody lined up. We went and got all these numbers. We got people lined up, ready. Everybody's ready. Blah blah blah. Blocka 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 blocka. We ready. Rah, rah, right? We ready. We get on the phone. And then it's like, yeah, y'all do y'all spill. We did our spill. We talking about it. We got the path set up. We got all the people that's supporting us set up. Now I don't want to call this person a bad name, but I am. And I'm not gonna call this person's name. Because I really don't even remember the person's name. Kind of deleted. I just remember the scenario. This person got on the phone and they said, I'm gonna teach people how to use Excel. I was like, what? This is what we're gonna teach the peoples. E- Excel,
The spreadsheet
Excel,
with
Excel.
Microsoft,
This,
you
this, it, wh- what
you
you
know you
didn't
can
say
go in the program and take the tutorials, correct?
like you did the person didn't say Excel for data mining or Excel for understand. It wasn't that. It was Excel to work to be a secretary. A secretary. A, se- a, se- this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm trying to take you up to the next level. When it comes to us, what gets promoted to us is Excel. We'll teach you some HTML. We might throw in a little Python. We might throw in the A plus and the network plus. That's what gets promoted to us, and it angers me so badly because it keeps you in a perpetual cycle, and I'm just gonna say it, of poverty. I'm sorry.
The recruiters used to teach you Excel when you was waiting for the job at Ronstein or something like Excel. Excel teach itself. All you gotta do is punch in the stuff. Excel say, nope. And then on top of that, to speed up this story, we got the skinny on it because they went ghost on us. Ghost. Mum's the word. All that work we did, they cut out our portion of the proposal because it was too expensive and ran with all the CompTIA stuff.
So when I
This
tell
was
you,
a high tech proposal.
so when I tell y'all we be trying, we be like I say, we be trying. When I tell you we're out here trying to advocate, I really, really want to work with the cities and stuff like that, but it's pointless. It's better to go out and do it on your own because they not in the industry. They don't see what's going on, and they can't even fathom. Like when I talk to people about this, that's why the 100K conversation angers me so much. When we talk about, hey, I know at a minimum we can at least get people to 100K with these jobs. People are like, well, how you gonna do that? I just
Because it's
showed you.
more than what they're currently making.
Yeah, because it's more than what they currently making, and there's no way that you could teach someone else how to get 100K and make more than I. This is the mindset in the community that pisses me off to the utmost. And this is why I do what I do. I come and bring out the content that we bring. It it cracks me up. And I had this conversation the other day, and I had this conversation multiple times. The only person that has ever given me a break didn't look like me, right? And I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to change it so that when you go into tech or when you go out there, you have somebody that look like you. He says, "Do you have to know Microsoft to start in tech? Because I want to start classes, but I don't. But I don't know. What I mean, no, no, you don't need to know. You just need to. You. I mean, I'm at this point. I'm assuming you know how to open up a Word document and type, and I'm assuming you know how to look up stuff in Excel. Like if you want to add up numbers or make columns or add rows. I
But
mean,
Microsoft is also such a broad term because there are many products under the Microsoft
yeah.
umbrella. And so it's just like, what part of Microsoft do you feel like you need to
Well,
learn?
I'm
Because
making an assumption.
Excel is part of the Office suite
Yeah, I'm
to
assuming it's probably.
process your Office documents.
Yeah, I'm assuming it was part of the conversation that we were just having. That's my assumption.
Right?
That was my assumption.
Shoot,
It be your own
I
people.
use Google Docs. I use the Google Workspace. Like,
Yeah, yeah, it be your own people. So those be my main rant. So let's get back into it. All right, all right. So The scandal involving inflated job placement numbers and prompted an artificially high bonus for agency leaders. Career Source Florida recommended that the consolidation to strengthen the regional ties and follow the lead of groups like Enterprise Florida, the state's economic development agency that lumps Hillsborough County and Pinellas into one region. And I kept telling them this when we would meet with the governor and all of them. And I was like, when you get outside of Florida, don't nobody believe y'all got tech, and don't nobody even care. I'm telling you. When we go to conference, people, when we go sit in front of venture capital, they're like, Florida got tech.
Oh, I can see Miami. Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
We
they
got
like Florida got
DOD
tech.
oozing out the dirt over here. Both look, pull up the map. Like not on the radar at all.
Yep. So right here, the leaders are both from both areas cited political differences between the two areas. That is what I'm saying. It is a lot of political hubbub between Tampa and St. Pete about who is what and where and why. And like if we go over to Tampa, they be like, oh, I'm like, we want to host that in St. Pete. They say, oh no, you got to stay over in Hillsborough County in order to do X, Y, and Z. I'm like, why? Like it don't make sense to me, the division between cities when we're talking about how to generate. Now, this is when St. Pete shines, right? Uh, oh, yeah, welcome to Tampa. You could go to Clearwater and go down to St. Pete Beach. La, 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 la. You could go to Sarasota. La, 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 la. Everybody want to include the good stuff,
What
but
do they do? La 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 la.
la, 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 that's what they do. But when it comes down to getting people together and the money and where the resources go, oh man, it's a big divide.
We gonna sell this beach. Oh,
Oh
we
yeah,
gonna get some of this sunshine.
you gonna get some of this beach money.
What? You gonna fish off this boat. You gonna drink on this pier.
That's the whole look. This be my favorite thing. That's the whole reason why we love Tampa Bay, St. Pete, Tampa Bay.
Gonna drink these drinks and you gonna eat these eats and ride these boats and just
You can
go
take
on
the
about
ferry
your little
over.
life.
Spend a lovely quaint day in Tampa Bay. Right?
I
But when
love
it come but when it come to teaching you Negroes,
it. Excel. They're gonna get you
that's
some
all I'm
Excel. You're gonna
saying.
get you some Excel. You're gonna get you a CompTIA.
I'm telling you,
And they're gonna put
the
and then
number one course that get pushed, the A plus.
and
Learn the
they're
A
gonna
plus.
make you take the
Once you
class
get
for 9 months at the community college
listen,
for
once
six
you get the A
thousand
plus,
dollars.
this is what get pitched. Once you get the A plus, you're gonna get you a good job. You're gonna get you a good job and you're gonna get the
At Tech
certification.
Data for
Yeah.
$2 an hour.
And then once you get the A plus, then you should work on the network plus. I've been in many of meetings where they be like, you ain't doing CompTIA. Like I'm like,
No, you don't have no CompTIA, sir.
you ain't doing CompTIA?
You need 50 cents an hour. You don't know computers. You don't know tech. Like
I'm
that
just
lady
trying to
told
tell
you,
you.
Tamika, where is your Linux skills? Do you even know Linux? Well, I don't. This resume does not reflect any Linux skills.
Lady, that's because you don't know Lenny.
Lady, you need to get off my phone. Don't call me back. Don't call me back. I need y'all. Who got the cocktails? It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah. So let me continue. All right. So, however, during the engagement sessions with both group stakeholders expressed frustration regarding having to work with two different local workforce development boards located within the same MSA, citing different processes, contract approvals, other administrative burdens that were deterrents to the engagement with the system. The Reimagining Education and the Career Help Act, a state law enacted in 2021, motivated the state board to make changes, according to the news release. The law was intended to streamline the workforce development resources to further elevate Florida's already number one in the nation in the nation talent pipeline. Right. So let's be petty. Let's be petty. So go look up
I'm
careers.
pulling up the Pinellas County economic development with the stats now. I'm putting it in the chat for
Let's go look at the professional skills workshop. This could career source Pinellas.
you.
All right. Look, you already see. Let's go talk about. Let's see their workshop. Weekly computer basics at Gulf to Bay, mock interview, in person, navigating employing in Florida, creating a professional resume, overcoming barriers, work on your elevator pitch, your LinkedIn virtual event. These are the workshops. Computer basics. That's what they got going on. So now let's look at centers and services. And we'll go look at programs too. Employment placement. Every city should have one of these. Professional workshops and career training and scholarships. Let's go look at career training and scholarships. All right, click here for a list of approved training providers and programs. I'm gonna blow this up so y'all get a list. Do you think I'm lying? All right, CompTIA. I'm only looking at the text stuff. CompTIA Network Plus, the Cloud Plus, CompTIA A Plus, Google IT. Yeah, this is what happens, right? And then I say, hey, let's bring in Linux. You don't see no Linux on here. You got the Cloud Plus, the Network Plus, or you got the Cloud Practitioner. I'm assuming it's probably AWS. Kevin, you laughing, but I'm being serious. You wonder why the local resources that are presented in these cities have these things, and then you try to go to the next level with the people there. It's a big gap. Okay, I can tell you what you can take off this list. You could take this A plus stuff and this network plus and cram them together. Because most people are not going to get hired to work at the data center unless that's their direct path. Most people are probably going to go, yeah, they don't even have security plus. Most people are not even going in that. They're not going to rack and stack. You're going to do something. You at this point, a mouse, a keyboard, a monitor, done. A plus done. Some memory, a hard drive. We done. Like what else do you need to know? Unless you're gonna be on the again. I always say this: these are things are promoted that'll help you become the work towards you becoming help desk. And people are like, well, it's nothing wrong with the help desk. It's nothing wrong with the help desk if you don't know what you can do after the help desk. And most people don't know what they can do after the help desk. And so they end up stuck there
And
for
let's
like
say for
3 or 4 days.
shits
Hold
and
on, hold
giggles,
on, hold
right?
on, hold on.
Wait, for shits and giggles, just go get the A plus book and read through it. You'll be surprised what you already know. That was just my sidebar. Like, go get it and read it.
But what I'm saying is, when you get to the help desk, most people get stuck there for 3, 4, 5 years, and that's way too long. Way too long. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Kevin. I'm trying to elevate this. And you tell me, oh no, people can't get hired. So this is why you see stuff. That's why you see these things like they at least got data analytics, but they said no certification currently being, I guess being no certification currently, but hoping to tie in the CompTIA data plus. They gotta have somebody to teach it.
No, they're saying then here go to class, but we not paying for the cert. They're not giving you a voucher. You got to pay for your own voucher.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying they don't. They're not. It's not included.
No,
So this is what you got. Was this what gets offered? This is what your 18-year-old, your 19-year-old, your 20-year-old. This is what they learn, and then you be wondering why they be behind the eight ball
no,
trying to
this is
learn.
what they giving people that don't have no job. This
And
is this is
I,
what you got to go as an adult when you get laid off your job and go collect unemployment. You have to take classes or based on your thing. Like when I got laid off and based on my employment status, I was they considered me an executive, and so I had to go take that 10-week class that we end up winning, that pitch class that my team ended up winning. But that was you had to go every day just so you can be busy. They get grant money just for people to be busy.
what did you want me to pull up on this Pinellas thing? You want to share your screen?
No, then I'm gonna overheat probably. Oh,
Okay.
the one of the things was the largest employers in Pinellas County, and I wanted to see the top five and what type of companies they are. Like that skill level, what you they training you on is not gonna get you in any of these companies in that capacity. And then I just pulled up that it was
Well,
just data.
you can talk to it because I'm not sure what you're looking for.
No, no, no. So you got to make that bigger.
Uh,
Don't do that. Just make it bigger.
Don't tell me to make it big. I know that. I can see that.
Good Lord. So even if you look at now, even if you look at the top companies here in this is just Pinellas County alone, Raymond James Finance Company, HSN, that's the Home Shopping Network, Tech Data, Spectrum, all these companies have tech. What is that learning an Excel sheet supposed to do to get you into these companies? Nelson, that's straight data. Like you said, there's not even an Excel. It's not even Excel for analytics. Jabil Tech Company, Honeywell Tech. Like, come on now. That it just doesn't match. The math ain't mathing. The skills ain't skilling.
That's all I'm saying. All right, my man rant is done. But I wanted to bring that up on what happened and why.
Oh, and here's the wait, let's see. No, that's
I'm about to go to the next top. All right. So the remote work scam. Have y'all seen about this? I posted this in the Slack. All right. So let's talk about this. All right. All right. One design firm tale of identity theft and how companies and job seeker alike can protect themselves from the deception. All right, here we go. And blow this up a little bit more. When I saw this, it was in my head. I want to say back up, because it's on. It was a clear in my head. That's what I was saying. In my head, that's what I was saying. Back up, because it's on. All right. You say they purposely want. I agree. They purposely want to do that. I also agree to the point where, for me, it doesn't make sense to do community events the way I want to do the events, because the mindset of anybody making over $100,000 is like, oh no, we can't do that. There's no way. Nobody's gonna nobody's gonna hire anybody that looks like you to make $100,000. And that's a big thing in our own community that we have to get over. We have this mindset that all we can do is 50,000, 60,000, 80,000. I don't know what that mind, I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't know what that is because I never saw myself at just at 50,000. I never saw myself like that. I saw myself way more than that. I was like, oh, okay, 50. Well, I wonder if I keep doing this and I add this, can I get 90? Can I get 100? Oh, I need to get over 100. I've made it a point to get over 100. But we got this mindset that we stuck like yo, if that person like if she made over 100, I see it online all the time. I see it all the time. That black woman or that black man don't make over 100,000. And I'll be like, man, why do y'all think 100,000 is like this? It is like this,
Unobtainable goal.
not even an obtainable goal. It is like how you bench press, you on the bench and you like I can do this, and it's just like I can lift this up. Like it's like, oh no, ain't no way in the world you could do that. And I'm like, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Tap. It's tap. That's what they
Yeah,
say. It's tap.
they hear it all the time. She capping. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, why is that the mindset? I'm like, man, I'm like 200 may not be the goal no more. It may be three. That's what
Or this
I'm in
one. Or
my
this
head.
one. My woman, she gotta work for me.
I'm
My
like,
women work for me.
I'm like,
That's what they do. They
what are
work
we
for me.
talking about? Like we're so stuck. And it's very, I don't say depressing.
It's
It's
depressing.
it gives
It's
me
oppressive too.
it gives me, let me say it, let me flip it this way, because this is what I think happens, and I could be in my own head when this happens. It gives me the mindset and the impression that when I walk in a room with other people, the automatic assumption is they don't have no money. And when I say that, I'm not talking about walking in the room with black people. I'm talking about walking in the room with Asians, Hispanics, and Indians. When we walk in the room, the automatic assumption is they don't have no money. And the automatic assumption immediately makes it 50 times harder, 100 times harder to pitch an idea, to pitch, to even have the start of the conversation, to even want to even engage with you, because you can already see the disdain on the person's face, because they be like, here they come with that fuck shit. Like, that's just what it looks like to me. And so to change that narrative and to change that conversation is, one, you need to be in the room. Two, you need to be in the room and have that experience behind you, right? Because everybody's gonna always test your waters. That's just what it is. It's just gonna always test you. They're always gonna poke the bear. They're gonna always see if you got it. They're gonna always see if you worked it. They're gonna always see if you're gonna maintain it. They're gonna always try to test you. They're gonna always put something. It's gonna always be an always. And so you can change that by having your own. But if I can't even teach you how to get there, and I got my own people stopping me from helping you to get there, and then you don't even follow up and do the things that I'm telling you that I know work because I do them and I've done them, and you fight me on it, then what the fuck we're here for? Like this is a waste of time. Like I'm gonna get beat up over here. I'm gonna get beat up over there. I'm gonna get beat up over there. What are we here for? If we just here, if you just want me to sell you the dream, that you can make $40,000, then I can sell you that.
That'll be available after lunch.
It's available now. You need after the live stream. I can sell you that now. Is that what
Woo!
you want? If that's what you think you're worth, then so be it. I can sell you that. But I know it's more to you. I know you're gonna need more than that. I know you're gonna need to do more than that to get
And
to
it's
that
power in numbers.
next
At the end of the
to
day,
that
it's
next
power
level,
in numbers.
right? And it's just so sad because I'm gonna go over some numbers today. And we're gonna talk about some numbers, and then we're gonna get into it. And then y'all gonna see. All right, so let's look at this scandal that's going on
Scandalo.
that you all need to protect yourselves from. It was a Sunday evening, and Jane Clark, co-founder of Brand Swan, a small digital marketing firm in Newark, Delaware, was alerted by her communications manager that they had received an alarming message. Someone has messaged them saying they had been hired by Brand Swan, but they weren't sure if it was legit. Clark knew immediately that the person messaging them had not been hired. Nobody had, because Brand Swan is run by a very small team who hadn't been hiring. We kept getting more and more requests that night, and voicemails and LinkedIn messages. I was immediately on it for 2 days straight. Clark set up a former Brand Swan website for people to report fake recruitment messages that claim to be from them, allowing them to track some of the Gmail messages and the scammers were using and reporting them to Google. It was the first time a small tech forward company had been hit by a recruiting scam. The grift. A whole scam is basically to pretend to be Brand Swan and act like we're hiring, Clark said. And then what happens after that is that an email list of people get notified that they applied for this job and that they got it. The targets didn't apply to work for Brand Swan, but some assumed the company found their resume on Indeed on a similar job site. After job seekers may have applied to so many jobs that they didn't question it, right? Especially since it was kind of job that was highly sought after, a well-paying remote job as a graphic designer. While many of the more than 100 people who reported the suspicious message did so after the first contact, some responded to an initial email, which informed the recipient that they were scheduled for a virtual interview at a certain date and a certain time, right? At least one person contacted Clark after the interview stage. Brand Swan is a woman owned company with women in its leadership roles. The interview was with two men who appeared to be somewhere overseas, right? Once the target is hired, they're told that they're going to send them money to help them set up for office expenses, which requires the target to give them their bank account information, which they say they'll use to send your paychecks. So basically, they impersonating the company, they interview you, they tell you you got the job, then they go through the process of saying, hey, we want to make sure you get all your office expenses. Someone else is probably going to contact you from such and such. I am part of this office. Send us your info, and we'll set you up with your new laptop, your desk, your headphones, the whole nine, right? So I want y'all to be aware of this because this can easily happen to anybody.
Easy.
This is an easy scam, right? So here we go. I'm glad to inform you that due to your level of experience and your working skills, the company has decided to hire you as one of the graphic designers remote. On behalf of our firm, I congratulate you on your achievement. You are now offered an opportunity to be a part of the Brand Swan LLC team. We believe your knowledge, skills, and experience would be ideal fit for our team and making a significant contribution to overall success of the company. You will receive your duties via email, and I will be online to walk you through your task. You will be undergoing a 3 to 5 day online training via Skype immediately after setting up your mini office. We are starting we're starting you with $45 an hour. You receive your pay weekly via wire transfer, direct deposit, or check, depending on what you prefer. Benefits include health and dental insurance, employee wellness, and paid time off. You'll be enrolled in other benefits after the period of 3 months of working with us. We're going to be communicating virtually till to after 5 days of working with us. Subsequently, a user and I guess should be a username and password will be given to you, including an uplink to our company server and a list of contact phone numbers to various departments will be sent to you, including all our necessary forms to fill out. Before you start work, you receive a payment with or check, which will be used to set up your mini office by purchasing office equipment and software needed to start your training and work. You will be receiving an employment letter via HR via email and to sign later today. Our aim is for you to start your training as possible. You wouldn't you wouldn't think twice about that, right? So people are even scamming on the interviews. You're getting scammed on the interviews. So how do you combat that? All right. So how do you combat that? Let's talk about that. One, you can have a discussion to say, hey, I would prefer to be see you via Zoom. You can also confirm that by saying, hey, I would like to, get your information so you can look the person up on LinkedIn and then go look at the company website to see if you can find the person. Also, you can combat that and say, hey, I want to talk to somebody in HR as well too. All right. You can also even come back and also say, hey, I would like to have this phone conversation recorded as well too. Take a screenshot of who was talking to you. Also, the phone number in which they calling from. You need to make sure you get that phone number so you can trace that back in case you got to get in touch with the company, the time of day, how long the call was, where it originated from, all those things, right? You need to do your own due diligence on that, right? You need to do your own due diligence on that, right?
I
Yep,
was
get
just
on the phone.
busting out somebody in LinkedIn, a recruit. You know those recruiters that call you from somewhere and they got all this stuff and they want you to send no. How what's the salary range? Oh, you went ghost? Not okay. You got to hold these people accountable.
Interview process and salary range, right? The other thing too is there you also have to be mindful of who you're sending your resumes to because some people do ghost you when you send those resumes over because they take your resume and they tailor it for their friends or whatnot and tell them to put this stuff on their resume and then they take your resume and they may switch your name out, right? So I prefer to send PDFs of my resume versus a Word document. Ask people if they can do a Word document versus a PDF versus a Word document. This week I got 3 or 4 emails for the same job in one morning. I did some research and the job position was closed a while back. The emails came from people from India. Yeah, the Indians got all the job recruitment stuff on lock, right? All right, so that's that. And they go into more organized crime and talk about how spoof companies and job seekers can work together. I get it this because it's a long article. I want y'all to read this as well too. When you get a chance, I give it a D. It's actually posted in Slack already in the general channel, but if those of you that want to read this, you can read this. All right, so let's look at these jobs. So I have pulled up these jobs, and there's a reason why I pulled these jobs up. There's a reason for this. So I pulled this job up that is based out of Missouri. And people are like, why are you talking about Missouri? There's a reason why I'm talking about Missouri. Let me find my article here so we can get into Missouri. Let me see. Uh, no. Oh, I don't have it on here. Oh, shame on you, Tam. So the reason why I was bringing up Missouri is because there is an article floating around about the cities for women and in general about where the largest gap in not in employment but in salary is. Iowa was one of the top ones. Let me see if I see it. No, I don't see it. Oh man, I thought I had it here. Hold on, let me look if this it. No, that's our fidelity link. That's our fidelity talk. I don't have it on here. I'm sad now. But anyway, on the bigger and better things of why I brought this up too. See, I'm looking. Security. No. 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 That's petty T stuff right there. No. All right. So listen. The other reason why I brought this up too, Missouri is one of those ones. But another reason why I brought this up, 117 to 119 an hour on a contract. So a lot of y'all may not want to work W-2. You may want to work 1099, right? So 119, let's go with one. Let's even kill. Let's do 118 an hour times 40 hours. That's it, in a week and multiply that by 52 weeks. That's to 245 a year for contract work for 1099. Get your own insurance, do your own thing, right? So I try to inform y'all like where y'all need to be at, right? If you're gonna do contract work, especially if you're doing DevSecOps, right? A minimum at 100, a minimum at 100, minimum. I prefer 150, but I get it. Sometimes those are hard to find, but if you can stay in that range of being around $100 an hour, that helps. Now you're 1099, right? Now you're 1099. Gotta find your own insurance though, but that's just another thought there. All right, that's one. Here's another one. Senior Azure DevOps Architect, 140 to 160 an hour. Let's go with the 150 in between. I'm doing just in between from 140 to 160. So we do 150 times 40, and then let's multiply that by 52 weeks. You're at 312. 312, 1099. 312 at 1099. I'm just giving you a different site, a different way to look at stuff when you search. You don't always have to search for W-2. You can search for contract work, right? Mix it up. Mix it up, right? It's not necessarily about just getting in the door. Some people want you to stay with them. We had Mario on here last week talking about working at Delta, where you're working, where you're doing contract work with Delta. Some people want to stay permanent contractors. They don't want none of that, right? So you again, it depends on how you see yourself, right? Yep, 312 as a contractor ain't bad. I agree, right? All right, so now let me see. Let's get this. I'm getting messaged. Oh, it ain't up. Oh, it went away. So let me go get it. ATMs, yes. And let me go get. I have a job up here for y'all. Hold on. It's dividends, but let me get my job that I had for y'all. I know where it's at. Go get it. I thought I had it still sitting up here, but that's okay. We about to pull it up. This is for you, crypto folks, right? It's for you, crypto folks. All right, I posted this in Slack too, right? portfolio manager, quant, crypto trader, with Selby Jennings, 1 million plus for the salary here. All right. There are some tax advantages. You are treated as a company at that point. And CTO advisor was just up here last week. Was just up here last week. So you create your LLC and run as your LLC. Don't run it under your name. Don't run it under your 1099 under your name. Go as your LLC. All right. There are some tax advantages. So let's talk about it. And we'll get back to this job. 1099 tax advantages. Again, my best advice is go seek someone to help you with that as well too. But this is just some small ones, right? All right, so let's go down here. Let's jump down here. Let's keep going. Let's keep okay. Entertainment and fringe benefits deduction, and these may change. You best place to go is IRS website. They got on here. Let me see, eliminated or changed deductions, right? Entertainment and fringe benefit, employees parking, mass transit or commuting expenses, domestic production activities and deduction, local lobbying expenses deduction, so forth, right? But it said key provisions that are set up to expire in 2025 are your QBI deduction, your SALT deduction cap, standard deduction will return to pre CJ, TCJ, TCJA levels, and income tax rates will return to pre TCJA levels. It is important to note that tax laws are constantly changing and that these provisions may be modified or extended at some point in 2025. They're reviewing the most common self-employed taxes and deductions. It's necessary to keep you updated on changes required to your quarterly estimated payments. Right. Self-employment refers to Medicare and Social Security taxes that self-employed people must pay. This includes freelancers and independent contractors and small business owners. The self-employment tax rate is 15.3%, the 12.4% for Social Security, and 2.9% for Medicare. Employers and employees share self-employment tax. Each pays 7.65. So that's why you work, so you get some help on your taxes and your benefits. But if you make enough money when you may be pulling 300 to 400,000 on 1099, and you pay your own benefits, depending on if you're single or if you're married, you have to look around and search around for that, right? You can probably get some insurance probably better depending on the company, right? People who are fully self-employed pay for both parts themselves, and they're talking about self-employment tax there. An additional 0.9% Medicare tax rate applies if the income is above a certain threshold. And for 2023, they got it right here. So you married filing jointly, it's 250. Married filing separately, 125. Single 200,000, head of household or widower with a dependent 200,000. The income thresholds for Medicare tax apply to self-employment and income and your combined wages, compensated and self-employment income. So if you have $100,000 in self-employment income and your spouse has 160 in employee wages, you'll have to pay the additional Medicare tax of 0.9% on the 10,000 by which your joint income exceeds 250. That's why I like Investopedia. They at least give you examples, right? So they go in here to paying extra on your taxes to being your own boss is no fun, right? Again, this is because the IRS treats employee portion of the self-employment tax as a business. But then you also have your SEP IRA that you can set up as well too, so you can help with these tax strategies and you can dump money in there from an employee and employer perspective, right? So that's another advantage, right? Let me go down here to see if they got it. Your home deduction. They talk about how to calculate the home deduction, your internet and phone bill deductions, your health insurance premiums deduction, your meal deductions, right? Travel deduction, vehicle use deduction, especially if you have to travel to a site or something of that nature. Interest deduction. Interest on the business loan from a bank is a taxable deductible business expense. If a loan is used for the bit for both business and personal uses, then the business portion of the loan interest expense is allocated based on the allocation of the loan proceeds, right? Dues and publication deductions. The cost of specialized magazines, journals, books directly related to your business is a tax deduction as supplies. I wonder if you can get YouTube ads as a tax deduction.
That's
I
marketing.
wonder if you can get YouTube ads as a tax deduction.
Yeah, that's marketing.
I mean, I'm talking about the block them. You could block the ads on YouTube if you pay for the little premium subscription,
Yes, I would. I would. All of that expenses.
right? Membership dues or fees, you can't deduct them for belonging to clubs organized for business pleasure, recreation, or any social purpose. Examples include country clubs, golf and athletic clubs, hotel clubs, sporting clubs, airline clubs. However, the IRS makes exceptions for groups that it considers that do not exist for entertainment purposes, such as business leagues, chamber of commerce, real estate boards, trade associations, professional organizations such as bar associations and medical, civil or public service organizations, business leagues. Education deduction. Any expenses you want to deduct must be related to maintaining or improving your skills for your existing business. So those skills that you want to get and your 1099, yep. Business insurance deduction, right? You got to have business insurance, right? Rent deduction. If you rent out an office space, you can deduct that amount, right? Startup costs, right? The IRS requires you to deduct major expenses over time rather than all at once as capital expenses. However, you can deduct up to $5,000 in business startup costs in the first year of active trade of your business. Advertising deduction, retirement plan contributions deduction. One deduction you can take going into business for yourself that is incredibly worthwhile is deduction for self employed retirement plans, such as your SEP IRA, your solo 401k, right? Office supply deductions, right? So those are just some general ones. There's probably way more that you can do on a as being an employee. I think CTO advisor had something up there that you had on the screen. I didn't get a chance to read it. Oh, you do? You deduct your YouTube premium fees? If you pay tithe through your LLC, you can deduct that. If you do tech R&D, the first 1 million of your income is tax free, right? If you set up an S corp, you only have to pay taxes on the money you withdraw from your LLC, right? I'm just giving y'all a different perspective of versus W-2 versus 1099. Some of you probably do better doing 1099 for a while to get in tech, right? Some of you may do better 1099 just to get in tech. I would. It's also person dependent. Let me say that. Their situation, right? But the reason why I would do it is because in that way you get an idea of like, okay, I gotta discipline myself, I gotta set up this, I gotta set up that. You're self-employed, you do your thing, and maybe you only work with contractors, right? Maybe you just contract for a while. But it's
And
nothing
maybe
wrong.
part time. It might not be a full time thing. It might be part time, just enough so you can get your foot in the door.
Yeah, and
Get
it's
your business.
another thing I want to say. Just because you 1099 don't mean you're less of an employee. It doesn't mean your skill sets are less. What it does teach you is one, how to market your skill set, two, how do you know what you're worth, what your skill set is worth, and number three, you most definitely will be looking at what skills do you need to have so you can eat and pay your bill.
Oh, 'cause it takes discipline. It takes a whole lot of discipline.
Right. So when you start looking at it like that, again, I always emphasize you treat yourself as a business. It's a reason for that. So let's get back to this $1 million job, D. All right. So this is from Selby Jennings. Let me click on the link and let's hop over to Selby Jennings. All right. That's so nice. It don't come up. I gotta log in for it. Oh, you gotta be killing me. Hold on. Let me go over here. Let me see. Because I wanted to pull the job up. I wanted to pull the job description up. Let me see the comments though. It says they don't offer internships. Let me see. We'll occasionally hire for entry level roles depending on the needs. They're a trading firm, by the way. Let me let him know now. Going over this position, my live right now. Let Joe know. All right, so let's see. Let me see if I can uh, get logged in here. Oh yeah, I knew. I thought I did this, but we'll see. Hold on. I might have did. I don't know. Let me see. Let me sign up. Yeah, I think I know I pretty much did this the other day because I wanted to go to their. Let me see if I can just go to their site without signing up. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't want to sign up. Okay, let's go here and let's go view jobs. All right, that one was a quant. Look at that. Let's see, quant researcher, Singapore, Hong Kong, ABS quant strategist, front office. What was the name of this one? Portfolio manager. So let's go and look up portfolio manager. All right, here we go. All right, that's Hong Kong. So I think it's this one right here, systematic, maybe crypto trader. I think it might be one of these two. This one, the systematic portfolio manager. It may. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Let's go here. I don't think it's in Hong Kong though. But here we go. Let's just look at what they're talking about. So they want you to be familiar with Python and SQL, solid experience in high frequency trading, market making, options trading, or market neutral long short. A BS in computer science, engineering, or other related fields, fluent in English, and a team player. Job responsibilities is construct a portfolio of high frequency systematic trading strategies, provide development requirements for and assist the development of execution model, margin and risk monitoring module, and back testing framework work, position and risk reporting tools, participate in all aspects of trading operation, right? Now, if you're not cool with those jobs, you can come over here and look and see they got all these other jobs, right? So let's go look at financial technology. They got a product manager, a software engineer, an engineering manager, another software engineer, C sharp, a compliance officer, DevOps, C Sharp trading and system development, global hedge fund, C++ developer. This is in Europe. And we could filter, it says Chicago on there, but you can filter out up here by location. You can just do North America or United States. You go search there. And then here was everything in North America, or I should say the United States. 275 to 300,000 for senior quantitative developer, software engineer, a senior credit risk manager, a senior manager technology risk, senior manager technology risk. Um, those that are looking at this that come from a financial background, this is something that you can look into as well. Um, to let's see, find portfolio manager, portfolio management associate, private credit, actuary modeling, vice president, right? And again, they also have. Don't you don't think they got cloud over here? So let's go here and type in cloud. I may have to back out of this particular one, but Azure cloud architect 140 to 150, senior cloud infrastructure engineer 150 to 300, senior Azure cloud infrastructure engineer 150 to 300, QIS quantitative developer 200 to 400, software engineer negotiable, AWS Windows engineer 200,000 to 300,000. Out here in Boulder, C++, that's probably going to be about 200. And they have to give you, if it's Colorado, they have to give you the range. Enterprise network specialist, 100,000 to 220 plus a yearly bonus. A tech lead, that's in Austin. And we'll go over here to the next page and we're going to move on. Internal data infrastructure development analyst, a voice engineer, 110 and 120, senior DevOps negotiable, internal audit and finance, 95 to 118, power and gas structuring price manager, never ever heard of that before, but 140 to 220, right? So again, everything that I mentioned here is over 100,000. We didn't see nothing in here under 50. Thank you so much for uh, the donation of your time, CTO advisor. We appreciate you. Again, thank you, double A E. Again, when we're talking about these jobs and these skills, the A plus is the start, and the sky is the limit. From data mining to C plus plus to Rust to Go to Rust, Go, Python to C Sharp to Java to Linux to Windows, from AWS to GCP or Azure. From there to from Terraform to GitLab, from GitLab to GitHub, to Circle CI to Jenkins, to cybersecurity, cloud mapper, cloud custodian, uh, uh, anything dealing with security, down to container security, host security, Packer, uh, anything dealing with Falco, SysDid, LaceWorks, Datadog, ServiceNow. Um, I'm sure I left like a whole slew of other things out, but you get the point. Get the skills, skill stack, get the job. Kubernetes, of course, network operators, how to create them, right? All those things matter. Every skill counts. Every skill matters. Um, be the solution, right? All right. So that was the $1 million job that I looked at, right? Now I found this interesting. Um, and I'm gonna go back to some. I'm not gonna go there just yet. Now, don't pull it up just yet, D.
What?
Don't pull it up just yet. Don't pull up the screen just yet.
If you're here for all this information, these gems that are being dropped, go ahead and drop a three in the chat.
So let's stay along these lines. We ain't go shift just yet. Um, what I did pull up is this right here. The 15 largest engineering companies in the United States.
You ready?
Yeah, this came out May 21st, May 27th of 2021. All right, so what are the 15? And they got them under the largest construction engineering in the United States. And on this list here, it is the largest advertising companies. You don't think they got tech? You don't think law firms have tech? Insurance companies, consulting firms, photography companies, marketing companies. They're just broken out by different subjects or different types of companies. But every last one of these companies have tech. And I wanted you to have this list so you could go do your own due diligence on what type they have, right? So this is just a construction company. Um, Tetra Tech in Pasadena, the estimated revenue was 3.21 billion. You can go look them up and then see what type of tech do they have on that breakdown, right? And for those companies, because I'm guarantee you they got somebody that's probably running their back office, maybe with Oracle or something of that nature, right?
Oh, and it's on the NASDAQ. It's being traded.
Yep. Um, the Erupt Group, $2.072 billion. They're out of New York. WSP, $463 million in 2020. They're out of New York. Terracon, Olathe, Kansas. I don't know what Olathe, Kansas is, but it just reminds me of the Golden
I
Girls.
was about to say, is that where Rose Nyland is from? It sounds like where the Rose Nyland is from.
Right. Um, Langan Engineering Environmental, out of Persephone. Is that how you say it? I don't know.
Parsippany.
Persephone. Okay, Persephone. Persephone. Out of New Jersey, 250. Jensen Hughes out of Baltimore. IMEG Corp out of Rock Island, Illinois. KPFF Consulting Engineers out of Seattle. Affiliated Engineers out of Rockville, Maryland. Henderson Engineers. Boston. Vanderwill Engineers. Uh, Another Olison. Walter P. Moore. Simpson Gumpertis. Is that how you say it? We're gonna skip it. The Siska Hennessy Group out of Dallas, and that was it. But let me go back up because there are law firms, insurance companies, photography companies, consulting firms. I just want y'all to get out of the habit of thinking you can go only work at the big companies or what you consider the big companies. And these other companies all have tech, right? They all have tech. Just what I want y'all to know. Yep, law firms, AI, photography companies, more than likely AI, multi-level marketing companies. You don't think they got AI and data? You don't think they got some kind of cloud? I want you to start looking at stuff from the bigger lens, the bigger perspective, right? Multi-level marketing companies research summary. The largest multi-level marketing companies in the US is Amway. Amway. You don't think Amway has data? How about the Home Shopping Network, HSN?
That's all they run on is data.
right? So, Amway, Home Shopping Network. Let's go look at them. HSN Careers. Let's see. Let's go to their website and let's go to jobs. Let's see down here, careers. Let's see what they got. Let's just hit search. And let's see, we got 40 live results, retention marketing and streaming, social marketing manager. So those of you that like social media, those that want that like, hey, I don't want to live all my life on YouTube, right? You can take your talents to HSN, um, lighting assistant. Let's see, on-call copywriter. Let me blow this up too because it's small on the screen there. Never heard of this before, but an on-call scenic stylist, bilingual customer service specialist to work from home, speak two languages, want to sit at home, HSN got you. A streaming optimization and program manager, right? We got image and photo studio assistant, right? What else we got? Live stream production operations lead, a full stack software engineer, Java and React, hiring in multiple locations. A senior manager streaming strategy, hiring in Pennsylvania and New York. In St. Pete, they're looking for a software engineer for digital marketing. An on-call associate property master. I don't know what that is, but there it's on call, probably 1099. There you go. Right? And Amway. Let's go Amway. And let's look at careers in Amway. Scroll down here. Let's see what they got. Immediately from the breakdown, they got aviation, engineering, information technology, marketing, supply chain, data and analytics, finance, internships, quality assurance, sales, manufacturing, human resources, and digital. You pick one you want to go into. I'll go with I'll do information technology, engineering, and data analytics. So right here off the rip, somebody was asking about how I find internships. Here's internships, right? IT security specialist, a senior software developer. They got an intern for software development and site reliability and cloud engineering, a program manager, strategic insights, a machinist, and they got 68 different jobs. I'm not gonna go through each page. Let's go over here to data analytics. Data analyst, an associate forecast analyst, a senior data analyst, a senior data management analyst, DevOps engineer, a senior sales planning executive, a regulatory and product safety analyst, a senior treasury analyst, a senior trade analyst, an IT manager for product engineering, senior engineering quality, senior network engineer, IT security specialist, right? And they got some stuff overseas. Again, y'all want to work at you want to work for a job and if you want to travel overseas, get a job that allows you international travel within the company so you could just transfer jobs however you feel like it. Job like you don't think Walmart is international, McDonald's is international, KFC is international. They all have tech. You could work at those companies as well too, right? where you can do things. You is Verizon international? Somebody look up and see if Verizon is international. We know Microsoft is. We know Amazon is, right? But again, if you want to travel overseas, find the jobs utilizing your tech skills that allow you to go overseas, right? So engineering, let's go under engineering. Senior network engineer, software developer, a nutrition process engineer, a DevOps engineer, IT security specialist, software developer, an intern for software development, value chain delivery. Now, let's ask this question. D, do you do you all and everybody else, do y'all still get the coupons in the mail?
You know we get coupons in the mail.
Right? You don't think those companies, one of them is Valpak. You don't think they got tech? Let's go down here to careers. Let's go search openings. All right. So a data solution specialist right off the rip. Let's view all, see what all they got. We got some advertising. Look for all the engineer stuff I can find. A research analyst. Let's look at, let's type in cloud just to see if we pull back anything. Nothing cloud there. Security. Nothing there. And let's look up data again. Research analyst, data solution specialist, and they may farm out. They may do a third party. They may have somebody that come in and manage. Anybody ever heard of RealQuest? Know before RealQuest. Those are other companies as well too, right? I'm not sure what you need the link for, a Queen Lee. Which on what? Amway? I'm not sure what you need the link for. Or are you talking about the 10 largest marketing multi-level marketing companies? I'm not sure that one. So you got Amway on here, Herbalife, hey, Herbalife, Avon, Mary Kay, Prime America, New Skin, Melaleuca, Tupperware brands. I never heard of this one over in Lake Mary. What is this? I want to say je ne sais quoi. Whoever they are. KC, thank you for the super chat, super sticker. We appreciate you. Right? Rodan and Fields, 1.5 billion. Right? So all these companies got tech. They all got data. Their data got to get stored somewhere. The data got to get secured. These things are all things that you companies that you can go figure out if you want to work for them or not, and potentially maybe international companies too. I don't see Mary Kay just being sold here just in the United States. Right, I put the link in the back chat. D can post that link. I'll save that one. I'm looking at a link. I'll save that one. Okay. So let's lead into this. Let's talk about you folks in Atlanta. All right. Inability to buy homes is a threat to retaining Black talent in Atlanta. Gatekeepers. Yeah, those security companies need security specialists. Is right. DOJ, TSA. Yep, I got all of that up here. Right. So again, when I talk about what you doing in these cities and what y'all, how much money y'all making, and y'all keep trying to tell me that y'all can do it on 47 or $40,000, I just be looking at you like, where you buying at?
You living.
I was online and this chick was saying that she pays two for a two bedroom, two bath. She pays $590 for it. And she was like, she live in Atlanta. I was like, where in Atlanta do you live that you pay $590? And she said she wasn't on Section 8. I'm like, where? Because I know you don't live in. So once she said where she lives, she was like, she live in Calhoun. I like, girl, that ain't Atlanta.
Girl, you live in Tennessee. What are you talking about? That ain't Atlanta.
That ain't even
You live in Georgia.
that
How
ain't
about
even
that?
Smyrna.
You live in Georgia. You do not live in
They
Atlanta.
ain't even Cartersville. Like, girl,
What are you talking about?
Calhoun. Do anybody live in Calhoun? What's in
That
Calhoun?
lady there.
What's in Calhoun? What is the hell is in Calhoun? Girl, we used to play them in football. Calhoun, Georgia. Big country boys.
Gordon County. Where the hell? Who- Gordon
Calhoun.
County, Georgia. You stay in the countryside.
Yeah.
You stay in the countryside. That's where you stay. You stay in the countryside.
Calhoun. Girl, stop. All right. So the inability to buy homes is a threat to retaining talent, the retaining black talent, right? So what they're saying is you're not making enough money to buy the house. And I could have moved back to Atlanta a numerous amount of times. What'd you say?
You stay in Tennessee.
Yeah, I could have moved to Atlanta a countless a number of times, but Atlanta never wanted to pay, so I never moved back. Right? She the only one that lived there. Man, I had to go look it up too.
That's almost a Chattanooga.
It's
Like,
it's,
girl,
it's closer to Tennessee than it is to Atlanta. It's an hour and 2 minutes from Tennessee, and it's an hour and 40 minutes from Atlanta.
she,
The mainstream has
it's probably and
have
from the
been
map.
pushing negative home ownerships to the surface. CNBC did a long segment about it. Yep.
She almost hit Alabama. It's like she might live in Alabama. Like,
So this is what I'm saying before I get into this article. What I want y'all to understand is just my own personal thoughts, my own personal opinion. I think certain tech skills get promoted to us. And I think those certain tech skills that get promoted to us keeps us at the barrier to entry versus the barrier to greatness or possibility of. And somebody may say, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it if the person knows there are other things that they can do outside of what's being presented to them. But normally, what happens is somebody goes down this lane and they don't shift until 7 to 10 years out. That 7 to 10 years, they have lost a lot of money in terms of just skills and job promotion and so forth, right? So I normally think of it that way. What's going on, Yusuf? How you doing? That's my personal thought. You may not agree with it, but if you look at what gets promoted to you and what you see come your way when it comes to getting tech skills, I have no problem with CompTIA. I have a problem with that CompTIA is the only thing that's promoted, right? That's what I have a problem with. They pay better now, but they didn't pay better then. If you ever hear anything, if you ever hear anything get promoted to us, what we hear is go get your A plus, go get your network plus, go get your cloud practitioner. And then you'll find a sector of people that look like us that say, hey, you need more than that. But what gets promoted to us is just the bare minimum. And that bare minimum is nothing wrong with it. It's just not the only thing. You barely hear people talk about Linux being promoted to you. I when we started in the game, people weren't even talking about Linux. They was like, they still to this day they be like, it's a programming language we gonna teach. So
Teaching
yeah,
the kids how to code.
yeah, right. So with that being said, I want you all to reshift your mindset, and stop looking like, how do I get in tech? How do I thrive in tech? How do I make my money in tech? Right. Again, I got some petty stuff I want to talk about. It is gonna be a long stream today. We're not gonna do the other show. But I got a lot of stuff to discuss. But again, I just want you to really pay attention to what's marketed to you. And then ask the question, well, what's the interview process to get a job, and what does the job actually pay over the long run, right? And when I say the long run, some people consider 3 years a long time. Some people consider 5 years a long time. So you have to ask that question. If you get a job paying you 40,000 and you stay in it for 3 years, and in them 3 years you only made 47,000, you got to look at what your you got to look at what that means, right? It's a lot of time. It's a lot of skills, a lot of things that happen in them 3 years. And there's some people who can come in making 50,000 and jump immediately, get a cert, do some hard work, some hard networking, and jump to 110. I've seen it done. I've done it. I've seen other people do it. Hey, BB, thank you for the congratulations there. Right? Well, what I'm simply saying to you is this: what gets marketed to you is here, right? It's here. I'm trying to get you up to here. I'm trying to get your mindset up to here. It's a reason for that. Because when I see articles like this that scream, hey, the inability to buy a home is a threat to Atlanta retaining Black talent, that screams other signals to me. That screams to me that you can't even buy a house, so you can't even start the journey of even having your own and let it build equity. And as much as people say a house, if you buy a house, it's not don't look at it as an asset, right? Whatever, whatever you say, whatever y'all want to call that, you can fight that. You can debate that all you want to, but it could be an asset if you buy a house and you house hack and you got a 4 bedroom and you got 3 roommates in there that's paying your rent, and now you're earning money off of it, and now you take that money that you're earning and go buy another house, rent the room out that you living in, and go buy another house. But if you don't have no skill sets and you don't have no money and you're not a part of any of your programs and your credit score is bad and you struggling just to breathe every week and you got to drive an hour and a half because you live in Stone Mountain or you live in Conyers and you got to drive, yeah, and you got to drive way up to Perimeter Mall or Gwinnett County, wear and tear on the car,
Wear
hour,
and tear on your life.
I mean,
Mental.
it's just a lot of factors there. And now you're saying you don't even have the talent, so you can even get into the house, so you can't get into the neighborhood in which you work in, so you can cut down the commute. Because 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have to rent. Now you're paying somebody else bill. You'll and you hope that that company that you working with or that you renting an apartment from has it set up to show that you got a history of paying your rent on time if they got the program, but they may not have a program, but your car break down because it's on you're on the highway, you're in Atlanta, you're going around the perimeter, you dippity do, you want to catch a happy hour, you want to yada 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 yada, you want to do all of that, you want to pose, you want to tickety tockety, you want to bada yada 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 yada. You don't see all that, like you want to do all of that. And all I'm simply saying to you is you can't even find a place to live. You don't even have enough talent in the city. So you know what I keep preaching this. You're gonna start seeing things change. People are not gonna not have talent. They're not gonna not have that. It's just not gonna happen. Right? So let's talk about it. All right, coming to Atlanta to attend Clark University for the first time in my life, I was in the majority. I moved from white suburbia going to college down here. Let me blow this up. Down here, you're among a whole bunch of educated young black people with dreams. It was really a cool experience. That's what attracts so many of us to Atlanta. Atlanta presented so much of an opportunity. It's where you stay out the club, right? It still does. But when you take a look at, huh? What? Oh, I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it, right? It still does, but when you take a look at home ownership rates and housing affordability, you start to see that there's a drastic disparity among black, white, Hispanic, and Asian households, and black people are doing the worst, right? It's worse post pandemic. And it's staggering to see in a city that is known for starter homes and affordable housing. Affordability attracts all these young, talented black people. I guess we will always attract new black talent because of our HBCUs. We have the largest consortium in the world, but we have to retain talent. There are other ways to grow wealth, but if black people can't purchase homes, that's a threat to the city's black middle class. Anybody who can't afford a home here is going to look elsewhere. We got to increase the housing inventory at the right price point, or you increase your skill sets and get better jobs. I'm going with that.
But it won't be in Atlanta. You're gonna have
So,
to move.
let's look at this chart because I predict that this chart is probably similar to other cities, right? So increasing home ownership among people of color is a way to increase generational wealth and close the racial wealth gap, according to Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies with which cities the U.S. Bureau's Housing Vacancy Survey. The racial home ownership gap between black and white residents is at a 50-year high. You're welcome, Engineering Cannabis. The Linux Links and Tam, thanks for showing us the 250K is possible and attaining it. It's 250K and more. You got to put a plus on that, my G.
And homes are starting now in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, at 500K, and then the type of house you get, and you like, this is trash.
It is what it is, right? But over half a century, black homeowners in Atlanta have grown faster than any other major metro city. This could be in part because of the increased migration from black Americans to the South, a reversal of the great migration of the 20th century. As of 2019, Atlanta was second only to New York City for the number of black homeowners. Preliminary data shows that for 2021, black home ownership in Atlanta increased significantly, making it number one metro area, right? So we talking about what we look like in the 90s. We know it. Can't you see what you do to me? Then 96 hit the Olympics. So I know about this right here. We know about this. We know what sparked this here, right? And then some. And then we look at what's going on with DC. DC, y'all almost flatlining in DC. Same way with Philly, almost flatlining. And New York is up, right? So New York and Atlanta. But we already know it's a lot of New Yorkers in Atlanta. We know. We know. Y'all been there for decades. We know.
You get
No
tired of
hate.
living in a box with the rats and the roaches.
I'll be tired of living with rats crawling all over me too.
Just just on your shoulder, chilling, like,
Like the guy had that rat crawling on him on the subway.
and kissed them in the mouth. Oh, no, no,
Well, that was one of them. There was another one too. Right?
no, no.
Yep. So, along with Christy K, Neighborhood Works Reinvestment Corporation, I've been tapped to chair the new home ownership work group that's part of House ATL, a cross sector group of civic leaders that is an official City of Atlanta entity. What does that mean? I don't know. And focus on creating affordable housing. We just had our first meeting, and our main initiative is 6 by 26. We're working with developers and financiers in the effect to create 6,000 new brown and black homeowners in Metro Atlanta by 2026. My husband and I have been in this space for a long time. Our company is Sovereign Realty and Management, and Sovereign Construction and Development are focused on delivering units. We have land under contracts. We submitted permits to two different counties, and we are in the process of acquiring more land, partnering with nonprofits, seeking our own financing, and a lot of affordable housing developers are doing build to rent. But we're hyper focused on building units for sale. Build to rent is going to be huge. 6,000 is a drop in the bucket. Freddie Mac estimates 205,000 mortgage ready black millennials in Atlanta, in the Atlanta area. All of those people are renting. Thank you. Leading the way to 200K, one skill away, right? 205,000 renting. Let's go ahead and do some math on that, right? We're going to say the average rent in Atlanta is about 2,000. I can do 1,800. Well, I'm gonna round it up. So 2,000 times 205,000. That's $410 million of black wealth. What going doing? What is it doing, Dion? It's 410,000 bleeding out the door, right? Because you're renting, right?
Going down the drain.
Right. I wouldn't be in the position that I am in if I didn't start acquiring real estate in my early 20s. It wasn't my dream home, but you have to start somewhere. We got to get the black community to taking the first step, get some skills and buying wealth. I keep telling y'all this over and over again. Get you some skills
And a piece of property.
and a piece of property. Get some more skills. Get what? Another what, D?
Piece of property.
Another piece of property. After a while, you start seeing yourself in multiple lanes. You'll be like, oh, I want to move into a duplex. Oh, I want to do a new build. I want to do X, Y, and Z. Right? But that's it for that article. I just wanted you all to take note of what's happening, because it's not only Atlanta's just one, but it's happening in other cities too. Right? So let me go back over here and get my stuff. I'm about to be controversial in a minute. We about to go in the but we might go into petty tea time. It's a lead in to petty tea time, but not right now. Not right now. I like to do stuff from around the world. Let's bring this up. All right, here we go. CesiumAstro. This is out of Austin. secures a $5 million DoD contract for space communications. Nobody's gonna be on this planet. We're gonna still be arguing about who more submissive than the other, and everybody else gonna be on the moon and Mars, sitting up there with the internet looking back. All right. So Cesium Astro, an Austin-based developer in aerospace communications systems, announced March 2nd it secured a contract with the DoD for Space Development Agency. The $5 million contract is set for completion in 2024, will enable CesiumAstro to continue the development of its active electronically scanned array antenna technology that will support the U.S. and allied militaries in space. The award spotlights the upcoming investments in national security made possible for software defined active phase array antennas. Told you somebody got to do the security of the space. Somebody got to secure those antennas. Somebody gotta scan and make sure don't nobody come hack your satellite and start putting stuff on it to get stuff out of it, right? The contract exemplifies continued government interest in the Lone Star's aerospace industry, with more than 138,000 professionals working in the field in Texas. Was named the state best equipped to foster defense and aerospace growth by PwC. Right. So again, this is what it looks like. Right. So when you think about these contracts and you sitting on the sideline, think again. I saw it in the chat. There was some talk about some AI stuff. Let's get into it. Artificial intelligence will impact. Artificial intelligence impact will be in the trillions, according to Bank of America. Let me make this smaller. Artificial intelligence is about to open up trillions of dollars of opportunities in the next 7 years, according to Bank of America analysts who say it is an iPhone moment. If the data is the new oil, then AI is the new electricity. The Bank of America analyst said in a report issued on Tuesday. You can read the report. We're at a defining moment, like the internet in the 90s, where artificial intelligence is moving towards mass adoption with large language models like ChatGPT, finally enabling us to fully capitalize on data revolution. They say that the tools like San Francisco-based OpenAI have opened up the door to AI being able to understand natural language. Please go look up natural language processing at the University of Washington. I've talked about this before. Look at high performance computing. Go look at that. I've talked about that already, right? To understand natural language, which will unlock opportunities on scale and that only come from alone once in a great while. Bank of America reports predicts that the increase of the world economy by 15.7 trillion by 2030. More immediately, the company analysts predicted that the global AI market will be worth 900 billion by 2026. It took Chat GPT to get 5 days to get 1 million users, 1 billion cumulative visits in 3 months, and an adoption rate which is 3 times TikTok's and 10 times Instagram. Bank of America say the technology is developing exponentially. And don't think AI is not involved in trading and quant and data and blockchain and so forth, right? Do not think that, right? So I just want to give you that. All right. Let's get into a little controversy. I thought I put it on here. Hmm, it ain't on here. This ain't the one I wanted. I thought I saved this. Hold on. This is gonna probably tip some scales, D. Let me see if I can find it. Let me look. Let me look. I thought I had it saved. Oh God, I can't find it. Okay, we'll go with what this is right here. So, all right. So I was looking at this, and it's an actual. There is an actual thing for Henrys and Henriettas. Henrys and Henriettas. Let's talk about it because I see this all the time on the internet. Everybody's like, "Ah, you need to be a Henry." Well, there's also Henriettas as well too. But what does all that means? It just says high earners, not rich yet. And I got a couple of ones that show these things of Henrys and Henriettas. So let's get into it. Right? Henrys and Henriettas. It was a diagram that was showing the Henriettas. That's why I was looking for it. And you need to put Henriettas on there too, then. Put Henriettas on there too. Put Henrys and Henriettas. Do not leave out the Henriettas. Right? What are they? They are high earners, but they're not rich yet. They're not rich yet. They're not rich yet. Right? So Henrys and Henriettas, right? High earners, not rich yet, individuals who currently have significant discretionary income and a strong chance of being wealthy in the future. The term Henry was coined in a 2003 Fortune magazine article to refer to a segment of families earning between 250,000 and 500,000 but not having much left after taxes, schooling, housing, and family costs, not to mention for saving for an affluent retirement, right? The article in which the high earners not rich yet term appeared discussed the alternative minimum tax. So those of you that have um, ISOs, RSUs, and you do an exercise on on those, you may have to pay an AMT tax on that, right? AMT tax, right? And how hard it hits this group of people. The term has since been used to describe younger demographic for for the purpose of marketing products and services to them. Right? We're gonna skip over that right there. Understanding high earners not rich yet. Right? Is a segment of the population was a hotly debated topic during the U.S. presidential race of 2008. The Democratic Party often classified households earning over 250,000 as rich and the wealthiest American. One problem with this classification, it does not distinguish the cost of living in different cities. For example, 250,000 may go a long way in Houston, but to provide anything like a lavish lifestyle in New York, not so much. These high earners are expected to have much the same lifestyle as wealthier compatriots, but they do so by sacrificing their ability to amass wealth, right? Many professionals, including lawyers, doctors, dentists, and so on. I'm gonna say engineers, DevSecOps, data analysts, data engineers, security engineers, have the potential to be hearing due to the income range for their potential professions. The fact that much of their future wealth is projected off a six figure rather than an income generating assets makes the Henrys the working rich. All right. So that's why I keep telling you to get assets to work for you. You got to have things that work for you. Make the money, go buy an asset, make it work for you. Right. So that way you can reduce your stress level. Right. And you can do that in a brokerage account if you needed to. You can play options, you can do stocks, you can go buy watches. There's different things you can do. Real estate is not the only one, but some people are very tangible. I need to be able to touch it, right? Some people like to touch, right? Put your money in a money market account. Don't sit it in a savings account. Move it over to a money market account. Those kind of things, right? So let's get back to it. The fact that much of the future wealth is projected off of six-figure income rather than income-producing asset makes the hindrance for the working rich, meaning they won't be as rich if they stop working, right? You won't be as rich if you stop working. If you stop working today, are you still gonna have money coming in? The same money that you've been working for. That's why it's just good to go ahead and buy a house so that you can have some money, or a duplex or an apartment building, or get in on investments and IPOs and what have you, right? More of Henry's earnings go into cost than they go into wealth building investments, leaving them feeling like they're more like regular people working paycheck to paycheck than the wealthy 1% in America, right? Some people like to touch, they do. Some people like to touch their assets. They got to touch it. They got to touch it, right? Henry as a target for luxury marketing in 2008. Election has come and gone, but the term Henry has stuck around as a useful way to identify a demographic that is on its way to wealth, but not quite there. Marketers see a lot of potential in this transitional phase where a future rich person is still adopting to a rapid increase in disposable income. This transition is seen as a prime opportunity for luxury brands or service to insert itself into a Henry's life and begin creating loyalty that will continue into the future. For as there are more Henrys in the world than ultra wealthy folks, this is a deeper market than even if the product or the services are marked down at a bit of a price. Marketers believe Henrys are more likely for aspirational buyers, meaning that they are starting to purchase the trappings of a lifestyle they one day hope to be able to fully afford. The segment income makes up 40% of the household spending, which makes a good business case for companies to market to them. So this is the creep, lifestyle creep. This is the lifestyle creep conversation. You make the money and then you start having lifestyle creep. I'm guilty of it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? You start having lifestyle creep. You start having uh I don't want to say nasty habits. I'm just gonna say bad habits. Ooh, I got a show for y'all today on habits. Ooh, I got a good one. I got a good show today. I got a good show today. But I want to talk about this because nothing ever gets said about what should be your investment strategy once you start making 300,000, 400,000, 1 million, 2 million. Nobody talks about that. Let's talk about it, right? So investment strategies for Henrys. Henrys are earn substantial wages but have few investments and meager savings. Developing better spending habits, increasing savings, diversifying investments, and taking advantage of tax credits and deductions can transform them from not rich yet to wealthy. So how do you go from working rich to being wealthy? Where you're working rich and you buy the assets to make you wealthy, right? You're working rich. You're just working. You lose a job, you may sustain yourself for 6 months to a year, but then you got to go back because you don't have anything that's income producing to bring money in, right? So tax deductions, because Henrys are high wage earners, they'll pay the most in taxes on income. Henry should explore deductions and credits that reduce their tax obligation. Less money for taxes mean more money for investing, right? One way to lessen the burden is to contribute to your retirement fund. I talked about that. Max out your 401k, your Roth 401k, right? Let's see. Debt reduction. One roadblock preventing Henrys from reaching their full potential is the accumulation of debt. Most of the burden comes from educational costs, mortgages, auto loans, credit card debt. The large debt can erode earnings, limiting that what can be invested and saved. To reduce credit card debt, Henrys can pay more than the minimum amount due and limit the use of credit cards. Paying more than the minimum amount due will reduce the balance faster, and so forth. Right? Applying this strategy, and also, what was it? The snowball debt strategy, was that what we talked about? Snowball. I think that's what it's called. Strategy. Yeah, snowball. Right, the snowball method. Right, this is Ramsey Solutions, but I'm not gonna click on that. We're gonna click on Nerd Wallet. All right. When we talk about you pay off debts in order from the smallest to largest, use your calculator to see this method will work for you, right? The debt snowball method, you reward yourself for the wins, right? You pay off the little ones and then you build up from there, right? You pay off the little ones and build from that. So that's the snowball, right? And they also have, it's very different from the debt avalanche strategy. All right, so let's go look at the debt avalanche strategy. You may be able to save time and money by paying off your debts with the highest interest rate first, right? So that's the debt avalanche, right? You pay the ones with the highest interest off first, and then pay the little ones down later. Whereas the snowball is, we're gonna take the quick wins that we can and then go to the other end, right? So you got to figure out what works for you, right? If you know you're paying a lot on in interest, then maybe you put a little extra on it and pay off your small ones so you then can apply it. Or maybe you just leave the small ones lingering out there because you don't care, and you pay off the big one first and then pay down the other ones, right? But depends on what your strategy you choose, right? What you're comfortable with, what you can do with that, right? All right, so consolidating monthly loans, diversifying investments, whereas reducing debt is perhaps the first step towards wealth investing. To is the way to build it, right? After you, Henrys will have more disposable income. So yeah, they talked about 401k, but now investing in real estate to generate profits that contribute to wealth, right? Anything that's going to income produce for you. That's what I'm gonna say. You may go buy a laundromat. You may go buy a car wash. You may go buy a pool route and leave the people on the pool route and just buy the pool route company and just have the people do the pool route, and you just investing into managing it and making sure it stay afloat and clean it up and maybe adding some personal touches and some products to it, right? Now you got a business and it's income producing. Just leave the people in place, right? All right. So they can invest in real estate, trust. You can do a REIT. You invest in REITs. You can also invest in fund rise or ground floor or arrived homes or other things of that nature, right? What qualifies as a Henry? There's no universal rule for qualifying as a Henry, but most analysts would describe individuals with income between 250 to 500 with minimal savings as a Henry. Henry or Henriettas? How many of y'all ready to be Henry and Henriettas? Are you already there? Are you already there? So how do I become one? Becoming a Henrietta entails prioritizing your career to deliver a high paying job. And Henry would just a Henry a Henry would have to just started out investing, not necessarily have put aside money for a long time. Therefore, to become a Henry, focus more on your job, your career development, and changes in your working income. What is a Henry millennial? Someone in their 30s earning six figures. The bottom line, Henrys are not rich yet, but you're on your way. Henry and Henriettas, you're on your way. You're one skill away from 200K. Now we get you to 200K, we can get you to 250, 250, we can get you to three, right? You don't have to buy the block. You could buy a couple of houses on the block. right? You could buy the land. That's buying the block to me. A block of land, right? It's my thought. See, and that's it, right? I wanted to bring y'all that because a lot of you get stuck with, oh, if somebody making $250,000, they rich. No, they're not. They working rich. We need to be focused on being wealthy. That's the goal, being wealthy. That's the goal. And there is another article here that gives a little definition about hearing, but it's the same, particularly the same stuff. I'm not gonna go over the same thing twice. So, all right. So, how many do we have? Any high net worth people out here? We don't. If we do, that's cool. We don't, that's cool. But let's look at what they consider. What would you consider a high net worth tax planning strategy? Right. Look at that. So a high net worth tax planning strategy. Some key takeaways. Income taxes are based on your annual income. So high income earners qualify in a higher tax bracket. High income earners can employ some tax planning and tax strategies to reduce the tax burden. You keep seeing that same theme over and over again. Avoid healthy capital tax gains bill on investments by holding them over a year, and for lower long-term capital gain tax rates or offset gains using loss harvesting, which is what I covered when we first started. That's why I talked about it. Right? Deductions for charitable giving and donor advised funds, which leads me into donor advised funds. Put a one in the chat if you're still with us. Put a one in the chat if you like what you hear. Let's talk about donor advised funds. I'm glad we are segmenting over to that. Let's talk about it. I had it on here. Go right here. All right, let's talk about it. Donor advised funds. Donor advised funds. How many of you ever even heard of a donor advised funds? Have you ever heard of a DAF? You heard of private foundations because I talked about that. But have you heard of a donor advised fund? Another way to do what? Get you some tax breaks here. I'm talking about tax breaks. This is not financial advice. These are things that I have discovered along the way. But let's talk about donor advised funds. All right, blow that up a little bit. It looks big on your screen, but I'll blow it up a little bit more. A donor advised fund, or a DAF, DAF, is like a charitable investment account for the sole purpose of supporting charitable organizations you care about. When you contribute cash, securities, or other assets to a donor advised fund at a public charity like Fidelity Charitable, you're generally eligible to take an immediate tax deduction. Then those funds can be invested for tax-free growth, and you can recommend grants to virtually any IRS qualified public charity. You want your charitable donations to be effective as a possible way as possible when you give. Donor advised fund are the fastest growing charitable giving vehicle in the United States because they are one of the easiest and most tax advantageous ways to give to a charity. Let's take a deep look into a donor advised fund. Right? Make a taxable deductible donation. Establish a giving account and then donate cash, stocks, non publicly traded assets such as a private business interest, cryptocurrency, and a private company stock to be eligible for immediate tax deduction. A contribution to a donor advised fund is a irrevocable commitment to charity. The funds cannot be returned to the donor or any other individual or used for any other purpose other than grant making charities. So, who can create a donor advised fund? That's the question you should ask yourself. Oh, we got a two in the chat. We got a two in the chat. All right. While you're deciding which charities to support, your donation can potentially grow, making available even more money for charities. Most sponsoring organizations may have a variety of investment options from which you can recommend an investment strategy for your charitable dollars. Support charities you love over time, and let's look at investment options. The potential way for your gift to grow tax free. Choose an approach to match your goal. View a view all pool performing performance and holdings. Simplify investment strategies, customizable investments, charitable legacy pool, sustainable and impact investing charities, and so forth. Charitable investment advisor program for donors more than 250,000 in a given account who would like to nominate their investment advisor to manage assets contributed to Fidelity charitable donor flex program, and the list goes on. So you can find these charitable funds at donor advised funds at Charles Schwab as well at Vanguard, and I'm sure there are a slew of other ones that have DAFs. Right, different DAFs are totally different than private foundations. Right, totally different. But I wanted to give y'all this information because again, when you start getting into bigger pools of money, your tax liability is totally different, right? Your tax liability is different. So 5 charitable giving strategies, 7 charitable tax deductions, and tax strategies you should know about. Again, this is not financial advice. Please seek an EA or someone that does tax planning and strategies so you can get clarification on your own. I'm just giving you information. There are things out there that normally we don't talk about. We don't normally talk about these things. All right. So let me look and see if anything else on here I want to talk about before we head into my favorite part is petty tea time. Petty tea. Let me look. I'm double verifying before we make the move. No, I thought this would be good too. Here's a map of the cost of retirement around the world. Let me blow this map up. This is the cost of retirement around the world, right? The top 10 cheapest places to retire. Let me blow it up some more. They got Pakistan at 158,000, India 186, Colombia roughly 200,000, Algeria 200,000, well 210,000, Tanzania 215, Kosovo 230, Nepal 225, and Egypt 217. But now let's come over here to the United States. Let's see what we got here. If you want to retire in the Dominican Republic, you need 359. If you want to go to Trinidad and Tobago, 392. Costa Rica, 378. Mexico, 307. The United States, you're gonna need 702,000 for retirement. If you go anywhere up here in Canada, they got 557. If we go back down here to South America, we got Argentina at 254, Uruguay at 458, Brazil 271, Ecuador 292, Venezuela 286. Let's go over here to Africa. South Africa 309,000, Nigeria 376, Ghana 233 to retire. Right? If you go to Portugal, you're gonna need 417,000, 420 in Spain. Ireland, you need 652. United Kingdom, you need 523. Iceland, you need 700,000. Who's retiring in Iceland? I don't see it. I don't see it. Australia, on both sides of Australia, you need approximately about 545, 545 for Australia, 508 for New Zealand. Let's go on over here. China, 364. Let's see. Vietnam, 339. Taiwan, 380. Japan, roughly about 400,000. 418 to be exact, 420. Singapore, you're gonna need 1.1 million. They ain't playing. They want their money. 1.1 million for Singapore. Singapore ain't playing with y'all. Don't come over here with your 200,000. We can't do nothing with you to retire. No sookie sookie, no nookie nookie. I'm just saying. All right. No sookie sookie, no nookie nookie over in Singapore. They not interested. You ain't got it. You ain't got the answer, Sway. You ain't got it. All right. Let me go back over here to my stuff. We should we covered everything. All right. I want to do this. Oh, let me do this before I forget, before we get sidetracked. Top 10 certs. Let's go. Top 10, the top 10 cloud highest paying cloud certifications in 2023. Let's go. All right. The list according to the average top. Okay, from lowest to highest. Let's just go to the list. Let's go. All right. View more. Let's blow it up. I just want the list. AWS Solutions Architect, AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner, AWS Developer Associate, the SysOps is fourth, Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, Microsoft Azure Administrator Associate, Google Associate Cloud Engineer, Microsoft Certified Azure Solutions Architect, Google Professional Cloud Architect, and AWS Solutions Architect Professional. These are the top 10 as of today. I'm sure somebody else will come out with something else. I say go for all the architect ones. Those are the ones that are paying the 3 to 4 to 500 for you to be a Henrietta or Henry. Right? All right, so now we're transitioning to petty tea time. Let me see which one I want to do first. Let's do this one. Petty tea time is here. I'm not in the back, so D hadn't posted my petty tea time. I actually got a some theme music for petty tea. Petty tea time has arrived. All right, petty tea time. All right, let's get into it. I feel very hurt. My late wife's parents cut me out of their will and reduced my daughter's inheritance. We're being punished after I remarried. What do I do? They ain't got to give him no money. They don't have to give him nothing. Let's get into it. All right. Before my first wife was diagnosed with cancer, her father told me if anything ever happened to my wife, I would receive 1/3 of their inheritance. Hmm. Let's go. Cut him off. I'm looking for advice and an opinion on an inheritance issue. My wife of 13 years passed away a little over 4 years ago from cancer at a young age of 38. She left me, she left behind me and our only daughter, who is now a preteen. I'm very close to my in laws. Both her parents are alive, as are her two brothers. I have since remarried what my late wife wanted, which my late wife wanted me to do. My new wife has been supportive of my daughter, and she and my first wife family are very accepting of each other. I got their blessings to date again prior to meeting her. My relationship with my first wife family has been very important to me, but I have been disappointed by their actions since then. While my late wife was alive, her father informed me that he met with their lawyer and decided to change their will. Before she was diagnosed with cancer, her father told me that anything happened to my wife, I would receive one third of their inheritance, divided up among their children. I was touched and I felt like part of the family. I feel like I'm being pushed out of the family. Recently, my father-in-law told me they decided to change their will so that my late wife's portion would be divided among their four grandchildren. I was a bit shocked when he told me, but he said something about making sure my daughter would benefit as I had recently gotten married. This hurt me a lot, more than I let on at the time. I feel like I'm being pushed out of the family. My wife shares my wife's share of her parents' inheritance is being split among the four grandchildren, my daughter and her three cousins, rather than 100% to my child. Hmm. Well, your child wasn't gonna get 100% anyway. Your child was gonna get a third of what are you talking about? He wasn't getting that anyway. Well, I realize nobody is entitled to an inheritance. I feel like this is not what her mother would have wanted. I also feel like my daughter and I are being pushed for my second marriage, punished for my second marriage. I'm being cut out of their will. My daughter's receiving less than their fair share. I feel very hurt about being told what I would get than having it taken back. After all, this is something they gave their blessings on, which they agree has to be good for both of us. Should I talk to my in-laws or let it rest? D, should they talk to their in-laws or let it rest? Put in the chat. Should they talk to their in-laws or let it rest? Uh, I'm looking for the map now.
Heather asks, are they splitting up the wife portion in the four parts?
Here we go. There's the map. All right. So should they talk to us? So the question was that you had was this. Let's see. You said, are they splitting up the wife portion into four parts? They're taking the wife portion. They're taking away. It looks like they're taking away from the siblings altogether and giving it all to the grandkids. That's what it looks like. All right. So let's go and see what the outcome is and what the recommendation is. I'm sorry your first wife died so young and that your daughter lost her mother, but I'm glad you found love again and your wife can help guide your daughter in this next chapter of her life. Nothing stays the same, and people say and people say what they mean at that time. It was a lovely gesture, but circumstances change, people change, and plans change. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it's part of life. For better or for worse, human nature. There are two issues. The first involves your equating money with feelings. And the second involves the change to your former in-laws estate plan. On the first issue, your bond with your wife's family has probably weakened due to the second marriage and the fact she passed away. You will set yourself up for a lifetime of frustration if you're trying to keep things as they were. Of course, your in-laws gave their blessings for you to date again. What else could they do? But they understandably feel a distance from you and your new life. While you are the father of their grandchild, you are no longer the son-in-law and the husband of their daughter. You lost your wife, they lost their daughter. Allow them to change that allow their change of heart and inheritance plan. The other mistake is to see the portion of your in-laws estate and inheritance as your wife's share. Your wife passed away. There are no rules or obligations that the share must stay intact and be passed down to your daughter. It's unusual enough that your in laws are making promises about their inheritance and closing their plans. It might serve everyone better if there was no bold declarations, no disclosures, and no promises. Process your feelings of hurt, accept your in laws' new plans, and forgive them for changing them. They've been through a lot as you have. I don't believe you're being punished for remarrying. I merely believe that time and circumstances have shifted the sands of your family, and the priorities and obligations have shifted them. Start thinking more about your own estate plans and less about those of your in laws. For example, do what you do. Do you want your daughter to inherit your house? If so, give your second wife a life estate to live there while she is alive so that the house is ultimately inherited by your daughter. Do you split your life insurance policy account 50-50 between your second wife and your daughter? The more important questions you may need to decide to alter your estate. D, what's your thoughts on this?
So there,
You're on
like the
mute.
article said, there's a lot
You're
of
on mute.
factors
You're
going with
on
that.
mute. You're on
I'm
mute.
on mute. No, I'm not. I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute.
I can't hear you.
Can everybody not hear me?
Nah, I can't hear you. Do y'all hear? Because I don't hear. And I can't unmute you.
Because I'm not on mute.
I can't hear you.
Oh, they can hear me.
You can hear D? I can't hear. Oh, you know what? Maybe my thing is on. All right, try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not on mute. Okay. Um, there are so many factors. I don't think he would be as bothered if there wasn't a grand gesture like he was getting written into the will. Again, that's those people's money. They could do whatever they thought they wanted to do with their money. At the end of the day, like the article said, their daughter is no longer here. So, in regards to her portion, what they're not obligated to give any siblings or anybody any money. So he needs to just chuck that one some deuces and worry about himself. Because them other kids, they don't have to get nothing. They're not obligated to get anything. They can leave that money to their cat.
There you go with that cat again. All right, so let's get to it. We live in purgatory. My wife has a multi-million-dollar trust fund, but my mother-in-law controls it. We earn 400,000 and spend beyond our means. What are our next moves? Just off the title, what do you think the moves are? Start living within your means.
That's not your money.
See what I'm saying?
That's not your money. What are the trust fund rules? What is written in the trust fund? Let roll that beautiful footage.
Donette says, why are they splitting their original inheritance? Why aren't they splitting the parents' portion left to her? I think they took all the children out from what I was reading. I think they took all the children out and decided to leave it all to the grandkids and split it up amongst the grandkids. So the children ain't getting nothing. But but his daughter or their daughter is getting less than the other grandkids, which I don't think that's fair. Don't punish her. Don't punish her. All right, so let's see. Okay, again, we live in purgatory. My wife has a multi-million-dollar trust fund, but my mother-in-law controls it. Why you worried about what the mother-in-law do? We earn 400,000 and spend beyond our means.
That's
What's
that
our
lady
next
mama.
move? So listen, I was online yesterday, and this young lady was like, "Hey, I don't believe in having getting married and having a piece of paper define our marriage. I said, well, that's fine. You could be in a partnership, but if you have a multi-million-dollar trust fund coming to you as you and your significant other are sitting there as a couple, depending on the state, that could be an issue. She didn't want to hear nothing I had to say. She was just like, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. This gets into another point. The other point is, depending on the state, right, Dee, it could be community property. But I'm not sure what the rules are when it comes to partnerships and common law, right? I'm not sure. So let's go. I've been with my wife for 15 years. We're in our 40s. We have two children and are very happy. We both have good jobs, making $400,000 combined. My wife's grandfather had a decent sized fortune for himself, made a decent sized fortune for himself, and left his kids a thriving business and sizable trust fund. All right, blow that up a little bit more. The trust and other investments are controlled by my mother in law, as it should, even though they're meant for my wife. As we don't have access to them or specific knowledge about them, I have always preached and practiced that we need to budget and live within our means, meaning our direct income, savings, etc. However, with the knowledge that there is money that there is this money, and with feedback from my wife's family always being along the lines, don't worry about money, it will be fine. Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me, D?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Queen Lee, I don't know why you can't
They
hear me.
can hear her. She's saying she was answering your question before that. She said,
Oh, okay, okay, all right. However, with the knowledge that there's money, that there's this money with feedback from my wife's family always being, hey, don't worry about money, it will be fine. We have spent beyond what I would otherwise say is smart. Life in New York is not cheap. With two kids, we're getting to the point where there's no meat left on the bone. We are in the red at the end of the year. I worry about how much we're spending on dining out, groceries, while at the same time discussing near 1 million renovation of our apartment. 1 million in renovation in an apartment? Mm. That would have come from our mother-in-law. We monitor our credit spending. We stress out as we come to the end of each cycle. At the same time, we're being CC'd on messages from her family about investment opportunities. It's not a loss on us that we're lucky that this is not a scenario where her mother is blowing through her money. My mother in law is generous and feels that she is protecting my wife and her family. That said, she is not necessarily the most financially savvy, and any conversation my wife tries to have with her is met with an instant irrational resistance. And reality is that we need to live and plan like a family afford making what we make, I am fine with that. But significant changes may have to be made. If our reality is that we're blessed with some wealth and have flexibility both in how we spend now and how we plan, then of course this is great. But we're living in purgatory, and this is stressful and hard to manage. Now remember, they made $400,000 together. The wife has a multi-million-dollar trust fund that's going to be awarded to her at some point, and he's living in purgatory. Let's continue. I can't write a check for a credit card company that says, don't worry, my wife's family says it'll be fine. No one is looking to take bags of money and run to Vegas, but it's hard to live in two different realities. I get along well with my mother in law and the rest of my family, and we're very close, and I don't want to risk that at all. How do we get our messages across and navigate this situation? Okay, dear Wayne, if your mother-in-law is taking her sweet time before dishing out a dollop of cash to her family, she sounds pretty savvy to me. You're not living in purgatory. You're living in fantasy land. You're seeking out short-term thrills over long-term goals. It's folly to spend like you have millions of dollars in the bank when the fact is that your wife has millions of dollars sitting in a trust fund that may or may not be released to her in the next 10 to 20 years. Your wife's mother, let's hope, leads a long, healthy life, and she could insist on pulling those purse strings long into her 90s. If your mother-in-law is the executor of the trust and has been charged with managing the estate according to the terms of the trust on her own wishes, it may be long time before your wife sees any of that family money. With a sizable inheritance comes great responsibility and oftentimes greater egos. Don't fall into the trap of spending money like you have special uh, dispensation to run up bills regardless of the consequences. First of all, you will make yourself dependent on your mother-in-law's legacy if you end up struggling to pay back loans, especially now that the interest rates are rising and look like they're going to not going to make a U-turn anytime soon. She may not look kindly on you spending money, with the exception that she would distribute funds from the family trust. Doing so may even persuade her that you and your wife are not in a position to manage large sums of money. Second, it's good practice to live within your means and provide a good example of your children. This may or may not to have to worry about money and when they get older. This is a good window of opportunity for you to teach them about the value of money, how to budget and live within their means before the family trust even is eventually distributed and they will come to believe that they're financially secure for the rest of their lives. This is not a unique dilemma or rather privilege. Roughly $70 trillion will be transferred to younger generations over the next 25 years, according to the recent report from, I guess, Cerulli Associates, a research consulting firm specializing in asset management and distribution trends. Chase Horton, an analyst over at Cerulli, prefers somewhat gauchly perhaps, to recipients of such windfalls, winners of the wallet share. All right. And they go on. They said, here's another one. Another caveat: any money your wife receives will legally belong to her under New York law. Inheritance is regarded as separate, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Under New York law, it's separate, right? But somewhere else, it may not be, right? It may be part of the marriage, right? It is not community property. So the state that's community property, your inheritance maybe somebody could dip their toe in it, right? Let's say she receives 10 million at some point in the future. If the state of your marriage were to change, or changes, or she changes, or you change, you would not be entitled to any of it under the law. The inherited money is your wife's to keep. Whether you stay together forever or split up, it's technically not your money. New York is an expensive city to live in, but you earn roughly four times the median household income, so you already ahead. I understand that it feels exciting to spend money, and live large, but to have a sense that you're blessed by money gods, that you are blessed by the money gods. But if you already are in the red, it's a bad omen of things. I refer you to the cautionary tale of the wife and the woodcutter and the three wishes. It ain't his money.
You ain't got it.
You ain't got
You
the answer,
got
Sway.
400,000 a year to live on.
You ain't got
Stop
the answer,
counting that rich
Sway.
meat money. That's not your money. Y'all do not have that money.
And he don't have it. She got it. He ain't got it. She got it. Okay, so now let's get ready to crack up. Um, get your Kleenex out. Get your tissue, because this one's gonna be different. I was looking at this the other night. We're gonna kind of skip through these, what they saying, because I want you we're gonna look at somebody's marriage and their financial journey in this marriage. Why are we doing this? Because I want to show the other side, right? We always talk about what we do as black people. Let's talk about what they do as white people. I even got some Indians and everything, right? So I want to show you the other side, but I want to show you the other side of marriage and things that happen and decisions that need to be made and how people make decisions and how they communicate with each other, and so forth. So D, are you ready for this one?
You know it. Got my cup.
All right. So let me turn this up.
We're gonna get dinged for this.
I don't know. We may have to delete
It's
this
a
part of
teachable
the
moment.
episode.
It's a teachable moment.
We may have to
We're
delete this
using
part
it
of
for
the
educational purposes.
All right. So let's get into it.
We can't hear it. We can't hear it.
You can hear it?
No.
Oh,
There's no sound.
that's what you said. I'm like, I'm turning it all the way up. You mean you can't hear it because of the thingy. I don't know why that does that. Oh, let's go here. Because this one right here was a doozy. I was in here smacking my lips. I'm like, girl, don't stop that mess. Oh, she made me mad. All right, so let me get it. Let me go rewind it. We pull this out and pull this over and make this bigger. And then now we go.
On the income that the two of you make too much money to be behaving this way.
There are sacrifices that are going to have to be made.
So, goodbye, Tesla. Goodbye to a lot of the expensive things you would have ordinarily done because you're taking all of that money and redirecting it to $55,000 a year for private school. Are you both mentally centered and emotionally ready for that?
So, caveat, let's start off. I want you to pay attention to, and he's going to tell you in here, I want you to pay attention to the man's body language, to the far, far bottom right, the husband. Pay attention to his body language. Pay attention to her. Pay attention to what she goes into reaction wise and how the husband reacts and just be like, this that bullshit I be talking about.
But you know what? My mom and my stepfather, they did the same thing. He didn't like that my mom was putting us in in private school. We went to Catholic school, but he did not like it. But she worked, it was her money, and she wanted her kids to go to this private school till we didn't anymore. But
so the private school they're talking about, they're spending it's 3 kids and they're spending $55,000 a year to send them to private school. She's very adamant about them not going to not going to public school. He is like, send them to public. She is like, no, my kids will never ever see that. I'm giving my kids what I have never had. And this is a number one thing when it comes to relationships and marriages and stuff like that. Everybody want to give their kid what they didn't have before. And sometimes you just can't afford it. Why are you laughing?
Kids gonna graduate with all that education and be on TikTok.
Yeah.
Hell, they ain't gonna do nothing unless you pay all that money for. They ain't gonna be. It's no guarantee that your children are going to do have what you want them to have. So okay, play it, please, play it.
That is a struggle. That will definitely be a struggle.
Mm-hmm. So the question simply asked is, are we setting ourselves for failure?
Well, what's the worst case for you two? financially speaking?
Continuing down the path we're
It's
on.
slow. Yeah, for sure. The path that we're on is the worst case.
Wow. Wait until you hear this episode. Sarah and Kevin make over $250,000 a year, but they're broke. They recently sold their house and paid off a bunch of debt, but
So they're in the Henry. They're the Henry, right? They
No,
made,
it's combined.
but it's a household. That's fine.
Okay.
But they're not rich yet. They're on their way to be wealthy. Let me say that they're rich, but they're not wealthy. They're on their way, but they're not. And they get
In the 55K is for all of the children.
all three.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait till you hear this one.
6 months later, they're back in $50,000 of credit card debt again. In part,
So let me stop. So what he said was, they sold their home, they made money, they paid off their debt.
200K.
Yeah, and then now they're back at $50,000 in debt. They're actually on their way to be back in debt another 100K.
And where they living? Are they living? Fight.
Hold on, let me go back right there so you can hear it.
but 6 months later, they're back in $50,000 of credit.
Let me go back.
Slow. Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
here we go.
The path that
I
we're
won't stop
on
it
is
no
the
more.
worst case.
Wow. Wait until you hear this episode. Sarah and Kevin make over $250,000 a year, but they're broke. They recently sold their house and paid off a bunch of debt, but 6 months later, they're back in $50,000 of credit card debt again. In part one of our conversation last week, we discovered some of the psychology behind how they treat money. And they told me about some of their fears about repeating some of the generational money mistakes that their parents made. But at the end of the conversation last week, there was a big surprise. They told me that they've decided they're going to spend $55,000 a year on private school for their children. In today's conversation, I want you to make sure that you listen until the end. Today, something quite amazing happens. Please make sure you follow through until the end. And remember, you can watch this episode on YouTube. As always, the body language and the facial expressions tell you so much more than just listening. So remember to follow me on YouTube. You can search for Ramit Sethi, and of course on Apple and Spotify.
All right, so I'm gonna pause that one. So he has another episode. This is two parts to this one, but there's another episode where I was looking at it this morning. There's two more episodes, but there's another one where the guy in that episode, he's like, I'm scared to spend money because if I spend, I'm afraid she's gonna cuss me out. He was like, I don't have a good relationship with money. I have a fear of money. Just sitting here talking to you gives me anxiety. I feel like I want to cry. I feel like I need to get up from here from right now. I can't do this with you right now. Like he is scared. He was like, I cannot do this with you. He looked so sad. And
Is it the husband, the same guy?
no, this is a whole different episode. But I'm showing you this from this perspective. Everybody thinks that when you get married, that somebody in the family, you and that husband or husband and wife, they're going to be okay financially. And some people really don't have a good relationship with money. And some people have a very fearful relationship with money. There's another one where the guy him and his wife combined have saved $6.3 million. And she is like, I'm tired of saving. I want to spend now. And she was like, he is like, you can't spend because if you spend, we're gonna have problems. And if you listen to a lot of financial podcasts, people get used to saving, but they never enjoy their money. So they have 10 million, they have 5 million, they have 15 million, they have 20 million. But if you ask them to spend, they be like, I ain't spending that. We still collect cans. We still go shop at the thrift store. They're afraid to spend. So you don't even get to enjoy your husband or your wife or your life. Right? So that's why I want to show you there's just different sides to relationships and money, right? It's really different sides to money. That's what's driving this. So that's why they're here.
I am Ramit Sethi, and this is I Will Teach You to Be Rich. Are there any other things that are really important for the two of you to start doing?
Saving for the girls' school next year.
What?
Yep.
How much? What? Where'd that come from? We haven't talked about that at all.
You see his
So,
face?
so they're in private school, and so we
How
had to
much?
switch their school. It's for all three. It's about, without financial aid, it's about $55,000 a year.
What the fuck? Where did it? How are these secret expenses coming up right now? 55,000. What else?
This next year, I think that's it.
That's all.
I mean, the
Yeah,
school.
Don't you have
I
to
mean,
make a donation to these private schools too? No. Okay. She's like
No.
shrugging. Yeah. All right. Okay. So 55. Where's that money coming from, by the way?
So this was our first year, and we used some of the money that when we sold the house, we used it to pay it for the first year.
Mm-hmm. And where's it going to come from next year and the year after and after that?
Great question.
Okay.
That's we're asking.
His body language is everything. Like, yeah, bitch, where the money gonna come from? Where the money gonna come from? That's how he looking. She looking like, well, he's gonna. And he looking like ain't nothing. We ain't got it.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
How do you think we should fix this problem? Let me lay out the elements just so you hear me, because I know you're embroiled in all the weeds. Here's what I see. The two of you make a high income. You make like $210,000 a year in base salary. You have $180,000 of debt. Of that debt, $50,000 is credit card debt.
Mm-hmm.
You have $93,000 in savings. You have some things you want to do. You want to buy land, etc. You have 3 kids. So you guys basically just want to be upper middle class in terms of income, but essentially have no net worth for the rest of your lives.
No.
That's what people who end up, they live in a nice neighborhood, they live in a nice house, their kids go to private school and they have nothing. That's exactly what they say. What if you lived in an area with a better school district for your school-age children?
That would require moving out of state.
And would you be open to that or no?
Well, not with his job, no.
Okay, no, okay. And would there be any other places within the state that you'd potentially be able to move to?
No, we are in the best high school district in the state.
Okay, got it.
So pause. They in the best high school district in the state, but yet and still you have your kids in private school and you're paying $55,000 a year for the kids. Make it make sense. Which one is it? You just staying there because of the house, the property value of the house goes up, or it's not the schools that are public are not offering what the same thing that private school is offering.
Where do they live? Did they say what state they live in?
I don't remember.
And have you both agreed that this is like, it's either private school at $55K or homeschooling? Has that been, that's the discussion you've agreed on?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin?
Well, really, it's been.
Kevin ain't saying nothing. Kevin is like,
that ain't what I said. That's what Kevin said. That ain't what I said.
That's what I'm saying. Look at his face.
He just get redder and redder.
Look at his face. He is like, that ain't what I said. I want them kids out of that private school. Give us that $55,000 back so we can go pay off all this other debt we
And
got.
how old are the kids? I wonder. They must be young.
They like, I think they were like 3, 5, and 13 or something like that.
Oh, they got a long way to go. They
multiply 55 times 18.
got a long way to go.
Multiply 55 by 10.
I mean, they can at least save, and if they want to send them to a public high school, send them to a private high school or something. But this is ridiculous.
Just private school.
More private school. I have entertained in my head the possibility of dwindling one child. It's so hard. It's very difficult.
Okay. It sounds like this private school is one of the
Kevin is over it. Look at that face. Just look at that. This is why I wanted to do this video. I did all the other stuff. This is really why I wanted this one. Because look at his face. He is over it. He is not happy. So you can only imagine what it's like, the conversation, the tension in the house, the tension in the bedroom, the tension that is causing them, what the kids are hearing, right? Right? He is upset. He is not happy. He makes the bulk of the money. And if he anything like me, he looking like, where it go? Where that though?
things that is critical to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't we see if we can make it work? And that will tell us in very stark numbers. And then we can decide what our options are. How about that? All right. So pay off credit card debt was number one.
Mhm.
School payments, number two. Is there anything else that are the big rocks for you?
Well, I want to say the house, but
You're shaking your head. What are you thinking?
that's not happening anytime soon.
There it is.
This was a house you want.
Here it is. This is why I was laughing. It's the tears that come from me. Because she starts this crying. And when they clip back to him, he looking like, stop that crying.
Bill told me it was a dream of yours since you were young. Okay. And you say it's not happening anytime soon. Why?
Well, because my kids' education. Because it's a sacrifice that I have to be willing to make for my children to be and have the education that we want them to have.
Okay, I can respect that. Sometimes these trade-offs are really hard. You know, there's a vision we have of our life as we expected it. And then other things come up that you never could have predicted. And suddenly that dream you had, that crystal clear vision of what you want in your life is just not within reach, or it's a trade-off. Have you ever thought about that before?
And small things, yeah. But in big dreams, I'm always been the one that's like, I'll make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
However I need to.
I'll make it happen. How do you make it happen usually?
Pushing harder.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrificing.
Mm-hmm.
Expanding myself. Running myself ragged typically.
What would your kids think about you when it comes to money? Do you think that they see you running yourself ragged sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me explain what's going on here. Sarah and Kevin have decided that they absolutely, positively must live in a specific neighborhood that has the best school for their girls. Not only that, they've decided to spend $55,000 a year on private school. When I ask if they'd be willing to move anywhere else, they say no. Okay, fine. I can respect that. If you asked me if I was willing to wear Crocs, I would say no too. I've learned that it's not helpful to tell people they simply cannot do what they want to do. especially when they can technically afford it.
So this is another thing that actual financial planners will tell you. I'm not going to tell you what you need to do. I'm going to tell you what your options are, and then you figure out what you want to do based upon those options. So now the question becomes is, what are you going to do? You're sitting in debt, you're wailing the whole night. Yeah, later I was crying. I was laughing too. I was like, is she up here for the pull the tears? I just can't. This how you know. This how you know that it's a different type of family. Because listen, if it was up to my mama and my grandmama and them to snatch me out of paying 55, you ain't going to that school no more next year. You gonna go down here to this school down the street.
How do you make that happen? I push him.
I push him. That's really what she push him.
Wait a minute. Carter is tired. Carter is tired.
I'm going to
He's
do a little
exhausted.
exercise with them. I'm going to show them exactly what this private school will cost. I want them to be able to internalize and visualize what their life will be like for the next 10 plus years if they choose to go down this route. And this is something that most of us never do. We stay at the surface level. We say things like, I want that car, or I want to take this vacation. I want to buy that house. We never interrogate that belief and say, okay, how is that going to affect our lives? That's because we very, very rarely understand the relationship between what we buy and how it affects our finances. Many of us don't even understand the relationship between our finances and our day-to-day lifestyle. That's what I want to change. So let's start with how Sarah and Kevin talk about money with their kids. Sarah told me that she's had a dream for a long time of building a house for their family. I'm going to ask her what her children would think about their parents' financial choices. You think they care about this land, this house that's in your head?
Yes and no. I think partly they see how much I want it, and so I think they want it for me. And I talk about it, and I talk about dreaming with them, and I talk about I've gotten there, and what do they want? What do they want their rooms to look like when we do this, and to try and get them to be a part of the process. So I think they're invested in that way.
I call this the manipulation stage. If I can get the children to buy in on it, he has no choice but to buy in on it because he want to see the kids happy too. That's my thought process. What do you think, D?
It took her too long to answer. They can live in a cracker box with 3 kids and give them time, energy, and effort, and kids will be okay. She wants this stuff. This is things that she's dreamt for herself.
And she feels she deserves it, no matter what the cost is.
Yeah, if Carter love her, he gonna get it.
So again, so this is a conversation that I had with my planner, and we were talking about me and my 10 million. And he's like, you got it stuck in your head. He's like, at the current rate that you're on right now, you're only going to make it to like 7.8 million. And he's like, and you got to make adjustments to get to your 10 million. So I said, okay, I'm willing to make the adjustments, but these are sacrifices that I'm making for myself. I don't have nobody else involved with this sacrifice for me to get there, right? So with that being said, I know what those things are. So you just have to discipline yourself. And what does discipline look like? So this is why over here at Women in Linux, I try to show you what it's like on the single side. I try to show you what it's like getting ready to be married. and then what it could look like after marriage. It could look like this after marriage. It could. It could. You could be in this situation, right? So, but you got to understand when you are in the phase of building your network, and I'm not talking about the person you're gonna date, because that person you're gonna date could be in your network, especially for those that are working on being financially savvy and financially sound. You need to be around people that understand that aspect of building wealth as well too, and understand that it's a conversation that is okay to have amongst friends, right? Because I look at a lot of things and I'm like, well, people are like, well, I wouldn't dare to talk about what I make with my friends. And then I had to ask myself, the question is, why can't I have that conversation with my friends if we're supporting each other and we're moving forward, and that's something that we're both want genuinely want for each other. I don't know. All right. I find that conversation to be odd that I can't talk about. Well, yeah, last week I just saw that the CD from Capital One is at 5% for 11 months. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put like $10,000 into that on such and such from East Los Capital sent over this deal. They said that we could put in 10,000 on it. What you thinking? Can we do that? You want to do that? Would you be interested in that? Why can't I have that conversation? Why can't we have that conversation? So finding like-minded people around that can have that conversation with you is also important as well too, right? Like why we gotta stop? Why we gotta stop doing that, right? Like that doesn't make sense to me. That's just my thought process. D, what's your thoughts?
It's the same. I mean, luckily we are in a position as friends where we have those type of conversations. But it does get exhausting, when you don't have a friend group that supports you or even understands, because that's another conversation. Money is one thing, but understanding what you do for your money is another conversation.
Yep.
Because it's just like everything else. Like, is that person, that friend cares about you, but because of their limited capacity about what you do and understanding around it, it's like they seem disinterested.
It's dismissed. It becomes
It's
dismissed.
very dismissive. Like, okay, and you can't have, and it leads to not being able to have other conversations because it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, do I either want to entertain this with this person because they don't know what I'm talking about anyway, and I can only talk to them in this capacity.
Right.
So and at the end of the day, all your friends are not going to be in tech. You know what I'm saying? Like they're all different, and you support them differently. But yeah, it's one of those double-edged swords. But we talk about it. We have those conversations about what we're doing, where we're going, what does that look like, and how to protect those things going forward, those acquisitions, and how do we grow, and who do we bring on, you know, to help you grow whatever you're doing on these different levels. Because usually every time we talk to somebody, it's always like, y'all doing too much. You know what I'm saying? Like it's too much. But to us, it's just like, well, they all kind of go hand in hand with each other. Like it's just for us, it's a natural progression, and it goes into like even like women in Linux. Like there's things that we want to do and where we're going, but to get a person, on the team and moving forward and committed like we're committed, that's tough. And to see the vision, and you guys know all the time, like I hire people and it sounds good, and then it's a different thing.
But here's the other piece of that, right? The other piece of that is not doing for us or doing for women in Linux, right? It's not that. And it's not that doing, in general. what I often see is the ability to see yourself, right? Like, I mean, how many people in here would love to make $80,000 a month? Would that be okay? Would $80,000 a month after taxes?
Right.
Would that be okay? Would people be okay with that? Or would you be afraid to make that kind of money? Because some people are scared to make that kind of money. Let's just be clear, right? So, you know, 80,000 a month after taxes. Are you okay with that? Right? Are you okay? Are you okay with that? And then if you are okay with that, would you be willing to show somebody else how to do that? Or another group of people? Or would you keep the information to yourself? Or would you just go about your business and move silently? Usually what happens is people say, I just move silently. That's usually the route people go. I'm not gonna show nobody else. I'm gonna be silent.
Because people, as we see, people have fears about money. And some people, you don't know what you can actually do until you get it. Like, okay, like I've been in charge of millions and millions of dollars of people's money, and I treat their money like I treat my own money. Like, I consider myself a good steward of money. Even with me could just be like, just pay for it, and I'd be like, something's not quite right about that, and it's just a gut. But also those that good stewardship also comes from me having to working for since I've been 13 and making my own money my own way and not punching the clock for a very, very long time. So even my mom said, you know how to stretch a dollar. You know what I'm saying? So I know how to get that bang for the buck. And I want my friend group to do that as well, because sometimes people just don't have it. And like they make good money, but they're terrible stewards of their own money. Like, really, at the end of the day, they don't even realize that how they are with money, their kids are watching. And either one or two things are going to happen. They're going to be the exact same way with that money, or they're going to do better. My mother is not a very good steward of money. Does she get it? She know how to make it? Absolutely. Not a good steward with it when it comes to that. That mentally for me, because I didn't want to be her, it turned off some things in my mindset. Because fortunately, I graduated with college with no student debt. However, if I knew what I knew now when I was in college about it, I would have took out loans and I would have leveraged that money in a different way for myself. But because I was so like, oh, I don't want them to garnish my check, or I don't want them to do that, based on the negative things that I saw, that what happens if you don't pay or you don't do these things, then, I basically kind of cheated myself. Again, it's a double-edged sword. So that education, that socialization, what your kids see, is not about the stuff. It's how you move. It's how they interact with each other. That's going to teach their daughters about relationship and life partners and things of that nature. And we haven't finished watching this, but if their mother is never satisfied, what does that mean for their dad?
Or what does that mean for them?
And what does that mean for them? Because now it's like, are we not enough? You want us to have these things, but are we not enough?
Mm-hmm.
So, and also, these are conversations that are supposed to be had prior to marriage, what that looked like.
But marriage changes, your hopes and dreams and
Your
aspirations.
marriage changes, your kids change, your job, because they can't leave wherever they at for this job, for whatever the work is.
And I have questions why he can't leave for this job. What does he do? What skill sets does he have where he can't leave?
Right. So
I see some of y'all say silence is golden. Miss Phoenix said I wouldn't be okay with earning that much until I taught others in my circle how to do it. I'm a share, but I'm a feed them slowly. 80K a month and move in silence. I guess, right? But the goal is for you to have people around you that can have that, at least I would think, that have that type of skill set and be able to make that type of money with whatever skill sets, and you all can go buy a condo or a set of condos or an island or whatever the case may be. Y'all can make investments together. And it doesn't have to be investments where you control it or whatever, but hey, this group over here has a fund and they're investing in storage units and it's a minimum of 25K to get in on it. I thought you would like to get in on the deal. They got on a webinar to X, Y, and Z. Maybe you and I just go down the middle. You put in half of the 25, I put in half of the 25, and we go down the middle and go from there. Or maybe you do your own 25, or maybe I do 20 and you do 5, or maybe I do 10, you do 15, right? But I can't come to you with that if you're not even able to be in the game to be able to do that, right? So those are just things. Let's get back to it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you talk to them similarly about your investments and your savings?
Mm-hmm.
What lesson do you think you're communicating to them?
To dream but not be realistic.
Maybe. And that maybe success is buying a house or buying something. And maybe it is for them. Who knows? That's their future. It's not us to decide. But gosh, I really would like for them to see mom and dad, your own words, being good stewards of money. Okay, everybody, sit down. We've got $50 and we're going to go out to one place to eat. How do we want to choose? Well, we can't do it all. We only have 50. Oh my gosh, if we choose that one appetizer, we're not going to be able to buy anything else. Then a little bigger. The 13-year-old, quite savvy. You can do a lot with a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice for them to learn about trade-offs like you are learning about trade-offs right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the excitement that you have communicated to them about this house, I love that you are able to do that. I love that. I think we might need to redirect it into something else for the next while.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. If they see you getting excited, they're going to get excited.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. So paid off credit card debt, school, and the house. It will certainly take you time to come to terms with that. But do you feel deep down that you could come to terms with not moving forward on this house for the next, let's say, 10 years?
Eventually.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Can I tell you something? There are things that I would not be able to come to terms with. It would be really hard for me to. And some of them are materialistic. Like I've gotten used to certain things that I like. If you told me I could not do it anymore, it would be it would be devastating for me.
I mean, I remember when I was like 7 years old, so my parents bought land, or when I was really young, to be able to build on. And I think I was like 6 or 7 around that time period. And then that never happened. They ended up having to sell it. And I remember hearing about that and getting to design a house. And I was 7, and on the old computers, I would go and
I'm telling you, let me tell y'all something in the chat. Let's have a discussion. Let's ask this question. In the chat, let's ask this question. Are we insensitive?
I don't think so.
Are we insensitive? Do we not see that it's a dream of hers to have this land and build this house and want to show her kids that we can go out and get this dream? Are we being insensitive?
No, no, and you call me the dream killer, but I'm like Ramit. Like, my philosophy is this: you can be, do, have anything that you want, but there's a price tag for that, right? And so that price tag may come in sacrifice, your time, your energy, your effort, your fun, your money. You know what I'm saying? So you can have all of that. Right now, for us, I think it's more of she don't want to pay the price tag, because for what she wants and what she sees as success are things. And I think and also I think us as Black people as well, it is, and not to say Black people don't do the same thing for what they deem as success. Some people think success is things. It's relative. That's the universe. But for us, the laughing comes in is like, because we're on the outside looking in, it's just not realistic for what she's trying to pull off. And it's going to be hard, because it's going to be hard because she can have these things, she can want these things, but she has a husband. We don't know how much money she's bringing in, and she has these.
I can tell you, she bringing in 95, he bringing in 214 or 210.
Okay. So what are you going to do to up that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do to have that? You're going to have to sacrifice that.
Let's continue, because the petty tea is about to be petty.
And not only that, in 10 years, like, this house is for her. These kids are going to grow up and leave the house. Like, it's so many things. But let's go ahead.
But not only that, they already living in a good school district where the house is what they wanted, right? For the time being. I'm just saying, are we being insensitive to her needs, to her care, to her plight?
Oh, the footage.
Try and draw my own house plans. Like playing Barbies, I just wanted to set up the house. Like, I didn't care about actually playing. I just wanted to build and create. And so this is, I mean,
she need to be an interior decorator.
She could go and do that in an investment property and flip it and keep flipping them till she get her own house.
Is in my blood, and I love that kind of stuff. And so it's very much passion.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a passion project.
Well, there is a possibility in the future at some point.
Hold on. Put this on the screen. Filthy Frank Black. Put that one up. Filthy Frank Black says the husband needs a translator. She seems to get it when the advisor tell her about her financial situation. What I hear is he need the Obama translator. Bitch, you ain't gonna you ain't gonna get this.
And then also, people, we've been married before. You know what you get as a woman, what you can get away with your husband. But also, this is exposure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to put this on the table. We need a third party in here, like going to the therapist. Like, do you hear this? Like, have you not discussed these options?
Oh, Shay, my heartwarming is I have a tender, kind, loving heart.
But if right now, with the current income, even if the two of you make $100,000 a year more, that house is not in your future for at least the next decade. In my opinion, it is respectful to tell people the truth. Looking at their income and expenses and their financial habits, Sarah and Kevin have no chance of being able to build a house in the next decade. Now, I never would have told them this at the beginning of our conversation. I needed to understand their finances. I needed to understand their attitudes. But now I get it. And I've built some trust. I think that a lot of us spend our lives dreaming about something big that we want to do. I find that less than 5% of us actually try to plan it out. Oh, Ramit, we want to live in Rome for a month someday. Awesome. I go, that sounds amazing. How much would it cost? Can you get time off work? What about your kids? For most of us, we simply defer these logistical questions until someday in the future. And I think the reason for that goes quite deep. Some of us don't want to look into it because the reality might be too scary. That the dream we've been telling ourselves we want to do for our entire lives actually might not be possible. It's too scary to think about, so we never open a single calculator. But if someone comes to me and they ask for help, I believe it's respectful to tell them the truth. Now that Sarah knows she cannot build a house for at least the next decade, she can start to go through a process, probably starting with grieving and eventually accepting it, which will allow her to focus on a more realistic tomorrow. This is what I mean when I say, in order to live a rich life, you've got to be honest with yourself and with the people around you. I hear making up for the past, the credit card debt. I hear incurring over $500,000 for our children in school. That's important to you. Okay, you want to send them to private school. I hear you. But I don't hear anything about going and getting ahead. $200,000, $300,000 a year. What a tragedy it would be to simply be treading water for the rest of your lives. Is there anything we can do about that?
Yes.
What?
Putting money into investments.
Yeah. I'd like to. Because right now it feels like you're swimming against the current, doesn't it? Yes. Everything you're doing, it's just like, why is this so hard? And then we get a cash infusion, we sell the house, and then we're back in debt. And then we get an inheritance, but we already know if we spend that, we're going back into debt. You're just swimming against the current. Nothing is changing. And don't you think if you make an extra $150,000 a year, you're going to find some other way to spend that money?
Yeah.
So you've got to start getting ahead even while you are dealing with some of these things.
Okay.
All right. If you want to do all these things, let's just say that's $1,000 a month for paying off your credit card debt. I'm just picking a number out of the thin air. If you did $1,000 to pay off this credit card debt, by the way, it would take you 5 years to pay it off. And you would pay, on a $50,000 balance, you would pay $42,000 in interest.
Yeah.
So that sucks. But all right, let's just say $1,000. You could change the numbers dramatically.
But look how she don't blink an eye to the fact that that is a lot, right? You damn near double the interest, and she damn near double the cost. And she was just like, yeah. And he is like, no, no.
Like, she is clueless about it. Like, so super like, okay, how can we do this? Because she already said, I'm going to make it happen. I am going to make it happen. How can we make this happen?
And how you gonna have money to invest? Where the money coming from?
No.
You don't have
and he is like, and the husband is like,
I'm telling you what the husband is seeing. He see his money go to an account. He see nothing but boom, 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 nothing but flying out. And at the end, he's like, I want a big piece of chicken, but I can't get the big piece of chicken because I got $55,000 that I got to pay out for these girls to go to private school. We didn't talk about extracurricular activities.
We didn't even discuss how they got $50,000 worth of debt in 6 months that quick.
Oh, it's gonna come. Oh, that's gonna come. Oh yeah.
Like, did you buy all new furniture? What did you do? Did y'all get a new house? I got questions.
I can honestly tell you what it looks like from my own experience of having money drop into an account and it go flying out. You be like, what?
Which way did it go?
Where is the money going? Why is it negative already? We got paid on Monday. It's Wednesday. It's negative. Why? What the?
Where the money?
But I'm just giving you an example. School is going to be how much a month?
It's 5,500.
Okay, let's just say 6,000.
Okay.
6,000 a month. And your investments should be what? What's a number we can pick as a ballpark?
Well, 10%.
Yeah, let's say 10%. And should it be gross income? Let's start there. 10% of gross income. What's your gross
Okay.
income?
23.
Gross annual income.
Sorry, annual.
No more monthly. Say it out loud for me, please.
No more
I'm
monthly.
going to rip this tendency out of your mouth if I have to come over there myself. Say it. What's the number?
230 annual income.
230. All right. No more monthly. I want that haunting you. Listen, if anyone wants to buy a recording of me saying no more monthly, send me a note. You cannot live a rich life if you are only focused on what's happening this month and next month. It's like trying to drive while only looking 5 feet in front of you. You have to use a financial system to automate your expenses and your saving and your investing so you can finally look ahead. Now, if you already have that system and you still find yourself constantly playing small and only talking about month by month by month, focus on changing your language and your money psychology to an annual perspective. Just start by saying, what is our rich life this year, and map it out accordingly. If you don't have that system, you can use my book to get it set up. And if you need a little implementation help, you can join my money coaching program.
Yes, I was advertising, but I do like his perspective on this. Change your monthly thought process to how much you want to save a year. So one of the things that I have been doing, okay, well, how can I get the 10 million, right? Okay, that's $205,000 I need to put away a year, right? And of course it has compound, but we just don't even include compound. Just how can I get to that? Make that your number, right? And remember, every month you may have some months that are better than others, right? So put yourself in a position where not only if you are working salary, if you work overtime, you get paid for that overtime, or you get paid to go to a conference, or you get paid to build your skills, right? So you got to be constantly thinking about, okay, well, this year I want my goal. I want to have it by the end of this year. I want to at least have $60,000 in the bank. Okay, what I got to do to get there? 60,000 divided by 12. Okay, that's 5,000 a month. 5,000 a month is $2,500 a paycheck, right? Okay. Put away 2,500 here, put away 3,000 on that one, put away 2,000 on this one, put away 3 on that one. Oh, what can I do on the side so I can make that goal, right? Now you got $60,000 working for you. Compound that or put it in a money market account and it's sitting there and collecting interest. It's a different story, right? We're talking about a different story. You don't have to start as high as 6,000. You can start as simple as $100 a month. Well, you got at the end of the year, you got 1,200, or you can start with $1,000 a month. Well, you put 500 here, 500 here, and that at the end of the year, you got 12,000. Yep, the wife works.
And not only this, check this out. And then they talk about the homeschooling option. Well, who gonna stay home and school the kids? Is it the mama? Then you gonna use her $95,000 her income a month, like to homeschool the kids? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. You can send them to public school and hire tutors. And
that's what I said. They can hire tutors or get some extracurricular, because you're freeing up $55,000 a month. I mean, $55,000 a year. Well, let's go ahead and say you're freeing up $5,000 a month. They can spend $1,000 a month on a tutor for all three.
Because at the end of the day, you can send a child to school every day and they cannot know how to read. Like it's what you do at home as well. to, you know, like I don't know. And I don't have children, but as an auntie and a godmother and a mother who was an educator.
You know, there's an article about being it's called the rich auntie.
As
It
an auntie and a godmother.
is the rich
It is crazy. But you know what? I have a sister friend before we get back into this, and I love the way she has like tough conversations with her kids when it comes to where they live, where they vacation, their school, about money in general. Because all parents, you know, you want to get your kids the house. Like, I want them to have a house so they can run in the backyard. Well, we got this house and they won't go outside. So you know what? They want to go back to where we're living. So okay, we can get a house, but if you want a house in the city of Atlanta, it's gonna cost this much money. And if we spend this much money on the house, those trips you guys like to take, you're not gonna be able to take. Those places you like to go downtown, you're not gonna be able to go down there because you know what? We can't afford it. Like so what do you guys want to do? In order for us to do A, B, C, and D, these are the sacrifices we need to make in order to make those happen. What do you want to do? So you know what? They got a place in a condo and in the city of Atlanta with the best private school, the best public schools the city has to offer. Okay, we do this. This is what now. If we move from this place and we go here, that trip, that's off the table. That convenience is off the table because we can't afford to live there because we are priced out. If we want to get a house in this neighborhood, this is how much it costs. This is how much we got on the table. You know what? Us moving, we have to halt that right now because there's some things that we're still working on and it's not panning out. Like, I love that they say they not involve them in the decision making, but teaching them how to make those tough decisions and what it actually takes instead of things just showing up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Because a lot of parents, things just show up. We're moving here, we're going there, we're doing this, and they don't know what it takes to get there. So it seems like, and maybe it happened like with the girl parents, like, hey, we had all this stuff and it shows up, so this is what I'm expecting. I don't know what my parents are sacrificing to make these things for us come to fruition. You got to teach these kids about life. Having them and throwing them in school, thinking the school is going to teach them about the life. No, it's only going to teach them about what's going on in those books. Life is something totally different.
Let's get it. I see y'all comments.
At iwt.com/money coaching. So 6, 7, 8, 9,000 a month just to achieve these basic, well, they're not basic, but these important things to you. What do y'all think about that?
It's a large amount.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Any questions so far?
Nope.
All right. I notice, looks a little tough for you. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
Just, yeah.
Is it tough to start to get into the numbers like this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that at this moment, it can feel like you're watching your dreams get calculated away. And I want you to stick with me. This moment is really difficult because you have to confront reality. And it's going to be hard. I wish I could make it all easy, but it's not. But I can tell you that if you're able to confront reality and make some tough choices, that you have a very, very bright future ahead. Okay?
Okay.
Right. So let's take it step by step. And if you feel overwhelmed or you're not sure about something, tell me.
Okay.
The husband is killing me. He's like, ugh.
What we see now is that your fixed costs are 151% of your take-home pay. What does that tell you?
Our fixed costs are too high.
Let me repeat that number for you. I usually recommend that fixed costs be 50 to 60% of take-home pay or after-tax pay. Their fixed costs are 151% of take-home pay. They are spending more than they make every month on their fixed costs alone. I want you to hear the details in this next exchange. It is so revealing. This next exchange is going to show you that it's actually quite easy to overspend, in part because you and I don't make decisions based on some spreadsheet. In fact, most people rarely even make decisions based on numbers at all. No, instead, we buy the family SUV or the gym membership or even the private school for the girls. We create meaning and we try to buy what we think is a rich life, but we almost never buy numbers. Here's the trick. In order to live a rich life, a truly rich life, you have to deeply understand your numbers. So I'm going to try to help separate.
So this is why I tell y'all on your dating profile, y'all need to put a math problem on there. Put a word problem on your dating profile. If Johnny had 5 apples and he went to school and Carolyn wanted 2 and a teacher wanted 1, how many apples does Johnny have left to distribute? Right?
That's why they got back $50,000 debt in 6 months. I'll be like, if you don't slow your roll, Susie Q, you are cut off. You are cut off. You are not on task or plan, and you need to go to rehab.
Put on
I'm gonna commit you 50-50. You need to go get Baker Act.
Listen,
you are clueless.
Listen, put on your dating profile, I am contributing the max amount in my 401k, my Roth 401k, traditional side. And if that person can't answer what that maximum amount is monthly, because they got to take the max amount for the year and divide it by 12, put that on there. If they can't figure out what that number is, then 1, they don't know how to use a calculator. 2, they don't know how to use the internet to figure out what it is. And 3, they probably never heard of a 401k. Y'all need to make math problems.
I don't think she dumb at all. She's smart. She know exactly what she wants.
She's smart.
She's smart. She ain't nothing dumb about that lady. She don't care.
She know how to pull the cord. She the puppet master.
She don't care. She's going to get it. And Carter better get with it.
She's the puppet master.
Carter.
Is that his name?
Carter, that's his name.
Is it?
Yeah.
We're gonna double verify here in a minute. Filthy Frank, I'm gonna get matches. Damn it. I'm gonna get matches when I set up my profile. My profile is gonna be like, they were like, what do you like to do? I like to cut 3/4 of my grass. 3/4. What she mean? She like to cut 3/4. Do she mean 3 divided by 4? What's she talking about?
Oh gosh.
I like my
hurt inside.
I like my hedges. I like my hedges to be a quarter below my window sill. A quarter below? What's she talking about? Why she got quarters in her hedges? Yeah, you got
set your profile up like a word problem.
Yes.
If I like long walks on the beach and it costs $50 to enjoy drinking, and I drive over there and it's point so and so miles from my house, how much gas I'm gonna need?
Yeah, I'm doing all of that. If I walk at this pace to go on to take my long walks, and how long do you think it's gonna take me to walk? Right.
I like problem solving, word puzzles, escape rooms. goodness, they might be the sister wife for this. The way they going, like, good Lord. She might need an OnlyFans.
Filthy Frank, men would get plenty of matches if a woman can answer the word problem. They get plenty of matches. It's the woman that won't get matches. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry if you're a man or a woman, bro. Female, whatever. Sorry. You identify him, he, they, he, she, her, them, whatever. Listen, I can vouch for this. I told Dee this. Remember I told you the guy came to town. He was like, "Yeah, I need to use the internet," and he went to go use my Windows computer. And he's like, "How I get on the internet?" I was like, "Just double click on the E," and he was double clicking on the E on the keyboard. On a Windows box.
We're not compatible.
Sorry.
We're not compatible. I'm going to need you to be able to turn this thing on, to navigate the basics.
The basics.
Send me an email.
The basics.
What's your email address?
I told you I put on my profile, like the men need to have an email address. On my dating profile.
When I first
started that dating, I like he need to have an email address because at least I know.
You need to know how to read. Like, what's the recommend on this menu? I need you to read it to me. What is that? How do you pronounce that? You already know me.
Go ahead and open up your phone and scan the QR code. What's the QR code? Never mind. Why they ain't here? Why they ain't got no menus in this restaurant? Why you bring me to this bump restaurant? Why you do that? Yeah, on my dating profile, when I first started dating back, I told men they need to have an email address. I sure did.
You can't even operate your cell phone without an email
address. But this was before the cell phone had email addresses.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I mean,
I used to meet men back in the day that didn't even have no email address. Girl, everywhere. DC, San Antonio, I mean DC, really. DC and Florida. They ain't had no email address.
O'Shea, if you are telling me my standards is too high because I want a man to know how to read, it's too high, I'm gonna need you to click off right now because you can't even be in my friend circle. If you're telling me my standards too high, if I need a man that know how to read, I can't.
Let's solve this problem. What did this say? People type in the chat. What did this say? Let's test.
I can't.
What does this say? What is the title of this book? You got to know what a title is. Know what a title is. What does this say? Type it in the chat. What is the title of this book?
And why this is cat like people you like? It's like Tam say I attract a certain type of man, and that's because it's a certain type of energy. It's certain things that I like in men, like what they need to be, and they just so happen to fall into this group of people. But I like somebody that I can sit and talk business with. I was just telling somebody the other day, business is fun for me. I enjoy it. It's like a hobby. So I'm always going to be working. Now,
O'Shea, you right. You right. They had images everywhere. Listen, D, I keep trying to tell you, ain't nobody gonna need to know how to read. They're gonna just have what color you want for your glasses, what color you want for this. That's it. You go pick out a card.
My man is gonna need to know how to read.
He ain't gonna need to know how to read.
That's what my man is gonna need. For me.
Dion.
For me, I need my man to know how to read.
No, he don't need to know how to read.
My man does.
No, he don't.
My man, your man can point at the pictures.
Your man go point at the picture.
My man,
your man gonna be like,
I need my man to be able to take the picture and match it up with the words.
That's what's wrong with you black women. That's what's wrong with you black
I'm
women.
not black.
That's what's wrong with you, black Mexican Jew.
No, no, no.
You always want some.
No. My man is gonna have to see their picture and match it up with the words. The description.
Dion, that's your problem. You are asking. You're not even looking at his heart. You're not even looking.
You need to know how to spell it. You need to know how to spell heart.
How to spell it. He just need to know what it looked like.
He gonna need to get on the Google or to go to the library to know what the heart looked like. Because technically, it's not this.
He can search by
it's a muscle, it's a vessel. It got, it got stuff in it. Like I like intelligent men are sexy to me. I like
intelligent men are sexy to me too. What I'm trying to
be on to some things. Intelligence is sexy to me.
Dion, don't nobody want all that problems.
That's all right. That's probably
you're not bringing him no peace. You ain't bringing him no peace.
I do take him as he is, a reader. And you know how you do that? What books do you recommend? Books.
And he gonna get you a picture book. Why are you sitting up there, man? See, that's your problem right there. This is why black women single.
This is why I'm single.
This is why black women single. You actually want him to read and let me guess. You want him to add and subtract too? You want him to add and subtract too?
Girl, if he can't add and subtract, he at least got to know how to use the calculator.
You want him to add? Why? That's what you there for. You his helpmate. You his helpmate. Where he is weak, you are strong.
Oh God. I might, O'Shea, why you playing? I might have to go get me one of them robot men with the good silicone on it. Because y'all over here having me
about what I used to say.
The floor.
You know what I used to say? I used to say I was gonna go to Africa and find me a man in the village.
Y'all is in the y'all so petty in the comments. I tell you,
build me a house.
Ooh. Told him, Evelyn, you silly. You want him to identify a noun and a verb. Yes, he needs to know sentence structure.
Do it? Does he need to know the difference between the subject and the predicate?
Rain is to know that. Asking for way too much. God forbid you asking a man to breathe through his nose and not his mouth.
Thank you.
Donald,
asking for too much.
I know you're not talking when you in 50-11 classes. You were a full-time student.
Donald is reading
AI. I am. I'm gonna give me an AI. Wait, have you ever watched Megan on Amazon? Anybody watch Megan on Amazon? You got to be careful from them AI people. I don't. No, I'm a pass. He's gonna have to be simple.
She's sitting over here asking him to conjugate verbs and stuff. Then you know what? She gonna go over there and ask him, can he do math? Can he add and subtract? Oh, can you do a little trig? She gonna ask him to do a little trig. Watch. Then she gonna be, you know what, Dion? You be wanting too much. This why you single. You over there asking that man to read. All he need to do is order by picture. What he need to do? He gonna be the man. He gonna cut the grass. He know when it's empty because it stopped. Stop. Okay. He know he needs some gas in there. This is your problem. This is what's setting black women back. You are. You're the problem. You why we can't.
God damn it. We didn't solve the puzzle. Blame it on D. God damn it, D. God damn it, D. God damn it.
That's right. Foreplay is trigonometry.
God damn it, D.
You over here.
And all you asked for was a high school diploma. God damn.
Fucking modern ass women.
I'm not modern. I am a dependent. I am not modern.
Then y'all wanna ask the man about his earnings and his family. Don't be asking that. cosine over sine, sine over cosine, 1 over cotangent. What's the tangent of this? Tangent? What you mean? Then you're gonna ask him to. Then this is your other problem. You're gonna ask him to identify.
I got another problem.
Yeah, you're gonna ask
Oh,
him
I'm
to
gonna be a
identify.
nun. Don't tell me no more of my problems. I'm gonna be a nun and go to what they be doing it to do.
D, you're gonna have to go back. You're gonna have to go back to the old school when y'all get ready to go to bed at night to help him out. Is you're gonna have to open up and highlight and say, read that there. Gotta let him read it out loud. Y'all gotta read together. A family that prays together, reads together.
O'Shea, I can tell you is a real traditional person because you don't know me very well. I'm a composter. I touch all the trash. Let me tell you something. I said what I said. That's why it's enough in the universe. Somebody that loves to read is gonna like me, and I'm gonna love him reading.
He gonna read picture books. Let's get back.
You don't read picture books. You
He
look
don't
at
read
picture books. You don't read them.
Yes, you do. They got pictures in them, and then they got words right under it. It's just a storytelling. You're gonna have a picture book, man.
Your mama gonna have a picture book, man. I ain't gonna have no picture book, man.
You better put a word problem on your profile.
I ain't got no profile. I don't want them problems. People don't have reading is one thing. Let me say this, and I said it 2 weeks ago. Comprehension is something else. I work with people every day. They can read it, but they can't comprehend it. They don't understand. Nothing just went on. The answers could be right in that damn email, and you just like, are we reading the same thing? Because
you be want too much. Let's get back to the show.
That ain't gonna worry me.
From 151% to 50 to 60%. But you can imagine how difficult this is going to be. For Sarah and Kevin, it will feel like cutting off parts of their lives.
The man name is Kevin. Keep calling him Carter. Sarah and Kevin. His name.
Oh, I was calling her Sarah out the book. No, I call her Sally. Girl, I said what I said.
Kevin and Sarah, not Carter.
Engineering cannabis.
Process for
you
them.
say your petty self out the chat.
Cost if they want to live in this specific area and send their kids to this expensive private school. Yeah, you're going broke every month. So that's not going to work. And also, we haven't even actually factored in paying off your debt.
Right.
So let's go ahead and do that. Let's just start with $1,000 a month towards your debt. Shit, now you're at 160%. But guess what? That's reality. We're going to put everything out on the table, and then we're going to figure out what to do. So your rent is...
Look at her face. It's so stupid.
16%. Is your rent really low? What is it? Low cost of living over there?
Yeah,
in
it's
our,
fairly low comparatively.
yeah, and we downsized quite a bit.
All right.
Oh, they rent.
Pretty good. 16%.
They moved out their house. They sold their house to become a renter so they can go build this house. They sold their house. I think their house was $1 million. They downsized. They paid off their debt. And they in this house so they can build a new house, but they keep getting back into debt. Yeah.
Move, okay? I know you want to, but please don't. Because if you move, it's going to be somewhere more expensive, right?
Yeah.
Don't do that. I'm just telling you. I rarely are
Look at
in that
Kevin's
direction, but
face.
I'm like, you got a good thing going here.
This
Don't
ain't
mess.
Carter.
Insurance, whatever. Car payment. Yeah, your car payment is, you can't afford it. You can't afford these 2 cars. Like, not even close. So that will have to be made a change. So I want you to start changing some of these numbers. Take that car payment and cut it in half. Let's watch what happens to that overall number. All right, so 1,000 takes it from 160% to 149%. What do you think?
Like you're not taking my car.
It was a slight drop.
Yeah, slight drop. To me, the way I look at it is, okay, I should probably do that, but holy shit, like how am I actually going to get to 55%? It actually does not feel possible.
Correct.
Okay. Can you spend less than $1,500 on your groceries every month if you were really thoughtful about it?
Yes. Yeah, we can.
How much?
Mhm.
How much can you take that number down reasonably?
I would say maybe 1,000, maybe
Okay.
1,200.
Pick a number that you are
Probably
confident.
1,200.
All right,
Probably
make a change.
1,200.
Okay. You're at 146%. All right, we're moving in the right direction. I like what I'm seeing so far. All right, kids activities, $8.99.
I want to pause for a second. Every time I look at him, oh man, I can't get it over there. Hold on. Every time I look at him, for whatever reason, this character right here comes to mind. Every time I look at him, because he got that frown and he just be looking like, every time I look at him, this the character that comes to mind. I don't know. This is in my head. Every time I look at him, he be looking like that's just in my head. All right.
Yeah.
What do you want to do here? Can I just tell you a quick story? My sister took horseback riding lessons when she was a kid. She did it like 2 times. She loved it. You know what my mom did? She pulled her out of that shit. She's like, we can't afford this. You had 2 rides on a pony. Yeah, you'll remember that forever. You're done.
Look at his face.
I wish you could do it all.
He ain't even there no more.
Yeah.
What decisions do you want to make here?
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing we're doing this off of base salary,
Mm-hmm.
is this something that we could decide, I guess, year to year? Because we do know we have things coming in, and like soccer for our oldest is $2,400 a
let me
year.
hold
And
on.
so-
It's gonna get good. This gonna get good. Oh snap! This gonna get good. Y'all about to fall out. Let me wind you up. All right. Earlier we talked about the wife getting the money. Guess who else gonna get some money? All right, here we go.
If we choose to, okay, so we know that I'm gonna make an extra, I don't know, $5,000 one month.
What was that word you just said?
An extra?
No, it started with an M. Sorry, I'm not aware of what that
Make?
word is. No, it was after that. Every
month.
Month,
Sorry, I don't know
Well,
what that word means.
an extra $20,000 this
Per-
year.
Per year. Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay.
you. An extra $20,000 this year.
Uh-huh.
And we're like, okay, we want to make sure the girls have activities this
Okay.
year.
Here's how you do that. Absolutely, you can set up a rule for the 2 of you that says
Yeah.
any additional amount we make above our salaries gets allocated in this way. But here's the trick. You can only do that taking last year's bonus that's now in your account and use it for the future year.
Yeah.
Do you see how you haven't been doing that?
Yep.
And that screwed you.
Yeah.
Because you're basically counting on all this money now. And if it doesn't happen, you're in real trouble.
Right. So I say we put it at 0,
Okay, go ahead. Make the change.
and that be one of those rules.
Okay. You know what's really cool about what you just did? It's very courageous, I think. it's very courageous for you. Clearly you care about your kids and their activities. I know both of you do. For you to say, we're going to,
She don't care nothing about him. like everything is about them kids, and I get it.
Her and her girls.
Yeah, I get it, y'all.
I got them so invested. Yes, they're invested in this. No, honey, you are invested
But
in this.
I ain't heard nothing about her doing nothing with him. I ain't heard nothing about them doing nothing with each other. I ain't heard nothing about date nights. I ain't heard nothing about mom and daddy gonna go on a little vacation, little staycation. I ain't heard none of that. I ain't heard none of that. It's gonna get real bad.
take them out of these things. You may not want to. I'm sure you don't. But sometimes parents cannot afford it. Very courageous. Girls' school, you have 5801 here. Okay. And you told me that's one of the important things you want to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Subscriptions, fix this, please.
Yeah, this is a lot of the business stuff.
Take it
that's
out.
in this.
Take it out. Just give me what's in here for personal.
700 maybe. I'm gonna say 700.
Let's talk about this.
Gym.
700. Uh-huh. Gym, Pilates, food delivery, food service, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Is all that continuing?
No.
Okay, take it out.
That's the first smile I see on his face.
It says 0. You don't have any like Hulu or Netflix or something?
Oh
like
yeah.
that?
So yeah. I mean,
So put
I'll
it-
say $100.
Put in okay, $100, fine. I can get with that. We have a miscellaneous amount here that automatically adds 15%, which I think is good. So you're currently at 125%. First of all, I've never clapped at someone spending 125% of their income on fixed costs, but I'm going to take the win on this because we went down from 150 to 125. That's not bad. That's not bad. However, you don't have enough money to pay for this lifestyle. It's like an Indian parent congratulating their kid for getting a 98%, but then going straight for the jugular and asking what went wrong for that last 2%. I have been trained well. Right now, I'm in no rush. I want them to feel the exhaustion of everything they've just cut, only to realize that it actually made no difference at all. They are still spending more than twice as much as they can comfortably afford. It's untenable. I need them to feel this frustration before they finally decide if they're willing to make a real substantive change. I don't know if it'll happen, but I know that right now they are not ready. They are still telling themselves stories that are totally untethered to their financial reality. This is when I decide to make a gentle suggestion. Can I make a suggestion?
Mhm.
Can we take, just to view this correctly, can we take the girls' school in row 17 and move it to guilt-free spending?
Yeah.
Let's just see what that does. Okay, all right, so look what just, whoa, holy shit. What happened to the numbers?
Dropped dramatically.
Tell me what just changed. What changed in your fixed cost percentage?
It went from 124 to 76.
Okay, 76 is within striking distance of 60.
Yeah.
That's a big change. And then what happened to the guilt-free spending number? What is that number at right now?
Look at Kevin. He's like, yes, get rid of them private school. Yeah, he owns something.
48.
Yeah, 48. And it should be 20 to 35%.
Yeah.
Okay, whoa. So I'm seeing some things happen here. Can I tell you what I see?
Yeah.
I see that your fixed costs
Kevin
are still
happy.
over what they need to.
Kevin is like,
76 is within striking distance of 60. It's achievable. You could do it. You can never get from 150 to 60. It's just, you can't cut your way down that much. But 76, We could make some things happen here. Now, let's look at your guilt-free spending number. Should be 20 to 35%. It's 48. You're spending way too much on guilt-free spending. However, at least you're in the universe, okay? What I want to point out is that you have no vacation, no eating out, no nothing. Okay, and there's one more thing I noticed here, which is you have no savings and no investments.
Boom.
So we have problems.
There you go. No savings, no investments, no eating out, no vacations, nothing. Y'all just living for them kids. You living for the house and whatever she deems that is going to happen. And that's no way to live. Now that's purgatory. That's what that is. And that's not going to stop. She's going to keep going. It's going to get worse.
At least we're starting to chip away at things and see if it is possible.
Yeah.
What do you take away from this example, what we're doing right now?
That there are sacrifices that are going to have to be made.
Okay, I need to admit something. Technically, their kids' private school should be a fixed cost. That's because they've indicated there's no way they're going to eliminate it, and it is a long-term expense. You know why I didn't count it there? Because this is my show, and once in a while, I get to break the rules. I'm doing this for a reason. I do not want to break our momentum right now by getting into this semantic debate and, oh, if we move it over here, technically it's going to do that. Because ultimately, that's not what I'm trying to accomplish here. I don't care about the semantics as much as I care about helping them make a psychological breakthrough and change their financial reality. All right. I want to give them a totally new way to look at their money. And if I have to break one of my own rules, I am cool with it. It's kind of like someone coming in and rearranging your living room. Suddenly you can see it from an entirely new perspective. All right. So we got to put in some money for investments. Throw that in there.
It's probably 1,100.
There you go.
There you go.
Beautiful. $1,200. Fantastic. All right. Now we got to get some savings in there because I know you have savings, but it's not the reason that I insist on savings is that I'm trying to get you away from this episodic problem you have, which is you kind of just wait until you have this inflow of cash and then you just like randomly disperse it. I don't want that anymore. I want a system. So every month you are moving towards your goals. Give me a savings goal here. Give me 5%.
Oh.
Nice. $600, right on the money. All right. Okay. We're still a little high, but we're getting there. How much are we going to make on the bonus and distribution? I need to factor those in now.
Well, for me, I think minimum will be about 20,000 this year.
Okay, 20,000. Cool. And what about for you, Kevin?
Bonus wise this year, let's just plan on 50.
50?
50.
All right. That makes things a little better. 70,000. Can I just make a point, Sarah? If you think about your expenses, are there areas in your business that you can cut down on?
Yes.
Like how much?
I would say probably 90%.
What the fuck? What?
Yeah.
Wait, this is cool. Like, what's the dollar amount that you could eliminate if you needed to tomorrow? Because you do need to.
Yearly?
Okay, yeah, give me yearly.
No, monthly. I was just trying to stay away from our monthly words.
Good job.
I would say monthly, probably $3,000, $3,000 to
Are you?
$4,000.
Wait,
Probably
which one?
3,000.
Let's say 3,000.
3,000.
That's $36,000 a year. You feel you can comfortably cut that right now?
Yeah. Yes.
That's pretty awesome. What do you think's going through my head right now?
I should do that.
Yeah. And what else? What are you going to do with that money if you cut it all? Tell me exactly what you do. Tomorrow you go and eliminate all that stuff. What happens then?
It's freed up for other things
Like
to
what?
come over and do debt and all the other stuff.
Yes, that's fucking awesome. We're
Yeah.
finding $36,000 under the couch cushions. But the key is we got to actually pick up the money from the couch and then we got to
Yes.
put it in the right place we want it to go.
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty awesome. So that's not even your distribution. We're talking about expenses right now. You could stop spending.
Yeah.
And you can transfer, you can add $3,000 a month to your income.
Yeah. Yes.
So you tell me, how would you decide? Right now, you have an extra $3,000 per month to do something with. It's like you're playing Oregon Trail and you get to choose where do you want to go in your wagon. What do you want to do?
Well, so if we just add it in income,
Yeah.
it'll adjust those numbers.
Go ahead. Love to watch the flow. Oh, shit. What does that number say on fixed costs?
It's below 60%.
57%, my friends. And we haven't even touched the bonuses. We're getting there.
Yeah, but
I feel a little hope. What do you feel?
Put that school back in there yet?
Feeling good. Feeling better. Yeah.
We're getting there.
No, he's getting her to see what it looked like without the school in there.
Point out what
I know.
That's what he's getting her comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had it all kind of conflated in with your personal. We fixed all that shit. It's separate now. Now that you have clarity, you can finally start to
I don't
take
know why
a
she don't have no
magnifying glass to
business.
that business. Every dollar you spend is a dollar
account.
that could be in your family's accounts.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if there's things that you need to spend on, absolutely spend on it. But if there's things that you're just like, these are nice to have, I don't really need it, goodbye.
Okay.
Right? And what that did was it made a dramatic change in your family's personal finances. I think now that you have this much more efficient way of looking at your business, I actually think your expenses will be lower. Potentially your income will be higher. And I think your profit margin is going to go way up. In my Earnable program to help you launch and grow your business, we talk about this. Some people come in, they have no business idea. Fine, we help them find one. Others already have 50,000. You don't have to do it all. You could put some of it towards it, like paying an extra 25,000 towards credit card debt, or even hell, 50,000. That changes things dramatically, especially from an interest perspective. What do you think about that?
I was wondering if we should do that from that should be our next move.
Yeah. What's the interest rate again on that credit card payment?
It's high. It's in the double digits.
It's like 26% or something.
That's
I
the
think
highest.
I think it's 20. I think mine
All
is
right,
20.
so it's a lot. All right.
Yeah.
I can't tell you exactly what to do on that. It's up to you. But if it were me, here's how I would think about it. I would be, okay, $93,000. My expenses are for fixed costs are $9,400. So I have like 10 months of expenses banked, roughly. I go, I don't want to pay this fucking interest. It's really high interest. I want to take some of that money and I want to apply it and pay it off immediately. I personally would take the 50K from the 93,000. I would pay the credit card debt off right away. But more importantly, because I don't want to get back in this situation again for a third time, I would create very clear rules on what our spending changes are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And never get back into credit card.
Take the credit card away from her. The payments that they were making on their credit card, put that money back into the account on which they took the $50,000 from. Hopefully they're in a money market account so the money can grow too while they invest in this back into it. And then cut her off.
But also, it could be that the credit card she's spending is in her name only.
It could be.
It could be in her name only, but she got some secret debt. Like, this ain't all of debt.
Oh, it's more debt.
Like, She looked like a secret debt person.
Like,
Agree.
that's the commitment. What do you both say about that?
Yes.
I never saw such a big smile.
We got a smile out of Kevin. Kevin was like, yes. Pay that off now. We got a smile out of Smutley. Yes. I'm so excited for him. Because this is I should screenshot this. Because he been over there like, I want a divorce. What we celebrating? My divorce.
Yeah, she's probably cheaper to keep her because she's gonna be like, I need this amount, and that's how much he paid, and here go this sheet.
My divorce.
What? Terrible.
All right. Yeah. All right. You both agree. Sarah, do you agree?
Has Kevin been saying this all along?
The next one is the car, but I honestly, in the state we live in, the conditions that we're in,
Yeah. We don't have public transport, so
Mhm.
not sure what options we have.
Well, you guys have $2,000 a month in car payments.
Mhm.
With the lifestyle you want to live, you cannot be driving a $75,000 or so car. You can't. Not if you want to have the private school and all this stuff. You have to be basically the way you're living, the way you want to live. You're telling me we want to pay off our credit card debt, which means we want to put at least $1,000 a month towards it, maybe more. We want to invest at least 10%. We haven't even talked about savings. And we want to send our 3 daughters to private school. What that means is the rest of your life is going to essentially look like you don't earn very much money at all.
Yeah.
So goodbye, Tesla. And goodbye to a lot of the expensive things you would have ordinarily done because you're taking all of that money and redirecting it to a considerable amount of expenses, like $55,000 a year for private school. Are you both mentally centered and emotionally ready for that?
Like, all I got is my Tesla. All I got is my Tesla.
I honestly, we'll say.
I work. I should be able to have my damn Tesla.
Look at her. Look at her.
Yeah. Mentally not ready.
Sarah?
that is a struggle. That will definitely be a struggle. Mhm.
Mhm.
I think the thing that the one thing we have said, and Kevin mentioned it earlier, is that it is a non-negotiable for us.
The school.
And the school,
Okay.
the school, and so if that's true, then we have to be willing to do it.
So I'm telling you, I'm not trying to scare you. Okay. What I am saying is you guys want to live an elite lifestyle. It is elite. I'm speaking financially speaking.
Sure.
Of $55,000 is quite expensive. I get it. I know many families who pay for private school. You have your reasons. I totally respect that. The implications on your income, especially considering you have this debt load of 150,000 plus, means that realistically, a lot of other things are going to have to be cut to the bone. So I don't want to sugarcoat it for you, because the worst thing I can do is, we play around with some numbers here and we leave, and you go and basically spend the same way you've been spending on day to day. And in a year, you actually have more debt and you're like, what the fuck? We tried and it's not working. This is a radical reconceptualization of the way that you treat money. Okay. I can see from the nods on your faces, you're both getting it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tesla 75, private school 55, right? Private school
Yeah,
almost
2
cost,
cars though, right?
yeah, got 2 cars, but that
They
Tesla,
said for the other one.
the Tesla, excuse me, almost costs more than the private school. I mean, the private school almost costs more than the Tesla. So if they can go down to maybe a Tesla, was it Model 3? I think the Model 3 is what, 35? He can still be in the Tesla. He just won't be in the $75,000 one. Yeah, they can go down to a Model 3. The
He's like, I can afford this Tesla. She can't.
Yeah, they can go down to something like, oh, let me make this not as big. They can go down to something like this. It's 36,000, and that's a 2020. That'll save them some money and keep it pushing. And what the thing about it is, right? This could be a temporary thing. When I say a temporary thing for the next 7 years, that's the temporary thing until they get a footing on all the debt, until they start reserving and build back up their cash, until they again they don't have no. Ain't I ain't heard nothing about no 401k, no retirement,
You said the
no.
oldest one is 13.
I think the older one is 13.
She'll be out the house. Hopefully, you'll be out the house, and that other one will be coming up. But then they haven't even talked about college or any of that. They haven't even had no. He is basically like, y'all are going to be struggling. Y'all not gonna have nothing of a life. Y'all can't go do nothing. But she gonna charge you.
And I'm happy that you're discussing things like, what are we going to do with the cars? You know, and I think the two of you probably need to go a little further on that, but I like that you're both open to it. You know, you came on this call saying communication is an issue. I feel like we're actually having a very constructive conversation with some very difficult numbers here. How do you both feel about it?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. We've made some tough calls already. The house, not going to happen for at least 10 years. Okay. Kids, activities, not going to happen this year. Okay. Tough, no doubt. It'll take time to internalize that. But gosh, I feel like we're just moving along and we're at least seeing that there's a possibility. But I have to say one thing to you. I want to talk about the kids' school right now. Okay. Because you're going to have this distribution stuff coming in.
Yeah.
You also have this inheritance that's floating around. And hopefully every year you both have a nice, healthy distribution. I want to give you some.
So he has an inheritance coming in. The inheritance is around $300,000 or $400,000. She has already started counting that.
Yeah, she spent that.
Yeah, they got $300,000 or $400,000. He has $300,000 or $400,000 coming in. So again, go back to what I said before. He has an inheritance coming in. He doesn't have to share that inheritance with them. Now, depending on the state, that could be go back and forth. But she's already got it.
She spent it.
It's over.
It's gone.
Right. She's already got that allotted for the new house. She's already got the kids' stuff paid for. Remember, the kids is $55,000 a year. It's gonna cost them. Let's say they be in school for the next 10 years. It's gonna cost them $500,000 just for them to go to school, not even college. If they decide to go to college, right? So there's a lot of money being tossed around here that's not beneficial. I brought this up because I wanted you to see how other people live that don't look like us, that go through the same thing. Again, back to the math problem, word problems, and knowing how to read. D, your man gonna be like, you gonna be like, what's this? I love it. You look just like, as you call him, Carter.
Ways of thinking about your children's school. You've told me that it's a non-negotiable. Totally fine with me. My job is to help you figure out how to do it. And the problem is, once you put your kids in this school, you can't just pull them out. It's very disruptive. So how do you think about that? What would you do to be absolutely certain that you can afford this school for the next 12 years?
Apply for financial aid.
Okay, that's good. You definitely should.
Yeah. I don't know.
What if you wait 1 year?
What do you mean?
What if you waited 1 year and instead of incurring the fees, let's say this year, you waited 1 year, took all the money you normally would have spent this year, banked it, and then by the time you put your kids in this school, you have a war chest.
All right. So at 12 years, this is how much they're going to spend on the kids in 12 years. In 12 years, they would have spent $660,000 for the kids to go to private school for 12 years. That's just the kids. That's not including clothes. That's not including personal. That's not including extracurricular activities. That's not including the kids want to go and do something with their friends. That's not including that.
That's just the education.
Yeah. And then this financial aid she talking about applying for, them, that's going to come out of their money, out of their pocket. That's going to be a student loan plus. That's going to be a parent loan plus loan. That's some more debt.
Is it? I mean, it depends because I know the from what I understand, because I used to get financial aid for that. Is financial aid doesn't necessarily mean loan. It might be a
No, it
grant.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean loan, but they may not qualify enough because they make too much money. Let's be honest, for certain things. So they may have to.
They're not gonna get no financial aid.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
No, they're not getting financial aid.
That's what I'm saying.
They're not getting the financial aid.
They make too much money.
They're not gonna get it.
I totally respect what she's trying to do for the children. I'm just trying to show you what it's costing for them to go to school for 12 years. They just giving them damn near $1 million for them to go to school. And on top of that, if they had this money maybe in some type of brokerage account, a money market account, or REIT, or some real estate that could pay that out.
They can go and to whatever college they want to, and all that stuff be paid for. Like it'll give them
They do better by putting them in public school and going buy some houses and letting them houses pay for them for their kids in the long run for them to go to a good college or whatnot, or to get a tutor or something. 660,000, and you still gotta feed them.
I was gonna say you ain't fed them, you ain't washed them, you haven't clothed them, and then it's like they ain't got activities at the private school. Then not only that, private school is like anything else. All that other stuff is a la carte. They still gonna have to come out the pocket for stuff.
The kids got a trip they going on. I want to go with my friends to the da play. Right? I'm just trying to show you just a different view. Let's get back to it.
So if something goes wrong, you do not have the pressure of, oh my God, where are we going to find $6,000 a month right away?
They're already there at the school.
What?
I mean, this was they're in the middle of their first year.
Oh, well, okay, that option's out the door.
Yeah.
All right. So what the fuck? You signed them up for this school without even knowing where the money was coming from?
Yeah, well, we pulled from the house. And
that house is not like the Giving Tree. That thing doesn't last forever.
It's gone.
Do you see I get it.
Yeah.
They're already there, so we can't do that. Do you kind of see, though, the behavioral issue here?
Yes.
What is it? Just articulate it back to me.
It's, and you're thinking in terms of what? Like we're putting the cart before the horse, I guess.
Yes.
No, he's not. That's not
Like
what he's
on the
saying.
income
He's
that-
not saying y'all putting the cart before. He is saying, bitch, you fucking it up. You killing it. You gonna kill your husband. You can't afford it. You don't
Can't
even make
afford it.
enough money to do it. You need more income. If you want to live this lifestyle and if you want to have these kids to have that, she's got to go make more money. He's already at 214. She's at 90 something, but he's got to go get some more. She got to go get some more money. That's what he's saying. Like, see, couldn't be me. Because if I was the financial advisor or giving them financial, I would be like, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you the problem. And what I'm trying to tell you is that's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, that's what I said. She's carrying over. I said before, she's carrying over something from her childhood traumas about what they have and what they can't. Because she spent every dime that come in go out. She don't even let it hit her hand real good. Like these imaginary wish meat numbers, she is spending them before she get them.
Yeah, she got me angry. I was angry watching this. I'll search it, O'Shea. Yeah, I saw that. I saw Millennial Money. I don't want to do a reaction to her. I know what she's talking about. She's disabled. She has a disability, right? I don't want to do a reaction to her. I saw that though. Let's go.
Who of you make? You make too much money to be behaving this way. If you want to get to a level where you are financially comfortable, potentially one day, financially very successful, then you can't keep thinking this way.
Mhm.
This is truly insane. They literally signed their kids up for a $55,000 a year commitment for 12 years with no idea how they're going to pay for the second year or anything beyond. What is the end game here? Do people who make these decisions ever stop to think, what if something goes wrong? What if one of us gets laid off? What if we can't keep up our lifestyle that we have now committed ourselves to for over a decade? Why am I even asking this question? I already know the depressing answer. The answer is people do not make a plan. They do not think beyond the month, and they simply hope things go all right. And when they don't, and it ends disastrously, the people have no idea what actually just happened. And that's when they start going on Twitter and saying, life sucks, this is horrible. Life sucks, yes. Life sucks for me right now, having to imagine how bad things can go. I'm truly at a loss here. I think in my conversation with Sarah and Kevin, I wish I had taken a break to get my composure back. So what I tried to do was I tried to summarize where we were, in part just so I could remind myself what in the hell is happening right now.
I thought he knew she signed him up for the school already.
So you have your fixed costs at 53%. That's fucking awesome. Is anyone else excited by that?
Yeah.
All right. I think that's amazing. Shit. I just realized I made a mistake. We took the kids' school. Where did we put that? Is that in fixed costs right now?
Guilt-free.
Yeah. Fuck. We kind of. All right. Well, okay, it's a technicality. I'm just going to tell you why we're playing a little bit of tricks and it's not good, but I'm going to tell you. So if we move that 5,800 back into fixed costs, you'd be way over.
Yeah.
Right. And the fact of the matter is that your girl's school is a fixed cost because you have zero intention of ever stopping paying that money for the next 12 years. So technically it is a fixed cost. And what that really says is you're still over on fixed costs by a lot. So look, we're playing some games with the CSP. I don't really like it, but there is no other way to do it. The implication here is that basically you need to keep getting your bonuses and distributions, and you need to be setting them aggressively aside in savings.
Okay.
All right, that's that. And it also implies that you don't have much else to spend for guilt-free spending on anything. And that's something that it troubles me because most couples, they want to go on vacation. They want to do fun things. They want to do that. And I don't like setting up a system where you can't do it because you're not going to actually listen. You're just going to be like, fuck all this. So you really have to be thinking about what is the marathon that we are running. So you have a marathon of at least 12 years of high expenses. That's the way you chose it? Okay.
Oh, he's finna cry.
That's how it's got to be.
Oh, he's finna
He
cry.
went back. He went back. I was like,
What questions
He's
can I
finna
answer?
cry.
This is me putting the onus on them now. I have helped them as much as I can. Now it's on them. Watch what happens.
Well, I got a big one.
All right.
I heard you all throughout and keep pinging and diplomatically about the school as if it's going to set us up for failure as we run for a marathon and trying to maintain this cadence, this velocity.
Look at her eyes.
So the
widening.
question simply
Did y'all see
simply asked
that?
is, are we setting ourselves for failure?
Hold on. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Did y'all
Can't
see how her
say.
eyes widened when he was talking?
I have helped them as much as I can.
Watch her eyes.
Now it's on them.
She's about to go.
Watch what happens.
Well, I got a big one.
All right.
I heard you all throughout and keep
Watch her eyes.
pinging and diplomatically about the school as if it's going to set us up for
He
failure
is a problem.
as we run for a marathon and trying to maintain this cadence,
Yeah,
this
look.
velocity. So the question simply asked is, are we setting ourselves for failure?
I can't say yes or no. You are setting
She's about
yourselves
to
up
go
for a
ham. Them
very
eyes came back down.
difficult
She's about to go ham.
rest of your lives. The reason for that is you have some difficult habits that you've already exhibited. So it's not like we're starting from a blank page.
Sure.
That's number one. Two, $55,000 a year of a fixed expense for at least 12 more years is extremely high. At your income level, it is very challenging. At your income level with your spending habits, everything has to go right in order for you to do it. Could you do it? Yeah, I think so. If you were to radically change the way you manage money, it could happen. But you two would have to be a completely unified team, and you would also have to be lucky. The good news is that you have a high income, household income, with the possibility of making more.
Mhm.
That part is really promising. But I don't like to only count on making more money in the future. I can't build a life around some hope.
Well, reality check, a 38 and 42-year-old couple have 150K net worth. Proportionally to our
Yeah. All right. So they got 150K net worth. They are 38 and 42. They're talking about having these kids in school for the next 12 years. That'll put them around about 50 and 54. They have no money saved up for retirement. Their net worth is 150. Their house probably is worth, well, they don't even have no house.
they don't have a house anymore.
They don't have no house no more. They
They
rent.
sold it.
They sold
Pay
it.
off the debt.
So they don't even have nothing to leverage there either. So what are they gonna do? Wait till they turn 50 to go buy a house? Right? So these are the things that I'm talking about. If you don't have that conversation with money and start doing your financial planning now, this could be you. Not to say that it could be you in a relationship, it could be you by yourself. Right?
It is ridiculously low. All of our 14 years of marriage led us to this. Right or wrong, here we are. This is it. now we're looking at the biggest chunk, the principle that we set ourselves, that our kids will get great education. And in the current plan that we've put together, it is obvious that it is what drives our lifestyle overall down. And so those are all the thoughts, it is.
Are you asking if it's worth it?
If it's worth it. If it's, where it is worth it we know it is worth it for education, for our children's education, because we've told ourselves that for the longest time. But I'm just wondering whether we could make it work differently.
Should we just play for a second and see what happens if we entertain the idea of not spending $55,000 a year on private school?
Yeah, why
Does
not?
Does it make you nervous to explore this?
I think so, because then my next question is, okay, then where do they go to school? What do we do? And what do we do with the 5,800?
Let's open it up. I'm going to copy this sheet. Now, go ahead. Why don't you have a conversation about what you would do with $5,800 a month?
I think just based off of this, I think increasing our investment is going to be a big deal.
You have no money for retirement. God, Danny.
Why is that even a question?
Why is it
Because she like, what can I go spend that thing on? What can I go spend it on?
Let me think about what I gotta do. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know what I'm gonna do with that 5,800. You already know what you gotta do. Like, come on. And he know that they can't afford this. And I get it. See, okay, let's have a real conversation now. All right, let's have a real conversation. In relationships, there's always a person that's a people pleaser, whether it's the man or the woman. And most of the time, that man is going to be like, honey, I'm going to see what I can do. Because you want to be that problem solver. You want to be that guy. You want to put that cape on. You want to go out there. You want to get that dream, that wish, that this, that, and other. But what ends up happening is you slowly lose yourself. You slowly deteriorate. You slowly become resentful. You slowly become sick. You slowly become all these things, and it's just not healthy. It's not even you can't even maintain that. You can't even maintain that. So sometimes, man and woman, y'all got to learn how to say, this is what it is, and the answer is no. Now, if you want the answer to be yes, this is what I'm going to need from you. We're going to need an additional $50,000. That $55,000 that's going out, I need for you to bring that back in. So if we want to be on top, I'm going to need for you to go grab us 70. I need for you to go grab us $70,000. And that might mean you need to go to work. You can't be an entrepreneur all your life. You ain't bringing in no money like that. I'm going to need for you to go to work. So that 90 that you bring in, I'm going to need for you to step it up. You may have to move up to a job that's paying you 140, 150. I'm going to need that. Now we got some wiggle room. Now we can do that life. But right now, no. No.
I'm tired for them. Like, y'all both working all day, all night.
And then 10%.
Then you're going to be looking at them kids. Y'all can't do nothing in the evening.
Let me stop because you're still talking. Hold on. But
and 10% mark for investment. I think you're right. In terms of investment, we probably need to target maybe, let's say 15%. Then the savings Okay, so comparatively, you added that was 600, so you added $1,000. So you added $2,000, which is so it leaves us with $3,800 that we can put back into fixed costs.
Or guilt-free. Guilt. I think.
There's the guilt-free.
Yeah.
There's something.
So,
I forgot about that one.
I mean, I think that in terms of guilt-free spending, it should be, I mean, the dining out, those kind of things. And that puts us at just over 5,000. So we still would have about 800 left.
So what I gather is she don't really like to cook. That's what I'm gathering. Cooking is
She
not.
don't like to cook. She don't like to go get the groceries. She like them deliver. She like convenience.
Oh, she like me.
Yeah, oh yeah, she like convenience. And
She like me.
because she don't have the house, she to me, because she don't have the house, now is those are the things that are owed to her, these conveniences, because she don't have this house. Oh, she's a cold piece.
Manipulative.
Correct. And that's the 800 for the kids' activities
For the kids' activities. Right
or
there.
the car, whichever we took out.
We took up both, but yeah, I mean,
It's
There's-
something.
yeah.
And the investment is important.
Yeah.
What are y'all noticing? And what are you both feeling?
Conflicted.
Uh-huh.
It's a bittersweet. I feel air in my lungs, but I felt like they're constricted at the same time. My lungs are constricted at the same time.
Stress.
What does that mean?
Meaning that I feel like there's a sense of relief that, oh, look at that. We don't have to shrink our life. And we can actually look up to the future. And at the same time is the constriction that I feel is the best investment that you can make for your children is their education. And we
Now they can homeschool and get money for homeschooling. They can get subsidies and stuff, money for homeschooling, but I don't know.
Who gonna homeschool the kids, Tamika? Who got time to homeschool the kids? They need every dollar to come in. Carter is going to be on the news.
It is Kevin, god dang it.
Kevin is going to be on the news. They are going to be unalived. They keep stressing this man so much.
that we equate that to financially because it might be educationally challenged as parents. So we try to say, here, private school, do a better job than we can do.
Yeah.
Wait, is that true?
Jokingly, it's
Yes.
On the
There's some
academic side, yes.
But hold on. Because I mean, it's funny, but
It's
you
not.
mentioned that you were potentially going to homeschool them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what help, and that would be the worst case thing. I get not worst case. That's not true. That would be
Well, what's the worst case for you two, financially speaking?
continuing down the path we're
the
on.
slope. Yeah, for sure. The path that we're on is the worst case.
You wrote
Simply
me,
put.
I'd love for Kevin and I to be able to talk about money without being scared. The next conversation will be the end of our marriage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we're just talking about the weather.
Yeah.
This is 10 out of 10. That's what you wrote. 10, 10, 10.
Yeah.
So the school, it was presented as a non-negotiable. I get it. We talked about it at length. Is it not? Is it an option? Because if it's an option, that opens up an entirely different lifestyle for you.
Well, we ain't had
Well,
these
I
problems
think
growing
that
up.
at this point, anything's an option.
Now that's a good answer. I can work with that.
She not gonna leave him, O'Shea. They gonna leave each other. He over it. He gonna file for divorce. She not. She know she too broke. She know she too broke to argue. He'll file though. He'll file. He'll be like, you can keep all this shit. I gonna make me some more money. And you figure this out.
Can I tell you something? I'm sure you have your reasons for wanting to send your daughters to private school. And if that's what you choose to continue doing, okay, it's your money, it's your choice. I guess I want you to be able to zoom up. I understand if there's one of your daughters needs extra help and the private school is the best place to do it. I totally get that. But I want to look at this in the totality of your girls growing up with parents who are not worried about money every single day of their lives, of passing on some of the things you picked up with money, Sarah, and changing that. Like generational messages are real. And I wonder which of these decisions would provide a real change for your daughters.
The school. Changing the
Which-
school
To what?
to cheaper/free options.
Could be. I think for children to be able to see their parents feeling good about money, teaching them valuable lessons about money, that changes the dynamic a lot. And forget about money, just seeing parents actually
Happy.
being able to breathe.
Yeah.
Like I was telling you, I feel like I could almost physically, I could actually breathe just by walking out for this exercise. If this is a reason why our marriage would continue to be stressed, then it has to be considered.
Let me share the follow-ups because this is a situation we have never had before. After each conversation, I ask my guests to follow up and send me the answers to a few questions that I have for them. Sarah and Kevin did write back. Let me read what they wrote. Sarah said, I think the thing that surprised me the most were the numbers. We've never calculated our finances in such a way that gave us a completely clear picture of where we're at. It was hard, crushing at points, but motivating and encouraging as well. Our conversation really drove home how I have to start taking more responsibility with our finances. Money doesn't have to be scary. We definitely have some hard decisions to make, but now I believe that we can get to a place that will allow us to build a healthy relationship and pay off and keep off all the debt. Here's what Kevin said. It is evident that Sarah and I do not have healthy financial habits. Ramit uncovered behaviors that led us to where we are today. My biggest learning point was to know where to start. I embarrassingly admitted early on in our conversation that I struggled to adapt the CSP to our lives. Once we understood the importance of working with the revenue we are certain of, the rest made sense. This was probably the biggest takeaway. Okay, well, I appreciate Sarah and Kevin coming on and being so candid in this conversation. I wasn't satisfied with those answers. I wanted to know specifically what changes they were going to make. Also, they were supposed to send me their updated CSP with the decisions they made, but we never heard from them. My team followed up several times, no response. I'm here to help. We reached out. We wanted to hear back from Sarah and Kevin, but after the first follow-up, we never did. I really hope that Sarah and Kevin find these last two episodes eye-opening, and I genuinely hope that they are able to recommit to making a change. The stakes.
So there is a part 2 to this. They have, this is part 2. They got another one. The part 1 is when she cried a lot. I just pulled up part 2. You all didn't get a chance to see part 1. Go check out part 1. It's eye-opening for that. Let me see. It's 55,000 private school. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see this one, and that's part two. I want part one, so y'all can go check that out. I should do a review on part one because she was really balling in part one. Part one, she was crying all over the place. This is part one right here. Part one, she was crying all over the place. Yeah, she was a mess in part one. He didn't know what to do. Again, I don't know if they ever got the problem solved. In here they break down the money that she makes, um why they can't agree on a plan, uh how she handles money, the way they split the cost. Here's how they went from 0 to 50,000. I think that's how y'all want to know how they got to this 50,000, right? So here it is right here. So let me play that.
So what happened?
Life.
Wait, okay, this is like, if this was 5 years, I would be like, all right, yeah, life happens. But 6 months, we can figure this out in like 25 seconds. Let's just do it right now. Okay, life happens. All right, life, not that much life happens in 6 months. So let's break it down. What vacations did you take in the last 6 months?
Well, we paid for a cruise that we have coming up.
How much is that? Ballpark.
7,000, I think.
What do you think? What number do you think I would pick to write down here? How much is your cruise going to cost? You said 7,000. What do I think the real number is?
8.
No.
8,500.
Higher. Kevin?
1150. Love up pop on it.
Okay, so let's say 11,000. What else you spend money on the last 6 months?
Business stuff. This is that credit card debt is including the business cards.
Okay. How much did you spend on the business?
I think it's 15.
Okay, 15 on business. You spent that on a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else? Eating out, you mentioned?
Eating out, that's a big one.
How
for
much?
Us. 3,000 to 4,000 a month.
Let's say 4,000 a month. What else did you spend money on the last 6 months?
Yeah, I had surgery in July.
Okay.
And so a big cost was post care.
Okay. How much was that?
I was spending, I think, almost $1,000 a month.
For 6 months?
For 5 months.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And are you doing all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good to
Yeah.
hear. Okay. Anything else?
Christmas.
How much?
I don't know.
Like 100, 10,000. What are we talking about?
4,000.
All right. Anything else? Clothes you mentioned, Sarah?
Clothes. This is actually the first time we've had to buy like a large amount of clothes because our girls were in uniforms before and the school had like a hand-me-down thing.
Mm-hmm.
So in August we spent, I don't know, maybe 2,000 on clothes for all 3 of the girls.
Okay.
I'm trying to think what other, I've had some trips with my
Like what?
business. The one in September was about 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
Cabo was my flight, which I spent quite a bit on my flight.
How much?
3,500.
Okay. What else?
And what else? August, September, October, just little.
Coaching?
Oh yeah, business coaching.
How much was that?
It was 1,700 a month for 6 months, and then now it's 900 a month for 6 months.
Let's just say 1,000 a month, just for easy math.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be 6,000. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
All right.
Now I don't know what she getting coaching in. I don't know what her business exactly is. It sound like MLM to me. That's what it sounds like. Like she doing some Amway, Prime America, or something like that.
All right. So if we add up all those numbers, what do you think we get?
A lot.
Any idea? Just take a guess.
30,
Okay.
35,
30. Well, which one is it?
30,
Okay.
35, since we're going with the larger numbers.
It's something right on a spreadsheet, girl. You gotta quit playing games.
$72,500 in the last 6 months. What do you think about that number?
Wow. That's unexpected.
I'm hungry.
All right, I need to lay down the fucking law here for a few different items. Can you see that affirmations board behind Sarah? They just spent $72,000 in 6 months, putting them back into credit card debt. But she has these Etsy affirmations behind her, these posters. Here's what they say. This year will be different. I have genius inside of me. I have something the world needs. It's like affirmations are nice, but sometimes you need to look at the fucking numbers. Notice the details. Remember how I always say,
For me,
predictor of your future behavior is your current behavior. And people get mad at me. Oh, Ramit, that's not true. I can change. Everybody can change. Well, maybe, but it's hard. You'll also notice that Sarah is using the innocent dough technique to evade actually acknowledging what they're spending on. You don't know what the innocent dough technique is? Let me explain. Imagine a wide-eyed Bambi. Me? Little old me? I have no idea what's going on with our money. I don't know. That's the innocent dough technique.
let's go for the bigger amount.
Because if it was 5 years of spending, okay, we could figure it out. It would take a while. They ran up 50K of credit card debt in 6 months. It took us 3 minutes to figure this out. Some of you have been procrastinating on some money question for 13 years that would take us 15 seconds to find the answer to. You could join my money coaching program. Let's solve it right now. You'll also notice another clue. She has a verbal tick of giving ranges, $3,000 to $4,000. That means 4,000, more likely 7. You know why? Because she doesn't want to count phantom costs in. A cruise isn't just what you paid for the room. It's the drinks, the extra food, the excursions, the flight, the hotels, all of it. Add 50% to the sticker price to be conservative. That's exactly what I add whenever I stay at a hotel or whenever I look at buying a house. So there are a lot of clues in that short exercise that really reveal a lifetime of attitudes and behaviors that Sarah has bought into. You mentioned that
I'm over Sarah.
issues that you have with money. What is impulsive spending?
I like his approach. You all can go back and look at the rest of this video. I like his approach from the fact of like he keep it 1,000 with him, right? And also he make them think, and it also gives you all. This is what I do like about it. It also gives you all some tips to use in your own conversations, with your significant others, with your mom, with your dad, whatever the case may be, your sisters, what have you. That's why I like this conversation. I thought it was a good one. Uh, I just want to pull this one up so y'all can actually go binge watch his, because I've been binge watching some of his stuff. Because I just want to get a different perspective on what people are doing and what they look like and stuff. So it's this one right here. Is it? Yeah, this one is one. Hold on. Am I in? Yeah, I think you all can hear it, but let me just grab it. Let me go back, and you can hear this one. Oh, no, y'all can't hear. Hold on. I thought you could hear. He look older than 34. He look older than 34. Okay, you can hear on this one. All right, here we go. Start it over here. What? I don't know why they
Optimize everything in their life, and they run.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
I would much prefer to just have open communication and be able to each have our own card and not monitor it.
Kirsten, when are you going to stop worrying about money?
Never.
Meet Kirsten and John. They're both 34. They have 2 young children. I think you're going to find their story interesting. Kirsten is an engineer, and as you will hear, she is very analytical with numbers. John, on the other hand, admits that he has bad habits with money. He overspends. He avoids talking about money. He even gives up his credit card occasionally because he admits he cannot control himself. Now, some really interesting things happen in today's conversation. I want you to keep listening for the children's role in this conversation. And of course, you can actually watch this couple and see these fascinating quirks of body language by finding this episode on YouTube. Just search for Ramit Sethi and subscribe to my feed. Let's get started. I am Ramit Sethi, and this is the I Will Teach You to Be Rich podcast. Okay, let's rewind to 3 months ago. Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, no, John was there. I can't remember how I found out that you had a balance on
Ask
your
him.
credit card. Yeah, John, how did I find out, John, that you still had an outstanding balance on your credit card? You were making minimum payments.
I had gone in and I had paid our joint credit card completely off. And the comment came out from yourself that I wasn't supposed to pay the complete credit card off. And instead I was only supposed to pay I think they call it a statement balance, or whatever was spent on that credit card for that past month. And then from there, it went into you wondering what I had left on my credit card. And it turns out I had not paid the entire credit card completely off because of an error on my part, being out of town for 8 weeks in a row.
How much was on your credit card, John?
Like 2,100 and change.
Okay. Is that a lot? Is that a little? How does that stack up to your normal spending?
That's on the high end average, I would say.
It freaked me out because I've never not paid a credit card off in full. And so knowing how expensive the interest is, I was just freaking out.
So I want you to know that the two difference in the dynamics of the two relationships, right? We have one person in the other relationship that's like what do you call it? The doe? What do you call it? What do you call it, Dion? The doe, the young doe. Who, me? I don't know. And then you have Kristen over here. She is like, you ain't pay that off? Why you ain't pay that off? We ain't got no, don't pay them no interest. We ain't trying to do that. And he is like, I don't want the credit card. Now, in the other relationship, the girl you didn't hear her say nothing about giving up nothing. She wasn't giving up nothing. Y'all need to figure out how these numbers gonna work, and this the lifestyle I want to live. Figure it out. Right? So I just wanted to show the contrast in the two different relationships.
Scout means what?
Getting angry and being like, what are we doing? Like, we shouldn't be paying the bank. Well, the bank, yeah, I guess the bank. We shouldn't be paying these credit card fees. Like, if you couldn't have paid it off, you should have told me. We could use a line of credit. There's interest rates. And I just go into a whole spiel like that about what's going on.
And does that work?
No, because this is probably the 3rd or 4th time that this has happened.
Really?
Well, actually, no. I think we've only taken the card away twice. But
hold on. What's the take the card away?
I've voluntarily rescinded my access to my card.
Is that like when police voluntarily puts me behind bars? Is that like that?
No,
Okay. So who offered?
I did.
You said you could have my card.
I put it in our safe here. I don't feel like I'm at the point that I can control what's going on with the spends. So I know it's such a hard button issue. So for me, it's easier to, here's the card. It's no longer an issue. Done.
Get a load of these. We've been on. I just wanted to show that to you. There is him, and then there's the one other couple that has amassed 6.3 million, and the husband is telling the wife she can't spend nothing, and the wife is like, "Why can't we spend anything?" I don't understand. And he was like, I have a fear for you spending. Yeah, he's fearful for her to spend. You can scroll back through here and find them. It'll say 6.3 million on it. But yeah, there it is right here. Why can't we take a vacation?
Look at that smile. I liked it.
They're like, he's like
Continues to work,
we can't
and
take a vacation. Married, they on it, both of them on their second marriage, married for 6 years. Tommy has a trouble spending. Caroline retires in a few months. Different spending expectations. And they go into what happened. They have amassed $6 million in wealth, right? So I just want to show you, like, when you get into relationships, it could be both parties that are not good with money. It could be one party that's good with money. It could be bad financial advice that one party received from their parents, or no financial advice at all. But the trick and the goal is for y'all to be honest with each other, and then also to be honest with yourselves, and also to seek guidance when you don't know. Stop trying to just figure it out blindly on your own and go seek the guidance. Anything you want to add, D, before we get out of here? It's been one hell of a show.
Don't be Sarah and Carter and Kevin.
We didn't have nobody come up today.
We did have somebody come up. It was Sarah and Kevin and the other couple.
I hope y'all enjoyed this. I get a kick out of doing these reviews, these financial reviews, just to get a tick of like how people are spending their money, what's going on. Trying to make sure that we at Women in Limits, we at Women in Linux equipped you with things beforehand. Before you make that 250, right? That's 250 for one couple, right? Imagine if it was 250 for one person, and then the other person that has 250, and y'all net worth was 100,000. Right. So again, I'm just trying to bring y'all different dynamics and thoughts and things that you can equip yourselves with. If you don't know what you should be looking for, should you be looking for a tax strategist or a financial planner? Should you be looking for to someone to help you invest into your 401ks? Those different things matter. And those different things help to create just a small part of a healthy relationship with money and with each other, right? Being able to have a open line of communication. I could personally sit here all night. I know Dee's ready to go. I can sit here all night and go through these financial shows and pick things apart and be like, did you hear that? Did you hear what he's saying here? Go look these things up when they mention stuff, right? And so you have some type of knowledge. You may not know everything when you get in a relationship. You may not know everything, but you understand what they're saying. You know the word, you know where you can go. You know you can go to the IRS and Investopedia, Nerd Wallet, Bank Rate, and you can still do your thing. Yeah, I'll do a live later on tonight. I'll probably do one on I don't know. I gotta see if D gonna let me do one live. She may go out and I may be doing it by myself. I may do a private one. I don't know.
Last night. But I'm going to eat. I'm going to get some food.
Yeah. So I got it.
I'm
Where,
starving.
where you
Starving.
going?
Hmm?
Where you going?
I think I am going to the crab place and get me some, some potatoes and some corn in the good sauce,
I juiced
and
last.
like an egg or two in the good sauce.
Oh, I juiced
And
last night. I made my grapefruit juice and oranges. I mixed it together. I like this is delicious.
because I had some soup when we first started, so I was
Yeah, I
like,
haven't had
I'm
anything.
not having a smoothie. I'm just gonna have some soup. But I think that's what I want. I was trying to, ride with the top down in the daytime while it was still, daytime. But it's nighttime. I'm still gonna drive with the top down.
Yeah.
Just come on back because there's some stuff. It's been a hectic work week, so I'm definitely not prepared for tomorrow's meeting. But I appreciate everybody for coming out and hanging with us. 100 episodes.
Hold on, let me go get my juice, D. Drop me down. I'm gonna go get
I
my
can't believe it. Hold on a minute. I can't believe that we've done 100 episodes of tech stocks and jobs. Literally, it was just a idea, and that idea turned into something that is 100 episodes later. And you guys have been on that journey with us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you. For those that are new and are not familiar with Women in Linux, we are a place of resources. We are a nonprofit. We are free to no cost resources. So we do look for the community um, to help us with those initiatives. And if you can donate, if you know somebody or your work that's looking for an organization, you can tell them about Women in Linux. If you are getting into tech, you don't know where to start, go to the website and click start here, join the Slack channel. Before that thing gets locked down, go join the Slack channel. There is a start here button. Um, don't study by yourselves alone. We are a community. We are here. I was telling McKinney earlier that most of our meetups are Red Hat based. Uh, hands-on keys, knowledge, really, really great. We've been teaching it for 6 years. Get into it, show up. Um, I'm pretty sure people can attest that those courses, the fun that we have, it is awesome. Um, we don't have a newsletter at the moment. Um, and I'm not sure because we put all the information in Slack and we ask you to slow up in Slack. I'm kind of on the fence about what that newsletter looks like for us. So
juice.
Sam has been juicing. She's been doing really good for her needs. She's been cleaning out the toxins.
My
Good
orange,
job, Tam.
orange and this one is just orange and grapefruit. This got more grapefruit than orange. It's got a little orange in it.
She has two juicers.
Then I had yes, I'm not down with the squeeze. Just put it on there.
She has a citrus juicer, and then she has another juicer. So it's a
Yes,
fancy juicer. And
yes.
she's been having a blast. She is the juice queen.
I got some. I juiced all my lemons. Well, not all of them. I juiced all my limes and lemons that I had cleaned. So I gotta go through and do that tonight. I gotta make my carrot juice. Gotta make my carrot juice and my celery juice.
And you drink the juice within 3 days, Tanika. You cannot have it sitting out for a week. It is fresh juice. You're really, in order to get the benefits, you're supposed to drink the juice within 15 minutes.
It needs a
Fresh
little.
juice.
It needs a little vodka.
That's why put some vodka in it. That's why I juice in increments and don't juice everything.
tasty. Needs a little vodka though. Need a little Tito's in it.
I got Tito's.
When I tasted it last night, I was like, this might need a little Tito's in there.
Yeah, I got Tito, and I got grapefruits.
Yeah, I do
That's
apple
my
carrot.
grandmother's
I do
favorite.
apple carrot celery. The other week I did pear, apple, and I put some ginger in there. I got a whole bunch of ginger, so I've been chopping up my ginger, and blending it down, whipping it up. I'm like, oh, ginger, you so strong. Ooh, ooh.
My grandmother used to love her some grapefruit and vodka. That was her thing.
It was tasty though. It made my night. It was delicious. Yeah, we do appreciate y'all coming out. Again, we try to take Women in Linux to the next level. We're not as messy as the other sites, but I do try to bring value. Or I see when I find stuff, when I discover stuff. I liked his approach, just listening. But because here's why I did like his approach, is because when you are a couple and you go meet with these different therapists and you go meet with these different financial planners, a lot of times people try to make you feel welcome, right? They don't want to stab you with the knife and then turn it. And some couples need to be stabbed with the knife and then turned it because they're just not gonna they don't take well to the, oh, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna solve your problems here. And I get it. It's just one of them things, but sometimes you need to be a little you need to get a you need to be a you need some tough love. So at least he's willing to give some tough love on that, and I appreciate that. I do. Yeah, pineapple. Yeah, I made some pineapple ginger. I made some pineapple ginger O'Shea. The juicer. I see. Well, we got it's a crux in Florida, right? Is that a crux in Florida? The juicer, and I got I think it's called Braville or something like that.
I don't know what kind of juice you have.
No, the one in Florida.
Uh,
They do. Some of them do, but you know what? You say some of them have issues beyond money. I don't think they have issues beyond money. I think the issues come from money. But it's also about a lack of trust. Because once you start getting financial issues, trust comes up.
it's a the QVs, KUVINGS. QV.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah,
he is. It's a masticating juicer.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Scale next weekend in Pasadena, California. Oh man, yeah. I'm not gonna make that one. I'm not gonna make scale. Yeah, yep, yep, yep. Burrell, that's what it is. I'm not gonna make scale. But if you take some pictures or something like that, tweet us, tag us in the tweet or whatnot. Tag us in the tweet. I don't. What usually scale? I ain't been to scale. I don't think I ever been to scale actually. I don't think I ever been. Scale is usually in LA. I think the ladies who love Linux they be there. What's her name? Dion Kayla. Is that her name?
I have no idea.
Kayla Banks. That's who I'm thinking about.
Yeah, what about it?
Hmm.
What about it?
She's a part of the Linux group. She started out at, doing stuff with her dad, but I'm not sure where she's at right now on her journey. She should be willing. She started out doing Linux and stuff like that when she was 10, 12, 13. And she a teacher now. Let's see.
I'm not sure. I haven't heard from Kayla in a while.
Yeah, I don't know. Is she married now? It looks like she might be married. Like she might be married with kids. Yeah. Let me see if I can find her on here on YouTube. She spoke at the Open Source Summit.
Okay, you can make really great salaries per year, but along with your card, it's you can get a certification, but it's about your skills in totality. It is not like I'm going to get this one search certification and it's going to open the door to this money. It is, and if you look back on the video, it's about your fundamental skills, your ability to solve problems, your understanding of the concepts and how they intersect with each other. You know what I'm saying? You have to do that. You know, here we talk about cloud, we talk about Linux, we talk about programming language, Python, automation tool, Puppet, um, Ansible. It's so many other things with that. So don't take it as I'm gonna get a cert and I'm gonna make all this money. You have to be a well-rounded technologist. Oh, and also security, and you need to know how all of those things integrate. So you gotta it's not one and done. It's a continuous journey. You're always learning and you're always skill building and stacking those skills. So get that.
Yep. So this is Kayla and her dad. They all are what you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Technologists. And he's pretty much taught them all how to get into tech.
Hi, I'm Philip Banks, co.
Yeah, Philip Banks, and then here's his family. Every last one of them do tech.
I'm sure the question you're asking yourself is why us? Why yet another computer training program for kids? Don't we have enough of those?
Yeah.
Well, this is why I started this.
Yeah. So that's them. Go check them out. The Banks Family Tech Summer Program that was out 2 years ago. You can check out his daughter, Kayla Banks. She spoke at a couple of conferences for the Linux Foundation. Let me see. Here's her speaking 5 years ago at the Linux Foundation. She's a programmer and web designer. She's a Linux girl as well too. She was at Scale 14. She's actually keynoted as well too. This is her keynote here. Girls Who Code. She also spoke again at Scale. So she's in the LA area. So she may be at that conference. So check her out though. Check her out. One of the few young ones that are coming up in the game knowing Linux, at an early age. So this was 7 years ago. So by the time she's finished, by the time she's 21, 22 and got her own business.
And then not the crazy part.
They used to hack cell phones and stuff like that. Her dad, he showed her how to hack cell phones, how to put them back together, how to, fix them and stuff for her that. So uh, there y'all go. It's a family business in tech, and also inspiring each other as well too, right? So I appreciate y'all for coming out. I'll probably be back on a little later on. Probably, let's see, it's 5 something my time, so it'll be later on for me. I got an appointment at 8, so it'll be later on for me. Mm-hmm. I have an appointment at 8. So it'll be later on for me. So I won't be back on. I won't be back available for late night hours. Let's do late night.
You might need to just go on Insta.
What Instacart or Instagram?
Instagram and do a live.
That never works for me. When I go live on Instagram, I get the Kendra G show effect where she be like, "Hello, hello, can you see me?" Am I frozen?
You have to try
Hello?
it.
Hello?
You have to test it and see.
I be frozen, and I don't like that.
You do it from the wheel account?
Mm-hmm.
Are you on the internet or are you using your phone?
I'm on the internet. I use my tablet.
You might want to try your phone.
And I be on my tablet, and they be like, and I be like, hello, and I would just be frozen. I be like, this is whack. I don't know how anybody go live on Instagram. Everybody I try to that go live on Instagram, and I go look at them. About 5 seconds later, it froze. I'm like, why is it freezing? I don't like it. So I stick with the basics. YouTube. I'm going back live on YouTube. Yes, like late night with Tam. Yeah. The other one be messy. And I'm not going live on TikTok. Maybe we're broadcasting on Facebook right now. We got to get LinkedIn back involved, D. What's going on there?
Well, you know what? I don't have no idea. It always connects and disconnects itself for some reason. But we've been live all day on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Here's what you might want to do. You might want to do a Twitter space or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me take that back.
Yeah. Working 1099 in government contract. Yeah, you get the 3. You're gonna have to. It's gonna have to be a special contract though, but you can get there. You can do it. You can do it. You don't even have to do 1099. You can do that W2. All right, people. Y'all have fun. D, get you something to eat. We appreciate you. See y'all later.